knows, and every prosecutor knows.
Alright, I'm just gonna show the whatchamacallit I will be watching. Probably not gonna hear me, but y'all guys gonna watch the trial. I see what I have to do. I'm waiting for somebody to come around to pick up this stuff. But yeah, I got this up, you feel me? So I can watch it.
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of our jury. The defendant, Mr. Demons, the counsel, the assistant state attorneys, our witness, Detective Moretti, remains on the stand. Counsel, if you can continue, please.
So, Detective Moretti, I was coming to show you what's been previously marked as state's quadruple lead and quadruple W. Do you recognize these two exhibits? Please take a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Moretti, are those, saved off of those now pursuant to 90.803 subsection 6 of this business records, Your Honor?
Thank you.
Counsel, I'm sorry, would you, can I see them, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please, not raise your.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Just notice overruled. You'll be admitted.
States quadruple B will be marked states 96, and states quadruple W will be marked states 97.
That was Chase and Chase.
96 is
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to start with publishing States 96. Detective Moretti, the records that you just reviewed, where are they from on the first one that we are looking at?
This is the Chase Bank records for the operating account of the management team for the defendant.
Okay. And did you seek a subpoena or legal process to get these particular records?
They were achieved through a subpoena.
So I want to go here. There are a number of accounts in this. So I'm going to start the name of the manager. What was his name?
Jameson Francois,
Did you have an occasion to meet with Mr. Francois?
several times.
Okay. So I'm going to start on this. This is the account ending in 5827 for counsel. It's sublabeled page 1 of the records. Did Mr. Francois list a telephone number on his bank records?
Yes, ma'am.
And what number is that?
954-376-9158.
Okay, going back to states 63, the phone call at 4:40 a.m. Eastern Time, 8:40 UTC. What phone number is that?
954-376-9158.
And so the first phone number and was published from account ending in 5827. Going out to the account ending in 5835. What was the account number on this for the telephone number?
954-376-9158.
And that's for Mr. Francois.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There are two phone numbers on this particular account. Do you recognize the name Adria Scott?
Yes, that's the wife of Mr. Davis and Francois, as well as part of the management team for the defendant.
Going to the account ending in 5850. Did Mr. Francois put a phone number on that account as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what, same phone number?
Same phone number, ma'am.
Going to the phone number in 5868. Same phone number?
Same phone number, ma'am.
Continuing, ending, the account ending in 6173. What phone number is on that one?
954-376-9158.
And the account's in 5173.
954-376-9158.
So in terms of the date and time frame that these records cover is 2019. Let me go now to states. 97 is the SunTrust. Stuart?
Yes, that's 97.
Is SunTrust.
Thank you.
Okay. Detective Moretti, again, with regards to the records from SunTrust, how did you obtain these?
Through a subpoena.
When you got the SunTrust records, did it have identifying information for Mr. Francois?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a personal mobile number listed on the SunTrust account?
954-376-9158.
And in terms of the dates on these records, what is the date down here at the bottom?
8/29/2018.
Is that before or after the murders of Mr. Thomas and Mr. Williams?
Before.
So going back to the phone records, the next phone call that after the 4:40 a.m. is a 9:03 UTC, which if you would be so kind as to subtract the 4 to give us our actual time.
The 5:03:06 a.m.
Okay. And so on these records, does it indicate a duration of a phone calls?
It's a 5-second phone call.
And which column are you looking at for that?
Where it says duration.
Is that the second column?
It would be column C if you look at the top of the Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, thank you. So going down to the 903:16, you mentioned a voicemail number before.
Correct, ma'am.
And so if this 805-637-7249, what does that mean according to these records?
It's indicates the call was forwarded to a voicemail service system.
So when you look at call line 16 and 17 together, what does it tell you what happened with the incoming call from 772-501-6942?
The call came in, and then it was immediately forwarded out to the voicemail service, which is 805-637-7249.
Going to the next phone call, which 9:04 UTC would translate to what time regular Eastern Standard?
The 5:04:27.
And that incoming call comes from what number?
225-529-5054.
So I want to switch over in states 63 to Sprint records and the subscriber information for 225-529-5054.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was the subscriber information for that 225-529-5054 number?
Frederick Givens.
And were you able to identify Frederick Givens during the course of this investigation by a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Fredo Banks.
Excuse me, could we have a time frame for that?
Sure. And Detective Murray, at what point did you learn that Frederick Givens also went by the name of Frito Bang?
Relatively within the first couple of days of the investigation.
Did you know where Frito Bang lived anytime during the year 2018?
We later learned, months later into the investigation, the specific house, but at the time of the, in October, November, no.
So the data that we looked through yesterday on the cell phone records that showed the location of Mr. Bang's house versus where the phones thought they were. And that is States 92. Detective Moretti, just based on the cell phone information that you had that put the phone somewhere along Southwest 192nd Avenue, would you write a search warrant for every single house on that block?
No, man, absolutely not.
When you're writing a search warrant for a specific house or dwelling, how narrowly tailored do you have to be?
Extremely specific. The more intrusive the warrant gets, the more restricted it becomes. And for us to go into a house, a residence, with a crime of this nature, it's going to be very detailed. We have to establish a nexus. We have to know for sure. We have to have corroborating statements, sworn statements. We arbitrarily just can't assume and write the warrant.
Okay. So I want to go now to the phone call that's highlighted here, 10/26/2018, 10/23/49, and the 10/26/2018, 10/24/21.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned the voicemail number. Is that another example of a phone call being forwarded to voicemail?
Yes, ma'am.
The phone numbers for Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas, are they shown anywhere in any of these as a called number?
No, ma'am.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the time frame is on these records that you were requesting?
We were basically, we have to keep them very specific. We can't just do a blanket warrant and just ask for, months of time. This was specific to the homicide from around 1 a.m. until about 6 a.m.
And is that reflected at the top of the records there?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the subscriber records, again, going back to the subscriber records for the 772-713-9807 phone number. Is there an additional contact number listed with that phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that additional contact for the billing account listed as?
Jamie King,
And what phone number is listed for Jamie King under the billing contact?
772-501-6942.
To go back to the records here, so you said 772.
501-6942.
So that was again line 16 and 17 that you referred that said went to voicemail.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, that same phone number shows up on line 20 and 21 to voicemail.
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to go to November 30th of 2018. Did you go to Cocoa Beach?
Yes, ma'am.
Why'd you go to Cocoa Beach without saying what was said?
I went there to meet an individual witness in this case who was concerned for the safety of one of their children.
Without saying what she said or what they said, what was the demeanor of this witness?
She was very fearful for one of her children's safety.
And so who was this witness that you met with on November 30th of 2018?
Felicia Holmes.
When you went and met with Ms. Holmes, did she show you any statements coming from the 772-713-9807 phone number?
Who's objecting?
There's a say? Relevance.
Sustain.
Karen, may we approach that?
Sure.
Met with Ms. Holmes. Where did you meet with her?
It was in the parking lot of a McDonald's near her house in Cocoa Beach.
And approximately what time did you drive up there at?
It was I believe, a Saturday evening, probably around 7 o'clock at night. We got up there like around 8 or 9.
Ain't nobody loves me better.
One of her children's safety.
Second objection.
They oppose.
So after that was on, you said November 30th,
Yes.
I want to go forward to December 4th of 2000, December 4th or December 5th, please correct me if I'm wrong, of 2018. Were you made aware of a documentary that was published by the defendant?
December 4th, yes, ma'am.
In this documentary, what platform was it on?
YouTube.
Was that publicly accessible?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review that documentary?
Yes, ma'am.
And what information in that documentary at the very end was important to your investigation?
It was just that last couple seconds of the 22-minute video in which words pop up on the screen saying that
Objection.
Sustain.
Okay. In terms of that documentary, is that still publicly available on YouTube today?
as far as I know.
Did you go ahead and preserve a copy of that documentary?
When I first saw it, yes.
In terms of, have you been, I'm going to show you what's been marked as state quadruple X that's been previously shown to defense counsel. Detective Running, do you recognize state's quadruple X?
Yes, so some drive with my initials and badge number.
How do you recognize that?
It's the, what was provided to you.
Okay. Is that an edited or condensed version of that documentary?
I'm not sure if that's the edited or the full version.
Okay. Do you want to check it again to verify which version it is?
Yes, please.
Okay. Try and use this one, which does
Just, you can just tell by the 1 minute, 46 seconds if this is the edited one.
And does this documentary fairly and accurately, these clips, show who was pictured in this documentary and
Yes, ma'am.
was this put out and released by the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, the state would request to move state's quadruple X in. The next one. That the defendant's record label published this video.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would offer state's quadruple X as state's 98.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Thank you, it'll be admitted.
State's quadruple X threats will be marked states 98.
And permission to publish now?
You may.
I am your favorite. I don't care who the fuck you like. I am your favorite singer. I don't care who it is. I am you. I watched every video they did, every mistake they made, every good thing they did, every sound they made. I know that shit. I know how to do it. So you know what I'm saying? How the fuck can I not be your favorite? How the fuck can I not be your favorite rapper? Like, it's small things. Well, from to them in Guilford to be successful is just a job, a house, and probably a bureau somewhere, or somewhere like an out-of-town house, and just like a little 9 to 5. You do everything like the same shit every day, Monday through Sunday. They love what they hear. It's like they happy to see us. They happy to see us when they see us. You know what I'm talking about? We were talking about that back in the day. They like, it's like when they want to see them, these crazy rappers. That's what it is. They go get a job. This shit like a dream. Shit we done prayed for. It's like really hip. Everybody proud, like everybody happy. But we still hungry at the same time though. We still want more.
So Detective Moretti, after you saw this video, I want to segue now into some of the other online investigations and other people that you looked at. Did you solely focus your homicide investigation on this defendant?
No, ma'am.
So let's talk a little bit about an individual by the name of Robert Colburn. Who was Robert Colburn?
Mr. Colburn was a young 15-year-old kid. He posted something stupid on social media.
Objection to the word stupid. He doesn't know what it is. I'm sorry.
One or two words. No speaking.
Objection hearsay.
Thank you. Sustained.
So in terms of the post on social media by Mr. Colburn, did you view it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he have a specific Instagram handle or name that he was using?
Yes.
And what was that?
Could I refer to my notes?
If you need to refresh your recollection, please do.
Okay.
Okay, and so what was the Instagram name of Mr. Colburn at that time?
It was Brackwoods. BRACKWOODZ.
And at some point, did you speak with Mr. Colburn?
Yes.
And in terms of when you interviewed him, how long after the homicide was that?
It was a day or two after the homicide that I think it was actually that day, that evening, he made an inappropriate comment online.
Objection.
Okay. And when you
Let's see
say,
if she made a comment online. Sustained.
so without going into what was said on that, did you find or locate any location data that placed Mr. Colburn in Miramar on October 26, 2018?
No.
Did you find any casings that matched the homicide scene in Mr. Colburn's vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did you find anything else other than the online posting, which we can't get into the content of, that Mr. Colburn did that would show he was involved in this homicide?
Absolutely not.
Okay. What about an individual by the name of Montrell Roll? Did that name come up during the course of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And with regards to Mr. Roll, did you make contact with him?
I made contact with his sister.
And from April of 2018 to the present, where does Mr. Roll reside?
Indian River County Jail.
And in terms of October 26th of 2018, where was Mr. Roll residing?
Indian River County Jail.
Ever been out on bond to your knowledge?
Nope.
So, did you find any location information of Mr. Roll at the scene of the crime?
No, ma'am.
Were you able to verify his alibi?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to talk a little bit about Crucial Almighty, an individual on Twitter. Was that a name that you looked into?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was Crucial Almighty?
He was a gentleman from Fort Pierce, David Hedgepeth.
Okay.
He, shortly after the homicide, he placed pictures online, made references.
Okay.
So, we eventually interviewed him. And our assumption of him was correct. He was trying to...
Objection.
Let's not speculate on that.
Okay.
So, Detective Murray, with regards to Mr. Almighty, did you review some online songs and postings that he made back in 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And in terms of, because we can't get into the contents of them, did you follow up as to where Mr. Hedgepeth was on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do to follow up on that?
We subpoenaed work records.
And where was he working then?
He was working on...
Objection. Hearsay.
May I approach?
Sure.
So going forward to, with regards to Mr. Hedgepeth, did you write a warrant to obtain information and contents from his Twitter?
Yes,
Just for Mr. Hedgepeth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in terms of the information from Mr. Hedgepeth's Twitter, did any location data place him in Miramar on October 26, 2018?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Hedgepeth post any photos of the Jeep with bullet holes on it?
He did post a picture of the Jeep, which was online at that time.
Okay. In terms of the picture that he posted, was it from the Miramar Police Department?
I'd have to see the picture.
Okay. In terms of going back to the warrants, and we'll come back to Mr. Hedgepeth's on Twitter as well. And I have to move a couple things around on the computer to show it to you. So we talked about Anthony Williams and reviewing his phone. You said you did the same for Chris Thomas's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
I think I failed to ask you what percentage of photos and videos on Mr. Thomas's phone depicted Christopher Thomas?
It was about the same, 75–80%.
And in terms of the cell phone number that was assigned to each of the two individuals that are deceased in this case, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas,
Yes,
do you know those numbers by heart at this point?
no, I have to refer back.
Okay. So I'm first going to ask for Anthony Williams. What was Mr. Williams' phone number on October 26, 2018?
Well, I know Mr. Williams was the 954 number. It was 954-371-7895.
Okay, and that was, hold on.
I'm sorry, that was Dontavius Withers.
Okay, so there's, okay.
Yes.
So, in terms of Mr.
It
Williams'
was
phone,
954-248-9081.
and then Mr. Thomas's phone from the Sprint records, do you recall his phone number?
His was the 772-713-2341.
So on Mr. Thomas's phone, did you do a similar extraction that we've already discussed about with Mr. Williams' phone?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of the dates and times of use of that cell phone, were you able to determine the last outgoing communication from Mr. Thomas's phone?
It was around 3 a.m. on 10/26/2018.
And do you know what the contents of that conversation was?
He was, Mr. Thomas was texting his girlfriend, asking her where he was at, where she was at.
In terms of the phones of Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas, was there any other outgoing communication that you could find other than what you talked about after 3 a.m.?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any evidence that Mr. Thomas or Mr. Williams had been buying marijuana that day?
Yes, they all were communicating about the purchasing. They purchased earlier in the day, then later on that day as well before going to the studio to purchase again.
Are you aware that of what's been previously admitted into evidence as states 39?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that substance?
It is marijuana.
Is this the marijuana that was recovered from that car, a Jeep?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to talk about, and can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a geofence warrant?
The geofence warrant is a technology that we use in criminal investigations. This technology has been around for a while. And basically, a geofence warrant is where we establish a virtual perimeter around a known location. This technology is not new. It was heavily used recently in the January 6th riots. That's how you can identify individuals.
So you explained when you're doing the geofence warrant, you said you're creating a
Virtual fence
virtual fence.
around a known location.
Okay. So I'm going to put and publish for what's been introduced as States 93. And if you could, for the purposes of the record, what does States 93 show?
This is just the map layout, the Google Maps of the area where the crime took place.
Okay. Did you do a geofence warrant for this location?
Yes.
And could you explain and show by drawing a approximate box of the geofence location that you did?
Yes, I did a radius. It's very similar to that.
And so when you said you did a radius, how do you identify this location or circumference or diameter to Google?
Well, based upon the crime scene that we knew, I drew a radius around that perimeter, not too large. I want to be careful not to, have US 27 interfere. So I just focused on the area around the crime scene, and the size of the radius is actually in the warrant.
And in terms of the activity that's going to show up on a geofence warrant, a regular Apple cell phone, is that going to show up on that?
Technically, yes, it can. If an Apple device is using a Google, an Android type app, which is Gmail, Google, search engine, then yes, you could potentially be identified in there. We will mostly identify Android devices.
And in terms of, you said mentioning Google, does that include Google Maps?
Yes.
Does the device have to be actively using a Google or a Google-based application for an iPhone to show up there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Does the Apple iPhone have to access either Gmail or something in the background for it to show up in the geofence warrant?
Yes, but you also have to have your location data on as well.
What does that mean?
When you set up your Gmail account, it's going to ask you, do you want to save, store location data? Most people turn it off because they don't want to be sharing their location with Google.
And in terms of the Google accounts that warrants were done on this case that have previously been discussed, the YNW Melly at Gmail, YNW Melly booking at gmail.com, did you do a search warrant on that particular email address?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the status of the location services for that?
It was turned off.
If an individual has an Android phone, what's going to show up on a geofence warrant?
It will show up on the geofence warrant.
When you did the geofence warrant in this case, did any other devices show up at this location?
No devices showed the location.
So going forward now, I'm going to talk about January 17th of 2019. Did you have an opportunity to meet with one of the individuals involved in this case?
Yes.
And who was that?
Jacoby Mills.
And where did you speak with Mr. Mills?
Indian River County Jail.
When you spoke with Mr. Mills, or I'm sorry, about going into what he was talking about, did you then, after speaking with him, did you then have probable cause to write search warrants for various offenses?
Sustained.
After you, did you write a search warrant for a residence after speaking with Mr. Mills?
Yes.
And what residence was that?
Janice and Francois.
Why didn't you write one for the YNW Melly house from October of 2019?
We had no nexus between the crime itself and the house. There was no evidence that they ever went back to that house. And then within a month or so after the incident, they had already been moved out.
And it was Mr. Demons living in that house in January of 2018?
No, ma'am.
So why didn't you write a warrant at that point for the house for Mr. Frito Bang at 3220 address?
We did not confirm that address until we seized the phone used by the defendant. It was when the first time we actually confirmed it.
And so...
Excuse me, what suggestion?
May we approach?
Sure.
number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to go forward a little bit while we're on that subject, and then I gave a phone number. And I want to show you what defense counsel has previously seen and viewed as labeled state quadruple Y. Did you have an occasion on, and pursuant to prior agreement, counsel?
Yes.
State would move state's quadruple Y into evidence.
Is there any objection?
99.
No.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple Y will be marked states 99.
Detective, in terms of on February 20th of 2019, did you listen to a phone call that was placed from the Broward County Jail to 772-713-9807?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish the first 6 minutes of that phone call.
Hello, this is a collect call from an inmate at Broward County Main Jail. To pay for just this call using your credit or debit card, please press 1. To decline this call will cost $2.05 for the first minute and 30 cents for each additional minute, plus any applicable federal, state, and local taxes, plus a one-time transaction fee of $3. You will only be charged the permitted rate for the amount of time you are on the phone. If you do not want to connect this call, but would like to fund an account to pay for future calls, please hang up and dial 800-844-6591.
Never mind. Oh, seriously.
Oh, hell yeah.
While the person you are calling is entering information to pay for this call. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To continue, press 1. To disconnect, press 2. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello? Hey, baby, why didn't you just call my phone where I got my credit card linked to? You should have called my phone, baby, because I put money on my phone. It's money on my phone. No, you out of money. It said that this account was empty. I just put my Oh, yeah, my credit card is flipped. Yeah, I don't know your credit card number because it asks for like your expiration date and your zip code. I don't know what your stuff is that's linked to that card. Put in the 7-Eleven. Like 7-Eleven nearby. What you doing, Daddy? Yeah, I'm driving. You can just my credit card. I'm gonna give you my credit card number. I'm trying to get back your phone because he said I'll be answering the phone like I'm supposed to. We gonna be working and all that. Yeah. Oh, he just said he loves you. Keep your head up, and everything. And then, yeah, Peasy. Where's been texting your phone? I ain't been reading your stuff, but you got like text messages from him. I didn't know if you want me to call him or anything on three-way or. Yeah, I mean, call Justin Combs through. Who is that? Hold on. You got your number? P. Diddy's son. Yeah, it's in my phone. Justin Combs. Oh, P. Diddy's son. Okay. Hey, I got the bridge. The bridge went up. So I should be able to get it off the bridge. Okay, yeah, we put in the GPS for 7-Eleven. Okay, yeah, uh-huh. So I go under contact, I go under Justin Combs. Yeah. What's the number? Is there, I need facial recognition. 762-556. 7? Oh my God, I'm trying to drive, I'm trying to do this. Hold on. 762-556. Yeah. Yeah, Mariah, can you drive real quick? I just like, hold on, I'm about to have Mariah drive so I can do this for you. Because I'm trying to.
Okay, so detective, I want to make sure it's clear what number was being dialed.
772-713-9807.
Are you able to identify who was speaking by their voice?
It was the defendant speaking with his mother.
They mentioned Track. What nickname goes with what legal name?
Jameson Francois.
That was on, I'm sorry again, what date?
2/20/2019.
Okay. In 1902.
7:02 p.m.
So I want to go and ask on the 28th day of February 2019, did you meet with Jameson Francois?
28th of February is, what day was it?
February 28th of 2019?
Yes.
Did you meet with Jameson Francois?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you meet with him?
State Attorney's Office.
And where is that located?
201 Southeast 6th Street.
Is that the same building we're in today?
Yes, ma'am.
When you met with Mr. Francois, did he have a phone on his person?
Yes.
And did you seize that cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as states quadruple Z. Detective, do you recognize that item?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that item?
It's my handwriting, it's my packaging of the cell phone that we seized that day.
Is that in the same or substantially same conditions when you seized it on the person of Jameson Francois on February 28th of 2019?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state was requesting the state's quadruple Z in a state's 100.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It will be admitted.
So Detective Marty, once this phone was seized, what did you do?
It was, immediately put it into airplane mode so it could not be remotely wiped. Then was transported back to the station and it was turned over to Detective Zeller who did the digital forensic examination.
And,
Top right.
and you said it prevents digital or remote wiping.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Apple, I think, more specifically with Apple devices, you can just log into your iCloud account and wipe your iCloud account remotely. And if it's in airplane, if it's in on regular service, it can be wiped even now with Bluetooth, you can wipe it.
Okay. So in terms of, once you had that phone and got the extraction data as was provided and testified by Detective Zeller, State 64, Did you review the items that were in that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the photographs in that phone, did you go through all of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm showing you what's been previously shown to defense counsel as states quadruple G.
Thank you.
Detective, in terms of, did you look through all of the photos
Yes,
that were in
ma'am.
the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a representative sample of approximately 500 and some photos from the cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quadruple G and as states 101 that have been previously published to the jury from state 64.
Any objection? No. They're admitted. What's the number, Trevor?
States quadruple G will be marked states 101.
So once you get the Celebrate extraction, is there anything you can do to verify the data on the Celebrate extraction?
It's called a manual scroll that they teach in the Celebrite course, and you basically just scroll through the phone
Okay.
and verify some of the text messages or call logs to what's in the phone to what's in the actual report.
And could you do that in this case?
Yes.
And in terms of the phone that is before you there, what phone number is associated with you? State 100.
It's 772-713-9807.
And in terms of what passcode was used to unlock that phone?
It's 762-556.
And is that the same passcode that you listened and learned from that jail recording we just heard?
Yes, ma'am.
The phone was taken from the possession of Jameson Francois.
Yes, ma'am.
When you got the phone, you said that there was an extraction done.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain the difference between an extraction and a report of that data?
The extraction is what the Celebrate program reads from the phone. It takes the data, puts it into a format that's readable by the UFED. Then once we're in the UFED program, the UFED app, then we start generating reports from there. If I wanted specifically, I just wanted to extract all the text messages, or if I wanted to extract specific text messages, I can generate the reports without compromising the integrity of the download.
In terms of, in this case, did you generate multiple cell phone reports?
Yes, ma'am.
First, I want to go through some of the videos from that phone. So I'm showing what's been previously shown to defense counsel as states in couple A. So showing you what's been marked as states in couple A. You guys recognize your
Yes.
initials on that?
Initials and badge numbers.
And to those, just so we can double check the USBs. do the 22 files accurately represent a sample of the videos that were found on that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through all 1,002 videos that were on that phone?
Most of them,
Speak up just a little bit.
yes. Yes, ma'am, most of them.
Okay. And in terms of, do these videos fairly or accurately represent phone data or phone videos from that 772-713-9807 phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move states Kentucky A in as states 102.
Reapproach.
Yes. Case on Form 18, about the case to allow anyone to discuss the case before the further no research. Thank you. Thank you. How much time do you need? A Russian break, Mr. Demis? Mr. Demis? Yes? Will you get a Russian break, Mr. Demis, please? I will be in recess. Thank
Welcome back, everybody. So we are continuing to listen to the testimony of the lead detective in the YNW Melly double murder trial. Now, of course, this is the trial where 24-year-old rapper Jamel Demons faces the death penalty for the 2018 shooting deaths of his two friends. Now, our understanding is what we have coming up in Detective Moretti's testimony, the lead detective, is recorded jail phone calls between the defendant and his mother. Let's go back into court.
So I'm going to go forward a little bit while we're on that subject, and then I need a seven phone number. And I want to show you what defense counsel has previously seen and viewed. It will state quadruple Y. Did you have an occasion on and pursuant to prior agreement, counsel?
Yes.
State would move states quadruple Y into evidence.
Any objection?
99.
No.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple wire, 41 states, 99.
Detective, in terms of on February 20th of 2019, did you listen to a phone call that was placed from the Broward County Jail to 772-713-9807?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish the first 6 minutes of that phone call.
call from an inmate at Broward County Main Jail. To pay for just this call using your credit or debit card, please press 1. To decline this call will cost $2.05 for the first minute and 30 cents for each additional minute, plus any applicable federal, state, and local taxes, plus a one-time transaction fee of $3. You will only be charged the per minute rate for the amount of time you are on the phone. If you do not want to connect this call, but would like to fund an account to pay for future calls, please hang up and dial 800-844-6591.
Never mind. Oh, seriously.
While the person you are calling is entering information to pay for this call. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To continue, press 1. To disconnect, press 2. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello? Hey, Mom. Hey, baby. Why didn't you just call my phone where I got my credit card linked to? You should have called my phone, baby, because I put money on my phone. It's money on my phone. No, you out of money. It said that this account was empty. I just put my credit card on your phone now.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you could have. Oh, yeah, it's on my credit card.
Yeah, I don't know your credit card number because it asks for like your expiration date and your zip code. I don't know what your stuff is that's linked to that card. Put it in 7-Eleven. Like 7-Eleven nearby. What you doing, Daddy?
I'm driving. You can just my credit card. I'm gonna give you my credit card number.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back your phone because he said I'll be answering the phone like I'm supposed to.
And we gonna be working and all that.
Yeah. Oh, he just said he love you. Keep your head up. And everything. And then yeah, Peasy. Where's been checking your phone? I ain't been reading your stuff, but we got like text messages from him. I didn't know if you want me to call him or anything on three-way or...
Yeah, but I'm having you call Justin home for
Who is that? Hold on. You got your number?
P. Diddy's son. Yeah, it's in my phone. Justin home.
Oh, P. Diddy's son. Okay. Hey, I got the bridge. The bridge went up. So I should go get it off the bridge. Okay, yeah, we put in the GPS for 7-Eleven. Okay, yeah, oh, uh-huh. So I go under contact, I go under Justin.
Yeah.
What's the number? It said I need facial recognition.
762-556.
7. Oh my God, I'm trying to drive, I'm trying to do this. Hold on. 762-556.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mariah, can you drive real quick? I just like, hold on, I'm about to have Mariah drive so I can do this for you. Because I'm trying to.
Okay, so detective, I want to make sure it's clear, what number was being dialed?
772-713-9807.
Are you able to identify who was speaking by their voice?
It was the defendant speaking with his mother.
They mentioned Track. What nickname goes Track?
I'm not gonna lie to you, that was a little tough to hear. Bridget, I'll start with you. Anything that you take away from that?
A couple of things I take away from that. The first thing I take away is that if any time a defendant is in jail, know one that all the calls are being recorded.
Yes.
Any communication that you send out with any person, if it's a letter or if it's a phone call to a family member, to a friend, anyone, that is being recorded. It's admissible in trial, and it's also something that the defense counsel and prosecution even use in negotiations. The only time that a phone call is not able to be admissible is if it is a conversation with your lawyer. So that's the first takeaway. The second takeaway I would say is that just the things that she stated. I wrote down that I could barely hear some things that she was saying, but the things that I heard, she stated something about credit cards, and then also that she deleted some text messages. So I'm like, okay, well, what things did she, delete for him? And then what communication did she make on his behalf after that? So I'm interested to see how this unfolds.
That's interesting. And Philip, I'll turn it over to you. I mean, again, how many jailhouse phone calls have we heard? People that don't take Bridget's advice. They even say at the beginning of the call that it's being recorded, and yet, they're played in for the jury. What'd you take away from the call?
Well, the first thing I'll take away, Jesse, is that if you and I ever decide to get out of law and legal journalism, we need to go into phone systems in the jailhouses, because it is a very lucrative industry. It is very expensive to make calls. In fact, it puts poor people even deeper into the poorhouse. It's very expensive. But the bottom line is, right now we haven't heard anything incriminating, but yes, that's exactly what it is. Anytime you speak on the phone, it is all going to be recorded and turned over to defense counsel on a disk or a thumb drive in discovery, and they're oftentimes very damaging.
He left for the day. No. I'm sorry,
I
Jeff.
think he's making a cup of coffee.
Okay. You can't give me that one line deleted to something that I think is funny. No one else does. Look at the detective. He thinks I'm nuts.
That was long before the defense.
We're going to take a vote later.
The vote.
Your Honor, for scheduling, I would say publish these videos perhaps with a break for lunch. You hear I'm struggling. I need to go restock on calls.
Got the idea from Mr. Nielsen that you want to take a little break before you saw the pictures, so I'd like to get through those. We'll see what everybody says. No big deal. While you're outside, Ms. Bradley asked me if it was all right. You're going to publish these pictures and then make a lunch recess.
For about 4 more hours.
We're going to publish the pictures again?
No, not the pictures again.
Just the videos. Okay.
All right? How long is it going to take about?
10 minutes.
was going on for a while.
If I knew that, I would have waited. I apologize.
No problem. All right, thank you. You all set, ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, let's bring jury.
You got that. I would have smacked that face. I would have just.
Jury entered. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Dennings, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, as well as ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. State within couple A was admitted as states 103, 102. That's the late. Video 1 and 22. Video 3. Video 4. Video 5. Video 6. Video 7. Video 8. Video 8, Detective Melly, if you'd be so kind as to read the print down at the bottom of this Western Union.
It says Jamel Demons, 604 9th Avenue, Vero Beach, Florida, 32962, USA, and phone number 772-713-9807.
And what was the date of this?
Date is October 2nd, 2018.
Yeah.
That was video 9, video 10. Detective Melly, in video 10, do you recognize the other individual?
That appeared to be Chris Thomas.
I'm sorry, pause it on the spot.
Yeah, TBD.
No, that's Cortland Henry.
Video number 11.
Be on your stuff. Stop.
Video number 12.
Do you see this one doing like this? I have a go to. When you look at your mama. Look at your mama.
Detective Marty, can you see the reflection in this video of the cell phone?
Yes, it's in the glasses on the right lens.
Video 13. Video 14.
Everybody had you. You know, I just got pulled over. To everybody at you, you know, I just got pulled over. Okay. So, I'm sorry if I don't make it. But I should make it. I'm straight. No, mama. You can see that bar, mama.
And who is that second individual in this video?
The co-defendant, Cortland Henry.
Hey, reason you blood. Reason you know the niggas you with. Cousin. Reason you got that deal you got. Cousin. The reason you are who you are. Because of me. Pussy. And if you use me like the rest of them pussy ass niggas did, you get the same consequences.
The Instagram or the social media name YNW Sack Chaser 1. Who is that YNW Sack Chaser 1 account belong to?
Anthony Williams.
So play video 21 again. Who is that?
That looks like Frederick Gibbons, some administrator.
And the last
Oh yeah, nigga, femicide, you. Oh God, nigga. Y'all stop nigga. We got Russ on it, nigga. Stop, okay, then, with a hundred cake, nigga. Okay, then. Train, stop. Drop the YNW on the stage. Stop it, nigga.
Okay, Detective Moretti, in terms of the phone of the defendant, you have that there in front of you?
Objection. Stay.
Sorry, my apologies. The 772-713-9007 phone that was identified in the jail call.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and whose jail call was that again?
Judge
So, and Dennis.
Demons.
Reminds with Hunters. In terms of, you indicated that this phone has a passcode on it.
Yes, ma'am.
When you turned this phone on, did the passcode that was on that jail call unlock that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And so, in terms of the passcode, if you would be so kind again?
762 556.
In terms of this phone, it's remained in airplane mode. What does that mean?
It prevents it from being remotely wiped.
And what year does this phone think it is still?
It still thinks it's in 2018, actually 2019 when we seized it.
In terms of, you talked about the manual scroll.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that you can do to verify the Celebrate data?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to pull up the various videos that we just watched on this same cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the airplane mode that's indicated by the, at the top, the little airplane?
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you just look through the phone, like,
It's,
pull it up?
the first you want to establish a, evidentiary, you want to follow evidentiary protocols. So by us taking the data, downloading it, it also authenticates it. The program itself, Celebrate, authenticates everything in a phone. It creates a hash for the download. The hash is a way to authenticate the download. Every single picture in that phone there's a hash that's created with it. So we have to authenticate each and every picture we can. The actual threads of communication within the database also creates a hash to verify the messaging. That's the one good thing about Celebrate, with many good things, but the most important thing is that by creating that hash, that means that we cannot change that data. If we change anything in that phone, then that means that hash will change, and it shows that the phone itself was molested with or handled improperly.
Does turning the phone on and off change the hash value?
No, ma'am.
In terms of if you put additional data or photos on it, would that change the hash value?
Yes.
If information was deleted after it was in that particular Celebrate extraction was done, would that change the hash value?
Yes, we have to be very careful with the phone, because anything we do, then it's also produced in the timeline, which we cannot delete, change, or anything. The timeline is there, and so we have to be very careful of what apps we go into, how we view the phone.
Okay. So this would be a logical break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch and recess now. Don't discuss the case going forward. Maybe please about the case and allow anyone to discuss the case in presence within the research. See everybody back about 1:15, all right? Have a nice lunch. Thank you.
then we start generating reports from there. If I wanted specifically, I just wanted to extract all the text messages, or if I wanted to extract specific text messages, I can generate the reports without compromising the integrity of the download.
In terms of, in this case, did you generate multiple cell phone reports?
Yes, ma'am.
First, I want to go through some of the videos from that phone. So, I'm showing what's been previously shown to defense counsel as states in couple A. So showing you what's been marked as states quintuple A. You guys recognize your initials on that?
Initials and badge numbers.
And to those, just so we can double check the fees. To the 22 files accurately represent a sample of the videos that were found on that phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through all 1,002 videos that were on that phone?
Most of them, yes.
Speak up just a little bit.
Yes, ma'am, most of them.
Okay. And in terms of, do these videos fairly or accurately represent phone data and phone videos from that 772-713-9807?
Yours was good. Yeah, man.
This time the state would.
Let's hold on in there. I'm trying to wait for these people to come to pick up this refrigerator and, stove and shit. I'll be back with y'all. Still got the joint out. We lit.
You've been listening to testimony from Mark Moretti, the lead detective in the YNW Melly double murder case. The jury is at lunch, so that means we're at lunch as well, and we will be taking your questions for the next hour. So keep them coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Threads, TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can. So with me today is Linda Kenny-Bodden. She is a famed defense attorney and also a host here at Law and Crime. Brian Buckmeyer of Law and Crime is here with us as well. He's also a defense attorney. And Terry Austin will be joining us soon. She's at the courthouse in Broward County, Florida. So let's get to the questions, guys. We've got some great questions coming in as usual. So the first one, I will send it over to you, Linda. Why is this is from Wanda Lara Quente from YouTube. Why is the prosecutor trying so hard to prove that the phone is Melly's when it's been said that it was a shared phone? As an artist, you have others taking care of business for you. Everyone's phone.
It's a great question because the prosecutor is obviously ending with this type of testimony. They're trying to show, because the argument was that it was a shared phone, that only he had possession of it at the time the shooting occurred by looking at all the photos and all the videos that he would have taken, including the video where he is narrating of a 13-year-old child, something I don't understand the judge allowing in, but that's another story. So that is why they're trying to show that it was his phone, only he had possession of it, and that phone was located at the place and time of the shooting, and therefore any alibi he has would not be valid and would simply be, smoke, but not really disputing any of the state's proof, which they think will prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the defense is trying to say this was like a community phone that anybody could have been using, but the state has tried many times to show, even showing about 500 photographs from the phone, that Melly had possession of this phone. They even played a jail call earlier today in which Melly dialed the number of his own phone from jail. His mom's like, "Don't call your phone. call my phone because my credit card is loaded onto my phone. So they've been trying very hard to kind of hit that point home. Our next question comes from May from YouTube. Question, Brian, why is the state watering down the case rather than sticking to all the facts? They are losing the jurors if they are losing us. Do you feel the same way, Brian?
Well, May, thank you for that question. And yes, I do feel the same way. Linda and I were talking about this earlier. I'm not sure if we're getting too into the weeds here. It almost seems like the prosecution is more focused on winning these individual battles than focusing on the war. And what I mean by that is, okay, is it his cell phone? Is it not? Is it this little piece of information, or is it not? And at the end of the day, I think a lot of us are still sitting here and saying, well, did Melly murder these two people or not? That's the major question we're trying to focus on. But what I think the prosecution is trying to do is gain credibility by winning these small battles that ultimately they hope will add up to the ultimate question. But I'm not quite sure if they're answering that ultimate question at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point that you make. Linda, one question to you. Lucas Broussard from YouTube asks, if Juvie and Sack Chaser had their heads turned slightly, couldn't the shots have come from the driver's seat and still exited the passenger windows?
Yeah, it is so great that you're asking these questions again, because Brian and I are sitting here in the studio waiting to go on the air, and we were discussing just that, because people don't stay stationary, right? Yeah, sure, there could be a shot from the back, of a shot here, but if somebody's moving and moving around, I'm just going to move right now, I'm going to look at Brian, yeah, the shot can come from somewhere else, and tilting down, it can change the location, and even though the dowels may show they're going one direction, the shot could come from somewhere else. So sure enough, if somebody were in the front seat like this and coming down and there was a driver in the front seat, that shot could have still been this way.
And it'll be interesting to see if the defense actually calls an expert to say something to that effect, that there could have been different scenarios under which those shots were not fired from the rear passenger seat. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll take more of your questions. So keep them coming on YouTube, Twitter, Threads, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime.
This is Juvederm. Juvederm Ultra XC is the #1 chosen hyaluronic acid lip filler.
Juvederm is the one that has always stood out to me.
For more important safety information and to find a licensed specialist, visit Juvederm.com.
I feel like I'm really lucky to be 25 and I genuinely love what I do. You can have such a huge impact on families on an everyday basis.
There's a heartbeat to their agency. People care and they're concerned about the work that they do, the families and the children and the youth that they care for, that they're okay. I love the work and I've had a great career here.
It's work that is challenging, but it's also work that is rewarding when you can see a good outcome. Just to know that I'm helping youth and families each day, that alone can help me wake up in the morning and come into work.
Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday afternoon during the lunch break in the YNW Melly double murder trial. We left off with Mark Moretti, the lead detective in the case, on the stand. The state is still in direct examination, and joining us is Terry Austin of Law and Crime. She's down there covering the case for us. So Terry, bring us up to speed about what's been going on in the courtroom so far this morning.
Well, Anjanette, it's been a very interesting morning. It did start off earlier with the defense bringing up an issue. Apparently, Juvie's sister posted on, I guess, one of the social media outlets, and she said that she was going to harm Jamie King. And so that caused a big, issue in the courtroom. It wasn't anything that we got on tape, but it did happen this morning. It was on the record, and she has a bodyguard now. So that was one of the first issues that the court dealt with this morning. And it was interesting because the judge did basically say, if you needed more security, I can get it for you. Ultimately, it was determined that the security she had, the bodyguard, was going to be enough. So that was the very first thing, and it was quite interesting. And it was, I think something that was not expected as far as I'm concerned. But then obviously after that, Moretti got on the stand, and he did talk about the drive back, and forth as far as the crime scene was concerned. He talked about cell record data. He talked about, the 9807 phone. And as we were talking about earlier, they are trying to focus on that phone belonging to Melly and being registered to his mom, Jamie King. It is a small point in my mind because they have shown that multiple people have been using that phone. I think the other issue that was quite interesting were a number of videos that the prosecution showed this morning. And so, frankly, one of the videos was a documentary from YouTube, and it showed Melly, and it showed him being very pensive. It showed Juvie. It definitely showed Sack Chaser. And I thought it was more endearing to the defense, but it was shown by the prosecution. At the very end of that video, it said that Juvie and Sack Chaser had been shot. And so it was sort of a memorial for the two of them. So interesting morning all in all.
Very interesting and very scary about Jamie King feeling threatened by Juvie's sister. Apparently with the social media stuff, emotions obviously running very high in this case. Let's get to some of your questions now. Keep them coming on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Threads, TikTok, Facebook. We'll get to as many of them as we can. Our next question comes from Tammy Trigg from YouTube. And I feel like everybody could chime in on this one. Where did the two satchels disappear to? They were not found in the car, and Cortland did not have them, Linda. So you first on that topic.
Well, it's very interesting because that came up yesterday, I believe, during Travion Glass's testimony. But if these satchels were so important, why didn't the police look for them? Now they're saying, well, the satchels that Melly had and that Cortland had were gone. And, maybe they were thrown away, maybe they were thrown in the water, maybe they were thrown in the garbage, but the police didn't look for them. So what are we going to do? If I'm a defense attorney and they're trying to argue that those satchels contained weapons, I'm going to say, because you didn't look for them, you get a negative inference. You can't tell this jury that evidence, because you didn't find evidence, means that evidence was there to be found, and therefore you have to vote guilty, jury. I think it's an outrageous claim by the prosecution if they're going to go there if they never looked for them.
Brian, the thing about the satchels that I find interesting was the fact that if things unfolded the way Bortland said they did, with them leaving the studio and then they're involved in the drive-by and he arrives at the hospital with Sack and Juvie, should Cortland's satchel have been in the car at the very least?
Maybe. I don't know where he went from point A when the shooting happened, whether it was someone in the car, outside the car, to point B in the hospital. And I think I'm going to echo what Linda said. Prosecutors, when they do voir dire, when they speak to their jury, they often say, I have the burden. It's my job. I will carry it. And they hold it as a badge of honor. But then to flip it and say, hey, we don't have this fact, but can you go down this rabbit hole with me to then assume some negative inference? As a viewer, yes, I'm going to assume this and I'm going to assume that, and I'm saying, hey, maybe he should have had the bag on him. Maybe the bag has this. But if the prosecution wants to take a person's life, because we're not just talking about guilt or innocence here, we're talking about potentially the death penalty. You cannot, in my mind, ethically do what this might be, saying, we never investigated, we never checked, we don't know the answer, we're just going to give you this inference, and please take away this person's life. It should not be the way that prosecutors operate.
Mm-hmm. Our next question is from Derek from YouTube, Terry, and I'll throw it over to you. Before the trial started, one of the witnesses said Melly got into the red vehicle and then now changed all of a sudden. Isn't that weird as well?
Well, it's not weird, I don't think. I think you have to just look at what all of the witnesses together are saying as far as those vehicles are concerned. And regardless of what the witnesses are saying, you see the video. So the red Mitsubishi has the 4 other individuals who got in that car, including Trevion Glass, and the gray car, the Jeep that everyone else got into is where, you know, Melly was, and Sack Chaser and Juvie and Bortland. So I think if you look at that video, we can certainly confirm that that's at least how that evening started. Brian brought up a great point, and it's something that I've been thinking about throughout the trial. We don't know what exactly happened after they got into that car. We know one destination subsequent to that was the hospital. We know another destination was Melly's house, where everyone apparently lived, and we know another destination was Frito Bang's house, but we don't know what happened in between exactly. So anything could have happened. I think we're going to have to rely on not just the witnesses, but put it all together and make sure that the video speaks too, so it's corroborating what others have said.
Courtney Weir from Facebook, Linda asks, so even if he used the phone, doesn't it mean it's his phone? And Fredo Bangs just made a song called Free Melly and specifically says he watched his dog go to trial over his cell phone. Do you think down the line, if he is guilty, they could use that information for an appeal?
Well, it's hard to use information that doesn't come into the courtroom, but there was that information that did come into the courtroom. And I do, you know, when we talk about the appeal and all, the defense, first of all, has experts. If they think those phone calls, by the way, were made elsewhere off different towers and all, they can bring those experts in. And so that's one of the things. So yes, what could it be used on appeal? Absolutely. But this whole idea that this phone is going to be the piece of evidence in this case that shows that Melly pulled the trigger, even if the phone is there, it doesn't mean he pulled the trigger because you have a co-defendant in the car. So that's the problem the prosecution has. Which of these two could have pulled the trigger if the jury even believes Melly was at the location? And I'm not sure they have sustained that burden of proof.
Our next question, Brian, comes from Instagram. It's exo_Nikki_ from Instagram, as I said. If Fredo Bangs allegedly picked up Melly after the incident, does the prosecution not have enough evidence to charge him with accessory after the fact, execute a search warrant on his home in order to get him to comply with a subpoena, especially since Glass testified that Melly changed clothes?
All right, so I'm going to try to pull it little by little. So
There's a lot there.
Yeah, so there's subpoena information, there's executing a search warrant, and accessory after the fact. So I'll do it in order. A subpoena would have to be some sort of, you're thinking there's going to be fruits of a crime. So aiding and abetting after the fact, maybe you're able to look into his car to see if there's any blood or evidence there. I think you might be able to get a subpoena because that threshold is so low, but you've got to do more than just having a fishing expedition as to what the judge may call it. So what do you believe you'll find simply by the fact that he drove him there? Is there any information that maybe the satchel or the merce, the man purse is in there? That may be enough, but you got to have some sort of corroborating evidence to suggest that, not just a good idea. And then when you're talking about, what is it, to charge him with accessory after the fact, he would have to know that the crime occurred, so it's about information. What did he know at the time that he drove him from location A to location B? And did that in some way assist or influence the crime or add to it in a means of like evading arrest or something of that degree? I don't think we have the facts there just yet. I would analogize it almost to like anyone picking you up. Like if I go and stole a Kit Kat bar from the store downstairs and I got into a car with Linda and we drove upstate and hung out for the weekend. Is she an accessory to that? Well, she would have to know that I stole what I did beforehand, and I don't see those facts there just yet. I think they would have to be developed if you're going to get to that point, but I think XO Nikki's quite the investigator and detective. I think you just need a little bit more to get to what they're thinking about.
Well, and I think we should note, too, there's been some discussion outside of the presence of the jury that the state has tried to subpoena some of these witnesses, and some of them haven't complied. And I believe Fredo Bangs is one of those witnesses. These people don't want to be involved in this. They don't want to be labeled a snitch. From TikTok, Terry, this comes from Jolene Gonzalez. She asks, if that was Melly's phone in the car, how was he able to drop his location to Fredo Bangs?
Well, I'm presuming if he dropped his location, it was prior to when he left the phone in the car, and he was in the car and dropping the location and then left the phone. I can't really answer that. It's a really difficult, question to figure out how it happened, but we do know that from the testimony before from the cell phone expert earlier, way long ago, that it was dropped, and Fredo did get his location and apparently did pick him up. But, it's hard to say. If he had his phone, he did it, and he probably did it in the car. There hasn't been any evidence as to where he was when that exactly happened.
Mm-hmm. Our next question comes from Styles1211 from Instagram, Linda. Question, what are your thoughts on the change of clothes, and why doesn't the person Melly was picked up by not have to testify? That's Fredo Bangs.
All right, let's start with the first one. Yesterday, when the change of clothes came up from Glass, because he was a recalcitrant witness for both parties, he didn't want to answer any questions. I thought that was a very important piece of evidence that the prosecution had. I thought, because trials come down, and I've said this a number of times, and guilty verdicts to one or two things. And the fact that he may have changed clothes, that supports an inference that there was a reason for him changing clothes, and the reason would be blood spatter all over his clothes in some way, or gunshot residue or something. So I thought that was an important piece of evidence. But again, you don't know why somebody could have changed clothes. So he goes to the house, as I said also, a lot of the rappers, a lot of people, not just regular rappers, wear, basketball shorts under their gym clothes and all. And you just take off those clothes, you get home, you take off those clothes, and you're in your gym shorts. So, that's the other evidence that would support innocence. So I'm not sure that Fredo could be charged because of that. I'm not sure you could subpoena him because of that. But you know what? The prosecution played hardball here, Anjanette. They actually charged Glass, if you recall, trying to avoid a subpoena. They charged him with obstruction in a way. So they could have done the same thing with Fredo if they thought he had important information.
Interesting. DSS Harp, or I guess it's DS Sharp with 2 P's from Instagram asks, Brian, how do they make sure the jury isn't watching social media input on the trial and impact Melly or the prosecution's chance of winning the case?
There's no way of, the way I analogize it is it's like a stop sign. You put it there and you hope that people respect it, and if people don't and you get caught, then we know they blew through a stop sign or a stoplight. But if no one's watching or they do it in the dead of night, it's hard to catch them. So do we know if they're on their lunch break watching us right now? No. I mean, if they get caught, then we know, and then they come back into court. A bailiff or a witness to that, maybe another juror will inform the judge. The judge does an inquiry. But past that, there's no real way of enforcing it. Maybe you sequester them like during deliberations, and that can help. But past that, we can't really ensure it that much. The honor
it's
code.
Definitely the honor system in these cases, that's for sure. These jurors are told every day to not look at the news and social media about the case, but it's really up to them. It's incumbent upon them to not do that. Our next question, Terry, comes from Thorough Alexander from YouTube. What happens if Melly beats this case? Then once the driver, Bortland, goes to court, he implicates Melly.
It's interesting. We had that question before, and if he is acquitted, it's over. It's done. He walks away. Even if Bortland in that second trial does point the finger back, he's already free and clear. Melly is not going to be convicted in another trial where he's not a defendant. And obviously, once you're acquitted, the prosecution cannot come back. It's called double jeopardy, and he can't come back, or she can't come back and charge with that same crime. So if in fact the jury doesn't believe that the prosecution has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and if you don't get those 12 jurors unanimously saying that he's guilty, and you just get even one saying he's not guilty, then he is going to walk away from this, and he will not be subject to being charged again in this same crime.
Definitely. You can't be charged again. So it does kind of open the door wide open if that happens for Bortland to say, it was him. He did it. He did it. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. We'll get to as many of them as we can when we get back. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy. You're watching Law and Crime.
My name is Alfonso, and I got Botox Cosmetic for the first time. The lines that I was concerned the most about were on my forehead. I'm really happy with my results.
Talk to your doctor about Botox Cosmetic and whether it's right for you. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
shooter went, what he could see, what he didn't see, talking about a death penalty case. This car adds nothing. You had so much documentation of the dowels and all, where the dowels would come out, that it's not going to help the jury to see what we just saw there, which is a blue car wrapped in plastic. Here you go. Here you see like what they're talking about with the reconstruction and all. Now, putting that aside, the defense objected because they hadn't looked at the car, which of course is another story about why they hadn't looked at the car. But I don't think the car added anything in this case. As a matter of fact, I pointed out yesterday when we tried the Aaron Hernandez case, the car that the two victims were shot in had actually been sold by the insurance carrier, the insurance company, to get their money back. And the car went to Georgia, but not Georgia in the United States, Georgia next to Russia, part of the former Soviet Union, Russia. So you don't necessarily, and there were pictures of the reconstruction, so you don't necessarily need to see every single piece of evidence.
I can't believe a car involved in a murder case was basically sold. That sounds kind of nuts to me, but whatever, very strange. Our next question comes from Hip Hop Drama from YouTube for Linda. Oh, actually, we'll get that one to you another time, Linda. It already came to you. Shay T from YouTube asked Brian, why wasn't the red Jeep investigated? What happened to it? I think that they're referring to the red Mitsubishi that Travion Glass and some of the others got in that night and took back to the place where Melly lived.
Yeah, well, I just want to add quickly to Linda's answer. The difference between the Parkland shooting case and this case, the Parkland shooting case, that was the sentencing phase. He pled guilty, and then it was the sentencing phase. Those are different rules as to what evidence you can bring in than as to the guilt phase. So two very different things, but also what Linda said. In terms of this, the question would become, what evidence are you looking for in the red Jeep? Supposedly, nothing really happened there, right? It's two Jeeps side by side. The black Jeep went off and a crime occurred in there, and the red Jeep went off. So it comes down again to, if you were a prosecutor or a police officer and you said, Judge, I want to go look inside the red Jeep, the judge would say, what's your probable cause? Well, the Jeep was parked next to a car that had the other car, there was a crime that happened in it. Well, when the two cars were next to each other, was there any interaction between the two vehicles where you might have a suspicion that a crime occurred that you would go and look into the red Jeep? Well, we have this video. Okay, what'd you see in the video? Well, people went into different Jeeps. Okay, so what makes you think there's something to be in the red Jeep? Well, we just want to look. That's not necessarily how a warrant would work. They would rip it up and say, go investigate more, bring me more, and if you bring me more, then we can search. I think it's a warrant issue. There's not enough there, other than we just want to look.
Well, there's no indication that the red Mitsubishi was involved whatsoever in this at all. So there is no probable cause there, but they could have at least asked the owner of it to search it. I mean, people do that. They do that all the time. And if they don't get the consent, they don't get to search it. Twitter question, actually, no, we're going to go to this other question. We'll get to that Twitter question for you in a little bit. This one's for you, Terry. Og Man Pratt from YouTube asks, what about YNW Melly's clothes? Was there a warrant to try to retrieve them?
Well, I don't think there was, and I think that that's something that we're going to hear on cross-examination of Detective Moretti, because there were many missed opportunities here. Clothing has not really been an issue, and so I think that that's something the jury is going to want to know about. What did happen to the clothing that everyone was wearing? Obviously, they did DNA testing on the clothing of the victims, you know, Christopher Williams, or Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas, but they didn't really test the clothing of the others, or, you know, ask for them to provide the clothing. So I think that's going to be a very open question, and I think that's an issue that the defense on cross-examination is going to pound into Moretti. Why didn't you do all of this other investigation that could have led to some answers? And right now we don't have all of those answers.
And that's the defense theme in this case, that the investigation was botched, that they didn't do stuff like look for DNA on a door handle until, you know, a month or two ago, stuff like that. Hip Hop Drama from YouTube has a question for you, Linda, specifically pointing to Linda. The shot on Sack Chaser's neck could be from someone hanging out of a vehicle with a gun and him ducking down. No?
It could be from any of that. That's my point, is it depends on the movement of the person. That is both the movement of the person who's the victim and the movement of the shooter. And again, I'm going to go back to, you know, the Aaron Hernandez case that I tried, where the prosecution said there only had to be one shooter. And we were able to show by movement, by movement depending on where you went in the car, and how you positioned if you were the shooter, that it could have been from any location. And that's the problem I think the prosecution has. They're assuming that there's stability in terms of how the shots came. And I don't think you can do that. And you certainly can't assume that one was the first kill shot, and if the other shots came to set up 2 minutes later, then all of a sudden that's a setup. I think that the defense, they're going to bring in their experts and they're going to have a field day with this.
It'll be interesting to watch, that's for sure. Brian, this one's for you from @JustBrit910 from Twitter. I love Brian's opinions and would love to hear what he thinks now that the state is about finished. Do you think it's a win or lose for the state?
I'm just going to soak this in. My wife doesn't like my opinion, so I'm going to soak it in for a second. All right. So this is what I say generally, especially as a defense attorney. Before you're able to put on your case, if you do put on a case, you should be sweating bullets from the prosecution's case, because their case should be so ironclad and so strong that they push the needle into a guilt area, and it's your job to push it back to not being beyond a reasonable doubt. Right now, it's maybe on a good day 50-50 for the prosecution that they're winning this case. If that's the needle right now, the defense hasn't really got up to bat themselves, I think they're in a phenomenal position. I'm not saying that the prosecution has lost the case so far. I just don't think they pushed it far enough that if I see any defense attorney worth their salt or the suit that they're wearing, I think that they can win this case and push it back to that realm of not being beyond a reasonable doubt. Why I say that? Linda already pointed towards the forensics. The fact that people are not static when they're being shot, that people in a car are moving around. They're fighting on this hill of whose cell phone is it? Is that a great hill to fight? Yeah, but that's a battle, not the war. So they're not even focused on the war. I think the defense will have a field day with the forensics of the shooting, the whose cell phone is it? And then the ultimate question of, you haven't even put the gun in his hand to be the one that did the shooting. You don't know. So I think those three items, I think they can argue them very well and push this needle way back to there's some reasonable doubt here. They haven't done their job. We told you this was botched from the beginning. We made good on our promise from the opening statements. The prosecution has not done that. They over suggested what they could do and underperformed. I think they're in a good position.
We shall see. They're going to be up very soon. It's Tanya Baby from Instagram. Terry asks, does the prosecutor know Melly, or how does the prosecutor not know that Melly and Bortland didn't switch seats?
Well, the prosecutor doesn't know that. And to Brian's point, it's an open question. And if you go into the defense case with so many open questions, then it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution has not shown that Melly was sitting in that back rear seat behind the driver. The prosecution has not shown that Melly was the one holding the gun. And the prosecution really has not shown that, the bullets could have come from the outside. And I guarantee you the defense is going to have a reconstruction expert who says exactly that. They may not have someone medically coming in and talking about what was the first shot that killed the victims, but they are going to have someone come in and talk about the reconstruction. And I believe they're going to say that it came from the outside and not from the inside of that car. So no, the prosecution hasn't shown that the seats could have been switched, and no, the prosecution has not shown that Melly was sitting in that seat. So excellent point. Thank you for that question.
Jamerly from Instagram asks, I have a fun, different question, Linda. This will be a good one for you since you've done so many big cases. Where do defendants go during lunch breaks, and are they allowed to speak to anybody outside of their lawyers during this time?
Okay. Well, it depends on where they go, depending on the jurisdiction. Sometimes they go right back into the holding cell, right outside the courtroom. They're usually only allowed to speak to their attorneys. Your family cannot come in when if they're in custody. Now, I'm not talking about people that are outside of custody in jail, but he'll probably go back to the holding cell that's behind, usually behind or to the side. I'm not sure where it's located there. His attorneys can come in and speak to them. He will be obviously have more restrictions on him in terms of if he's wearing chains, they may lock him into the chains, and that kind of depends on the discretion of whatever the sheriff's office or the office that has custody custody of him while he is in trial. But that's where they go. They don't go out to lunch. Sometimes those attorneys will talk to our clients, and then we'll go have lunch in the hallway. But that he's not allowed to do that.
Yeah, he's not going out to lunch unless he's out on bail. So
Right.
he's probably going down to a little holding area in the courthouse, I would assume. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break and get to more questions when we come back. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We're taking your questions during the lunch hour in the YNW Melly double murder trial. So let's get right back to them. We have a lot of good ones coming in. Zay from YouTube asks, Brian, if Melly is acquitted, he will not be able to plead the fifth in Bortland's trial, correct?
Yes and no. It would be, he would not be able, well, he would not be able to, no, he would be able to plead the fifth in any issue where he would not be already charged with a crime. So accessory after the fact, maybe he threw the gun, stuff that he's not charged with, but we don't know as yet, he could plead the fifth to that. It would have to be very specific. But if it was to the ultimate question of did you murder Sack Chaser and Juvie, I don't know if he would have, I don't know if he would need to, because double jeopardy would attach. As his defense attorney, I would still say yes, plead the fifth. It's still ultimately his right to do so. The question is more so not if he's allowed to, is more would he need to? And I'm not quite sure if he would need to. It would be more specific to what crime he's pleading the fifth to, other than maybe the ultimate question of murder.
Linda, our next question comes from Nice Sim from YouTube. What happened to the evidence, and this was an Instagram post mentioned in opening statements, of Melly apparently saying, shh, I did that?
Yeah, we're all waiting for that. We're assuming that's where the prosecution's going to go, because that's how the prosecutor ended her opening statement. But now the problem is the prosecutor, when she made that opening statement, forgot to mention the Facebook post that he made, or message, private message that he made to Trevion Glass, which says, I didn't do that, okay? So if she now goes to putting in that Snapchat video, you know, the Snapchat post, the defense is going to say, wait a second, you opened to the jury with that, but you forgot to tell him this? That could mean that he felt responsible for the deaths of his friends, but not that he did it. So that's where we're going, I assume.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll be interested to see if they bring that up through Detective Moretti, since he's their final witness. He should be connecting all of the dots. Our next question, Michael Jorgensen from YouTube. Terry, do you believe the jury will be sequestered during deliberations?
The jury will be sequestered during deliberation. That is what we have been advised. And so once it goes out and they have all of the closings and the charges have been given to that jury, the judge is going to put them in a hotel, and they will be deliberating, and they will be staying overnight, which is what I have been told, until they come to a resolution. The judge has said it'll take as long as it takes. And so, yes, they will be. So throughout the trial, they have been going home in the evenings, coming back in the mornings. But once all of the evidence is in and all of the closings are done, they will be sequestered, and they will be told, you know, based on what you've seen so far, it's time to make a decision. Now, of course, if they have questions, they'll send those questions out, and the judge will call the parties together, and they'll answer the questions, and the judge will read back whatever agreed to response that the parties come up with. But other than that, there's no communication with that jury until they come back and they have a decision one way or the other.
Interesting, very interesting. Lavender from YouTube, Linda asks, if Cortland Henry, who's Bortland, changed shirts, how was there blowback on the second shirt? Prosecutors claim that the shirt he was wearing had blowback on the back, proving that he was in the driver's seat.
It's a really interesting question, because I was more interested in the fact that there was some evidence now that he changed shirts. So, excuse me, why would you change shirt to put a shirt on that maybe had blood spatter on it? Okay, of course, that doesn't necessarily mean, because it could have meant that he drove, that there was spatter someplace else, that he went to the side of the car. I'm not sure that that inference is there, that he was in the driver's seat at all because of that shirt. And indeed, if he changed shirts, my question was, why did he put one back on that had evidence? It just doesn't make any sense to me, Anjanette.
Sapphire L from YouTube asks, what if he is an accomplice? In his text with his girlfriend, he said Bortland did something, quote, real, so that's why he would be everywhere with him. What are the possibilities of this? Thanks, Brian.
So what if Cortland, let me just make sure I understand the question.
I think they're saying, what if Melly was an accomplice? In his text with his girlfriend, he said Bortland did something real.
So he could be charged as an accomplice, and it depends on what the accomplice liability is and the kind of the details of the actual murder charge. In many states, and I haven't read through the entire indictment, I have read through the entire indictment, but we haven't seen what the jury instructions are, as yet, as to how his liability can be attached. Can the jury contemplate that if he was kind of in for a penny, in for a pound, could he also be found guilty of the murder? I haven't seen it articulated as that yet, and so I think what the defense has to do is make sure it's very clear they believe he's the principal. They believe that he is the person that committed the crime, not just is associated with it. And I think that if they do believe he's simply an accomplice or conspired in some way, shape, or form, unless those charges are there, they're not going to be able to convict him on that. And I just want to do one quick plug real quick because she's too humble to do it, but I'm not humble. Terry, when she says that they're going to be sequestered and they're going to be staying up late to get that decision, I'll be sleeping, and probably Linda as well, but Terry will be up late. So make sure you follow Terry on Twitter at Terry D. Austin, as well as Law and Crime on Twitter, because that's who's going to get you the first response as to when there's a verdict. Law and Crime will be there for you. Terry will be there for you while I'm long asleep and get you when that verdict comes in.
Okay, well, we hope you get a good night's rest. And Terry, we wish you the best too. I'm going to be signing off. Terry's going to be signing off. Linda is taking over when we come back. Stay tuned.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, welcome back to the Law and Crime Network, and good afternoon. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. South Florida rapper YNW Melly, whose real name is Jamel Demons, remains on trial for the 2018 shooting deaths of Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvie, and Anthony Williams, also known as YNW Sack Chaser. All were rappers and part of the YNW Collaborative Network, along with Cortland Henry. Both Demons and his co-defendant, Cortland Henry, are charged with Williams and Thomas's murder. However, Henry is going to be tried separately at a later date later this year. Meanwhile, YNW Melly, who is only 24 years old, could face the death penalty. Yes, the death penalty if convicted. All right, so I'm going to tell you that we are nearing the end of the state's case with what's expected to be the last of the prosecution's witnesses. This is Detective Mark Moretti. He's been on the stand since yesterday. Let's go in and listen to some of his continued direct examination, which occurred this morning while the court is still on their lunch recess. So let's recap his testimony from earlier. Let's eavesdrop right now.
So once you had an opportunity to review all my questionnaire, it was the last outgoing activity from that cell phone.
Okay, the last recorded activity outgoing from that phone was actually 10/25/2018 at 11:59 p.m.
Okay. And in terms of the outgoing activity, who is that going to? What phone number?
It just shows an outgoing message. It doesn't say who it was going to. He had sent previous messages outgoing. You can't tell who he's talking to in this because you can see it says outgoing and it says from.
Okay. So in terms of looking at the reports on this phone on the timeline, that's not the best way to review the messaging content.
No.
What's the best way to look at the messaging content?
Actually, in messaging.
So with regards to this timeline here, are you able to look at an entry on the timeline and verify it against a chat or messaging printout or report?
Yes.
So I want to go now talk about Christopher Thomas's cell phone. Where was that cell phone found?
That was found in the back, right rear passenger floorboard.
And what color case was on that one, do you recall?
I believe it was a blue case.
And in terms of the cellular data, we were discussing that yesterday. On Mr. Williams' phone, who was the registered subscriber?
It was Boost Mobile, but the user of the phone was Chris Thomas.
I'm sorry, Anthony Williams' phone. Who was the registered subscriber? And if you need to refer to anyone, please let me know.
The T-Mobile CDR would help.
Okay. So I'm going to go to November 30th of 2018. Did you go to Cocoa Beach?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you go to Cocoa Beach without saying what was said?
I went there to meet an individual witness in this case who was concerned for the safety of one of their children.
Without saying what she said or what they said, what was the demeanor of this witness?
She was very fearful for one of her children's safety.
And so who was this witness that you met with on November 30th of 2018?
Felicia Holmes.
I want to go forward to December 4th of 2000, December 4th or December 5th, please correct me if I'm wrong, of 2018. Were you made aware of a documentary that was published by the defendant?
December 4th, yes, ma'am.
In this documentary, what platform was it on?
YouTube.
Was that publicly accessible?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review that documentary?
Yes, ma'am.
The defendant's record label published this video?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state will offer state's quadruple X as state's 98.
Any objection?
No, sir.
I am your favorite rapper. I don't care who the fuck you like. I'm your favorite singer. I don't care who it is. I am you. I watched every video they did, every mistake they made, every good thing they did, every sound they made. I know that shit. I know how to do it. So, you know what I'm saying? How the fuck can I not be your favorite? How the fuck can I not be your favorite rapper? It's small things where I'm from. To them in Guilford, to be successful is just a job, a house in probably Bureau somewhere, or somewhere, like an out-of-town house, and just like a little 9 to 5. You do everything like the same shit every day, Monday through Sunday.
They love what they hear. It's like they happy to see us. They happy to see us when they see us. You know what I'm talking about? When we talk about that back in the day, they like, it's like when they want to see you, it's crazy. Rapper, they go get a job.
This shit like a dream. Shit we done prayed for. It's like really help. Everybody proud, like everybody happy. But we still hungry at the same time, though. We still want more.
So, Detective Moretti, after you saw this video, I want to segue now into some of the other online investigations and other people that you looked at. Did you solely focus your homicide investigation on this defendant?
No.
So let's talk a little bit about an individual by the name of Robert Colburn. Who was Robert Colburn?
Mr. Colburn was a young 15-year-old kid. He posted something stupid on social media.
Objection to the word stupid. He doesn't know what it is. I'm sorry.
One or two words. No speaking.
Objection, hearsay.
Thank you. Sustain.
So, in terms of the post on social media by Mr. Colburn, did you view it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he have a specific Instagram handle or name that he was using?
Yes.
And what was that?
Could I refer to my notes?
If you need to refresh your recollection, please do. What was the Instagram name of Mr. Colburn at that time?
It was Brackwoods. BRACKWOODZ.
And at some point, did you speak with Mr. Colburn?
Yes.
And in terms of when you interviewed him, how long after the homicide was passed?
It was a day or two after the homicide that I think it was actually that day, that evening, he made an inappropriate comment online.
Objection.
Okay. And when you
Let's
say...
admit she made a comment online. Sustain.
So without going into what was said on that, did you find or locate any location data that placed Mr. Colburn in Miramar on October 26, 2018?
No.
Did you find any casings that matched the homicide scene in Mr. Colburn's vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did you find anything else other than the online posting, which we can't get into the content of, that Mr. Colburn did that would show he was involved in this homicide?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Detective, in terms of on February 20th, 2019, did you listen to a phone call that was placed from the Broward County Jail to 772-713-9807?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish the first 6 minutes of that phone call.
Hello? Hey, Mom. Hey, baby. Why didn't you just call my phone where I got my credit card linked to? You should have called my phone, baby, because I put money on my phone.
It's money on my phone.
No, you out of money. It said that this account was empty. I just put my credit card on your phone now.
Yeah, you could have. Oh, yeah, it's on my credit card.
Yeah, I don't know your credit card number because it asked for like your expiration date and your zip code. I don't know what your stuff is that's linked to that card. 9/11 is nearby. What you doing, Daddy?
I'm driving. If you just a credit card, I'm gonna give you my credit card number.
Yeah, I'm about to get tracked back your phone because he said I'll be answering the phone like I'm supposed to.
We gonna be working and all that.
Yeah. Oh, he just said he love you. Keep your head up. And everything. And then, yeah, Peasy. Where's been checking your phone? I ain't been reading your stuff, but you got like text messages from him. I didn't know if you want me to call him or anything on three-way or.
Yeah, but I'm having call Justin Holmes real quick.
Who is that? Hold on. You got the number?
He did it, son. Yeah, it's in my phone. Justin Holmes.
Oh, P. Diddy's son. Okay. Hey, the bridge went up. I should go get it. Okay, yeah, we put in the GPS for 7-Eleven. Okay, yeah, so I go under contact, I go under Justin.
Yeah.
What's the number? I need facial recognition.
762-556.
7. Oh my God, I'm trying to drive, I'm trying to do this. Hold on. 762-556.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mariah, can you drive real quick? I just like, hold on, I'm about to have Mariah drive so I can do this for you. Because I'm trying to.
Okay, so detective, I want to make sure it's clear what number was being dialed.
772-713-9807.
Are you able to identify who was speaking by their voice?
It was the defendant speaking with his mother.
They mentioned Track. What nickname goes with what legal name?
Jameson Francois.
Well, being the last witness for the state, there's a lot to break down in this testimony, including the clips we just heard. And I have a fabulous panel with me. Avi Patterson, she's an SOHH.com legal contributor. She's been on before, you've seen her. She is a rap and hip hop legal expert, and she is just a great, great lawyer, as you know. And of course, our go-to person for a criminal defense attorney, Paul Townsend, is with us. But let me start with you, Avi. This whole case, all right, the prosecution has to prove that the gun, the weapon that killed the double homicide, Juvie, sack chaser, was in the hands, as the prosecution suggests here, of YNW Melly. Give me that lawnmower, cutting through all the grass that's grown so high here, and I don't mean grass in the sense of weed, smoking weed. Tell me, number one, how has the prosecution done that? And number two, the phone call where mom says, no, don't call your cell phone, call my cell phone. How does that, again, put the gun in Melly's hand?
Oh, well, thank you, first of all, for that fantastic introduction. And I don't think that it has put the gun in Melly's hands. And I don't think the prosecution will be able to put the gun in Melly's hands. I think what they're doing is, well, they're doing their best to piecemeal a scenario that makes it more likely than not that Melly had the gun. What we do know is that these two gentlemen, Sack and Juvie, were executed and or ambushed, and it was a cold-blooded killing. And I think that they haven't given us enough information regarding motive, because it was so, it just seemed just so evil. So why? We had the gentleman that was in the red vehicle that was at the studio the night of the shooting. He testified, I believe, yesterday, and he said that there was no tension between Juvie, Sack, and Melly. So what is the motive? Why would Melly suddenly want to execute these men? So I think that the prosecution just hasn't given us a reason why, and they haven't put the gun is in Melly's hand. But also, I think the prosecution is focusing heavily on the cell phone data. What the cell phone data or the importance did for me was when a detective testified, was told me that, hey, it's really about venue. That's why we worked so hard to gather all of this information, because police officers need to be able to execute warrants. Judges need to be able to sign off on subpoenas and warrants, and they can only do that within their jurisdiction. So again, there's a lot that's missing, but I also believe that they have put a lot of pieces together.
Okay, so with that, and you took that.
Dude, I'm so jealous of that girl, bro.
I won that in the competition.
Get out.
The one I'm getting ready to refurbish now, I needed to be smaller. But that one I had to put at my rental house.
So where do you get these things from? Could you make them on your own?
The other ones,
Because I would like to get one that's almost like a old propane cylinder, you know? Probably.
I got a few guys that do that. Northern has those 4x6 or 4x4.
There was no tension, there was no argument. There was nothing that's overtly contributing to the state being able to say conclusively, this is why Melly fired the shots in the car. And as much as motive isn't necessarily an element of murder, it's not something that has to be established. Juries get very cagey about convicting people at times when it just doesn't sit right with them why this happened. I think Afi's exactly right. There's a lot that the prosecution has put in to kind of circumstantially point the finger at Melly as the shooter, but there's no gun in his hand and there's no conclusive reason that he would want the two of them dead. So I think that could be an issue for the state.
And as Afi and Paul point out, and because we're taking the next jump here, that this is a death penalty case, and you better be conclusive if you're the prosecutor trying to take the life of a 24-year-old defendant for a double homicide. You better put that gun in his hand. But the prosecution's not finished yet. More on the other side. We'll see if they're able to achieve that. Stay with us.
That's the one I showed you in my backyard, my pit. I got one similar to that. That's one I cooked.
Oh, I never showed you what my grill was like? Oh, I thought I did. Dude, when you get this, it's a simple.
Yeah, that's what I have.
So if I were to do one shoulder, you could get rid of it.
Correct.
But if I'm doing two shoulders, I don't have it. We don't have it. I just want something similar to what you have, but at a much smaller scale.
That's a big grill. You can fit on this.
Huh?
That's a big grill.
What?
The grill I showed you with all that meat on it?
That's huge. That's way too big.
Yeah.
That's way too big. I just want something
right.
Like a barrel size, like a 55
I'm gonna send you pictures of that one. I'm talking about the one, how I won that one in competition. I won it from the grill I'm gonna show you later. It's a barrel grill. The bottom is burnt.
If I could get somebody that could fabricate a grill out of a 55-gallon drum, that's what I'm talking about. That size.
I know a guy named David.
He does stuff like that.
He does stuff like that.
What do you think he charges for something? 500-600 or more?
I think 2 years ago it was at 5. I haven't heard the price increase yet.
If you knew somebody's got an old one they're trying to get rid of, I was gonna offer up all the time for that shit. No,
you're not getting it rid of.
Nobody.
They're too easy to fabricate.
Yeah.
You can refurbish them and do all kinds of stuff.
Right, and that's why, like, if I can find an old one that needs to be refurbished, I wouldn't mind doing that either.
Okay.
You know, an old one that just somebody just doesn't have the time to.
See, that's the thing. If I was going to Fort White, I could get a barrel. If that's what they store, a barrel in the oak wood. Take the barrel, take your wood, you do a bunch of business. If you want to cut it open and make a grill out of it, you can do that. But I'm not going there this weekend. Fort White is where I get balance.
Fort White.
Lake City.
Florida?
Mm-hmm. That's near the farm.
Wow,
No, I'm just telling you. Now, if I run across one,
yeah, you see something in your wheelhouse, let me know, and I'll.
it's addictive.
And the thing is, it's not bad. It's good food.
Yeah.
And it's not even bad for you. You're grilling it. It's like meat. So, if I can do this, man, I'll have so much fun with it. I love doing it too, man.
Okay.
I love doing it. I love feeding people.
Yeah,
I love making people happy by feeding them.
And that's where it starts, right there, right here.
Like Thanksgiving is always at my house. I cook everything.
Okay.
People are like, what
You
can I
said
bring?
that
I'm
turkey
like,
essential?
yeah.
I cook that at the jail.
Detective Moretti out there?
Sorry?
Detective Moretti outside?
I'll check, Judge.
Thank you.
You want to put him on the stand?
Please. Full already, I think you went out there.
I think he went home.
There he is.
Too bad.
You all set ready to proceed, Councilman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Vince, good?
Yes.
I bring jury in.
Sorry, I was in your way before. I know I got a big fat head. I sat down and she was like, I was like, yeah, smart.
Look down here in the road.
Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Dennis, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The witness remains on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a nice lunch. We're going to continue with the direct examination of Detective Moretti. Ms. Bradley, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, so Detective, we left off talking about that 772-713-9007 phone number identified in that phone call on that phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you look at the location data from that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as states quintuple B for identification purposes. Detective Moretti, I'm showing you what's been marked as states quintuple B for identification purposes only. Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review that spreadsheet?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that spreadsheet fairly accurately depict the location data that is on states 64, the phone extraction of the 772-713-9007 phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through and verify the various data points that are in there that are pertinent to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state requests to remove in states quintuple B as states 103.
Any objection?
May I ask one question?
Sure.
Did you prepare that report yourself?
Yes, I generated it from the Cellbrite.
You generated it?
Yes.
In other words, you hit a button.
Objection,
So-
Your Honor.
Excuse me. Yeah, he has to report out of the witness on this issue, so go ahead, you can proceed.
You hit a button, and Cellbrite did this, created this report. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the engineering of that?
Yes, sir.
Objection predicate.
Thank you. Why don't you start off, sir?
Detective Moretti, in terms of the location data on this phone, this printout covers from the recovery from 2/19 of 2019. And it goes back to dates in 2017. I want to draw your attention specifically to the dates of October 25th, 26th, and 27th of 2018. Did you review those specific dates in terms of the information and the location data?
Yes.
So I'm going to switch to the digital version of this because it's a lot easier than the paper copy. I want to start with the pin on 10/26, 4:42 a.m. that is sent on this one. And this is labeled as number 961 on the report here. Detective Moretti, did you specifically look up where 4:42 a.m., where the latitude and longitude listed here, I'm just going to highlight them on this, were located?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you plot those on a map?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing defense what's been previously marked as states quintuple C. For identification purposes only. Do you recognize states quintuple C?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It's a map of the area to where the GPS coordinates are located.
Does the latitude of 25.987173 and longitude of negative 80.388035 fairly and accurately depict the same latitude and longitude at 4:42 a.m. on line 963 of the chart, which is labeled as 9161?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in states quintuple C into evidence and publish to the jury.
Same objection.
Thank you. Objection is over. It will be admitted.
States quintuple C will be marked states 104.
Detective Moretti, is it rocket science how you plot these?
No, ma'am. It's cut and paste and put it into Google Maps.
So, what has now been admitted into evidence as states 104 is and at the top is the cutout of that exact same line 963?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could please indicate where and show the length of the jury where the red indicator pin is showing where that particular drop pin or current location was sent. I'd like to refer back. Is this drop pin in messages that you reviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing from state 71. Again on page 20. Their message 10/26/2018, 4:42:49.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where that location that we just looked at came from?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, the phone number that's associated with the two individuals in the chat in states 71 are which two phone numbers?
The 9807 and the 5054.
And 5054, that was the one you previously testified was Frederick Givens?
Yes, ma'am.
So going back to the location data, can you explain what is a BSSID?
The BSSID is an entry point to a Wi-Fi network.
And so what's, if you see a BSSID, is there a particular location that's associated with that, like a latitude and longitude in this?
There's not a latitude longitude. It's just it's the Wi-Fi network. It's the name of the network, Wi-Fi network that was being utilized by the phone.
Okay. At 8:47:12 a.m., line it's labeled 959 in the printout version, 961 in the actual spreadsheet. What BSSID name did the 9807 phone number connect to?
The name it said was Fredo Bay.
Okay. I want to go up now to the line that's labeled 954. On October 27th, 2018 at 3:02 a.m., what BSSID did the phone from 9807 connect to?
YNW Castle.
Does the YNW Castle BSSID come up anywhere else in some of these other phones?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the extraction for Mr. Williams' phone, was
Yes,
there
ma'am.
information that he had connected to that Wi-Fi?
The network, yes, ma'am.
And so do you remember on what date that he had connected? And if you do not, let me know what would refresh your recollection.
This extraction report was refreshed.
Showing page 373 of the timeline for Anthony Williams' phone for council. Top line, please.
The 10/23/2018 at 4:37 p.m. It said YNW Castle.
Were you able to determine where the YNW Castle Wi-Fi was?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
It was the address to where the defendant and co-defendant and friend were living at the time.
So I want to go forward on later on the day of the 26th. There is another, and it's number 957 on the printout, 959 in the spreadsheet, at 6:41 p.m. If you could read the latitude and longitude that are highlighted, please.
28.0636.63632, negative 80.600243.
And so when you said you would just put them in Google and plot them?
Yes, ma'am.
So in terms of this particular location, where is this showing at?
1301 East University Boulevard, Melbourne, Florida.
And what is the next closest cross street to the west?
To the west, be Monroe Street.
So Detective Moretti, during the course of your investigation, were you able to view other open source social media postings and things from that evening on October 26, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it that you viewed?
It was a video that was obtained through open source. Videos of the defendant along with the co-defendant up in Melbourne, Florida at some type of video shoot or something like that. And we were able to identify the grid coordinates of that location.
And so it's been previously shown to defense counsel and marked as states in tuple D for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
It's the disc that we produced for this case. It was a video that Tiffany Slade posted on Facebook Live of the defendant at that location.
And does that video and that disc fairly and accurately represent the video that was posted on Facebook Live on October 26, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Now, at this time, the state would request to move states quintuple D in as states 105.
Is there any objection? No objection. It'll be admitted.
States quintuple B will be marked states 105.
And I'm just going to publish a short portion of this.
It's a video shoot. Y'all see that? Live. What happened? Okay. Y'all see Melly? Y'all out here. Y'all see talking about his dog gone. He said he's still out here. Melly in the motherfucking building, bro. Motherfucking place to be. We have motherfucking murder video shoot. Melly is here. And he's wrapping his motherfucking dog. Somebody's dog dead and gone. It's awesome. Melly out here for his dog. After the thing walked out, hot crumb. My dog was gone. Rest in peace to my dog. Security guard right on his ass. Ain't nobody gonna fuck with him. Murder in the court somewhere. What the fuck are we doing? Melly still turned regardless of what happened this early morning. He's still actually being very positive. Turned still. Hey! But no, still turned. Regardless of what happened, you already know. We got Booby Baby. What's happening? What's happening, nigga? You already know it's a video shoot. Out here at the park. You want now, whatever. There you go. You got the park before, you know, that's that bitch. Oh, you get a video right so they can, you know, look at everybody. You know how you do. They shoot the video from way up in the sky, man. Oh. Fucking, what's it called? No.
individual over on the left in the light denim jacket, were you able to identify that as Portland Henry?
Yes.
Do you see the individual known to you as Jameson Francois that's been present in this video as well?
I don't see him in this screenshot here.
Okay. Have you seen him previously while watching this video
Yes.
at other times?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, I'll conclude publishing at 3:22. So, Detective Murray, I'm showing you what's been previously entered in as state 14. Was this jacket in Miramar evidence at the time that video was taken?
Yes, ma'am.
This is not the same jacket that's pictured on that video.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, when you're going through these phone records, is everybody saved as their full legal name?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When you're looking through the phone number for the extraction for Mr. Thomas, that 772-713-2341 number that you described, what number is the 9807 number saved as? How is that saved in that phone?
For the 9807, I believe he's listed as Julie.
Okay. And is there, if you're not sure at any point, please don't ask. If you need to refer or refresh recollection, please let me know.
Just repeat the question again.
The 772-713-9807 number. How is that saved in Chris Thomas's phone?
Chris Thomas's phone. I'm not sure, ma'am. I'll have to refresh my memory.
Okay. And with looking at, is there anything that would help refresh your recollection?
No. The text messages, the reports.
So showing you.
I'm sorry. Chris Thomas in 9807 is Slim.
Slim. Okay. And in the Anthony Williams phone, the 954-248-9081, how does Chris Thomas have him saved?
Chris Thomas has
And if you need to refresh your recollection, I know it's a lot of details.
Chris Thomas has Williams saved as Smurf.
Smurf. Okay, going to the 9807 phone number. How does the 9807 phone number have Chris Thomas saved in it?
Chris is saved as Slim.
Okay, and that's in the 9807 phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With regards to the 772-713-9807 number, how is the Anthony Williams, the 954-248-9081 saved?
He's saved as Twin.
No. When you go to Anthony Williams' phone extraction and look at the contacts for that, how is the 772-713-9807 phone number saved?
He's saved as Twin.
When you look in the Anthony Williams 954-248-9081, how is Christopher Thomas or Judy saved as?
He has him saved as Spoon.
And when you're looking in Celebrate, does Celebrate translate all the emojis?
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
And when you're the Celebrate extractions for the phone number of 772-713-9807, what name does that phone assign to the owner?
The phone doesn't assign the name. The person assigns a name to the phone.
Okay. And so where does the young sack chaser Howard name come from?
That comes from the Apple ID.
Okay. And where is that Apple ID on the Facebook account for that young sack chaser Howard for that 772-713-9807 number?
On the Facebook account? It's one of the vanity names as well.
And what's the other vanity name for the Young Sack Chaser Howard Facebook account?
I have to read the fish now.
So would looking at that Facebook page help in
Yes,
refreshing your recollection? And Detective Running, I realized over lunch I forgot to publish one video from the state's 101. So I'll do that one and review that.
Hello, sorry about this. This is very funny. My name is Melly, and I'm going to turn myself in. But I'm in a suitcase because these are harassing me, and I have to get on a private jet, and I don't want them to see me.
So Detective Running, the video that you just watched on that, was that the last image or video that was taken on the 772-713-9807 phone?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you the Young Sack Chaser Howard, for Defense Counsel, the Young Sack Chaser Howard Facebook account.
It's the vanity, the actual account name is Melly.Brazy.
So that we're clear, the Young Sack Chaser Howard Facebook contact and the 772-713-9807 phone is to the Melly.Brazy account.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection,
So-
can we approach? Yes, sir.
states 64 to celebrate extraction of the 772-713-9807 phone number. We were discussing how the phone is named on
Yes.
there. How does it show up in the celebrate extraction?
Young Stack Chaser Howard.
The Young Sack Chaser Howard, is it spelled the same way as YNW Sack Chaser?
No.
So, how does Celebrate assign a name to a phone number in the extraction you're looking at the report?
Beyond his expertise.
Objection, no, it's overruled. If you knows, you can answer the question.
It does not. That's like I told you before. The Celebrite, it does not add anything. It does not take anything away. It rarely extracts data, puts it into a format that we can read. And the name that you see on that phone is manually input.
And so when you say manually inputted, do you mean on the phone itself?
Yes.
So this, and I want to make sure we're very clear on this, the contact name that is on there, on any of these reports that we have, did you put those on there?
No, ma'am.
Where's that contact name coming from?
It's coming from when you go into the initial general settings, under the iCloud section is where it's actually input.
Whatever contact's on the phone.
Correct. It's not in the actual contact setting. It's the actual general settings where it is established.
So on the Young Sack Chaser Howard phone, that 772-713-9807, is there a contact 772-713-9807 titled Young Sack Chaser Howard? And if you need to pull it up, let me know.
Yeah, yes, please.
What are we looking at right here on state 64?
This is the UFED report that is created by Celebrate of taking the extracted data and put it into a format that we can read and present to the court.
Is it a large data file?
It is very large. And got to have enough RAM to run this program, that's for sure.
And so, and while it is slowly loading, let me take a moment to show you the work documents previously shown to defense counsel for Mr. Hedgepath. Did you review those work records for David Hedgepath?
Yes, ma'am.
After you reviewed those, did he remain a suspect in the investigation?
No.
We get a date and time that we obtain those records, please.
Sure. And what date did you obtain those records?
2020.
Looking at the contact. Okay, so looking at the contact that you have on your screen right here. What is the source? Where is this contact coming from in this phone?
The extraction source is the advanced logical extraction.
And where is the advanced logical extraction telling you that the name Young Sack Chaser Howard came from?
It's coming from Facebook Messenger.
When you scroll down in the details section down over to the bottom right of the screen, what is the username associated with Young Sack Chaser Howard?
Melly.brazy.
Continuing on. With regards to the different searches that you did in this case, did you have an occasion to go up to and use canines to help assist in locating items of evidence?
Twice we used canines in this case.
Okay. What was the first time that canines were used?
The first time was on November 21st on Pembroke Road.
Okay.
That's when we used to find the exact location of the shooting. The canine recovered 8 shell casings. And the second time was early February 2019. It was over by Johnson Street and US 27. That became another location of interest where weapons were thrown after the shooting.
Oh. And were you able to recover any weapons or magazines at the other locations at by Johnson Street?
No, ma'am.
Did you go out and make attempts to locate any items of evidence as you became aware of them?
Yes, ma'am.
On that note, was there times in which you asked the dive team to go and conduct various investigations?
Yes, we conducted the 9807 cell phone number was showing in the area on the 10/26/2018 near the C9 canal, which is pretty much in between the Dade-Broward border, right along I-75. The cell phone 9807 was in that area. Being that it was so consistent in all the other locations, I could easily link that phone number up to other cell phone, to other videos. I was confident that location was, accurate. We spent almost a week diving that, and then late in, I think it was 20 or 21, I can refer to my notes.
If you need to refresh your recollection.
There was a dive operation that was conducted at the house behind where Fredo Bang lived, and that was September 21st, 2021. Individual was arrested by a Broward Sheriff's Office. A blood gang member was arrested.
So, based on information,
Yes.
there was a dive operation?
Yes.
Without going into what that person said?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of, were any of those dive operations successful?
No, ma'am.
So, continuing on now, once you obtained the cell phone extraction that we're looking at here, did you go through and verify against the information that was in Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas's phones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Specifically with regards to Anthony Williams, did you review all of the messages between Mr. Williams and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you prepare?
Objection to the form of the question, can we approach?
are those generated in a report to make them easier to view and read?
Yes.
Detective, showing you what's been previously marked as states in Tuple B and showing to defense counsel. Do you recognize those messages?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do those messages, what are they?
It's communication between the 9807 number and the Anthony Williams cell phone number.
Have you been able to review all of those messages?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to compare the printout there and the celebrate extraction of what's been previously admitted as state 64?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this fairly and accurately print out and show the messages between the 9807 phone number and Anthony Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would request to move into state and Tuple E and publish.
And we approach again. Sorry.
It's 106.
So Detective, I have this version, but it's a little bit easier to pull up on the electronic version, so bear with me just a minute. And just so it's clear, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you would go about creating this specific?
On the left-hand side, you would see where it says call log, chats, contacts. You would, right now you're in SMS messages. Where you see on the top portion is where it says where you see export, go ahead and just click on export, just for the show. Then you can export it in Excel, HTML, PDF, Word. We predominantly use PDF.
So, for example, if you would just pick a person here to limit it by?
You can limit it by that exactly if you know what phone number or name you're looking for.
Can you then also search this?
Yes,
That's in leading.
Can you overrule?
Can you search this with keywords?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is it important to be able to search it with keywords?
If I'm looking for something very specific, or I know a specific conversation, or if I'm just looking for specific words, in a case, words of interest, we would type them in there and it would come up in the search.
Can you limit it by time frame?
Yes.
Specifically in this extraction that has been put in, what are the 2 phone numbers that are being communicating in this chat report?
The 9807 number, as well as the number for Mr. Williams, which is 9081.
And speak up just a little bit. You can't tell I'm slightly under the weather. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Judge, can we approach on the side? Thank you. Look where it reflected your step down, Councilman Manwell, in this case.
And the witness step out so I can voice my continued objection.
I think you don't like me, sir.
Outside, please, thank you.
I start thinking you don't like me anymore.
I don't.
Yes, sir. Detective Murray stepped out.
Yes. As I indicated to the court, because I think the state is leading you astray and creating reversible error, when Detective Moretti was deposed on February of 2021, he indicated that he's not an expert. That's why the FBI was called to testify on these records. In addition to that, he went on to say,
Excuse me, listen, hold on. All right, extend, counsel, the same courtesy you expect, but not to be interrupted, all right? Go ahead.
he went on to testify under oath that when you look at these chats, it's coming from one phone to another phone, correct? His answer, correct. And if I have your phone, for instance, I could chat with, and I use Mr. Haddad as an example because he was in the deposition. He said correct. And by looking at your phone, you would think that you sent Haddad that nasty message, like whatever, correct, correct. He goes on to say, in other words, would you be able to make the statement that one person received a call from Melly? And he goes, no. He goes on and testified. The question is, well, two people are speaking to each other, but one of them would have to verify that he's the person who responded or wrote the message, correct? And he says, legally, yes, sir. They have not authenticated one of these messages. They know it. He's not qualified to do that. They have to call one of the parties to authenticate it. That's why, with all due respect, we have been interrupting, coming sidebar, constantly on all of these messages. They are the state is leading you astray on this because they have not authenticated one message. And now they're attributing it to Williams talking to Melly, Melly talking to Williams, and that can't, there's no predicate for it. And even the witness knows that. So we would be objecting to all of this and moving to strike it all.
Just to play that forward logically, the way that counsel is arguing, if a witness is dead, there would never be a communication that could be in evidence. So in terms of the way counsel is arguing that is contrary to the evidence code on that. The state, and that goes to weight, not admissibility. This evidence is admissible. It is statements of the defendant that has been established over and over and over again that he was the person using the 772-713-9807 phone. He is the one who's taking all the pictures on it. He's the one who's giving the passcode to his mother. He's the one who is using this to communicate with his friends, his girlfriend, has the naked video of his underage girlfriend on it. This is not a phone that's being passed around to multiple people, and there's no evidence to support that. In fact, what the evidence shows, and in every video that you've seen of the defendant, he's walking around with a phone in his hand. And the state would submit to you and to this court that it has well proven the defendant himself in the statement on the jail call, calling the 772-713-9807 phone number, is saying that is his phone. In addition, Your Honor, the state has provided case law previously that an item can be authenticated by the contents of the item itself. That is clearly what we have in this, that the contents of this phone authenticate it and show it to be what the state says it is, which is statements of the defendant and statements of the victim, in this case, Anthony Williams, and with the rest of them are the other statements of the co-defendant and the defendant and his girlfriend, where she's putting, and there's internal parts of each of those that can be authenticated.
Hold on.
There are three ways to really authenticate a text message. The receiver, the sender, and if you don't have either one of them, then you call the engineering company to show that the text messages are in fact true and correct. For them to say they could never get a text message in if a person is deceased is absolutely not true. They would need, if they don't have the receiver, the sender, then they have to call the engineering company from Sprint, T-Mobile, whoever it is, to show how the messages are extracted from the phone, not the detective. And more importantly, this detective has already admitted he's never been declared an expert in any of this. And that's why the FBI was called in.
Judge, so I may clarify on that. Counsel's taking that completely out of context, because that was with regards to the T-Mobile. Counsel's conflating the difference between information from the cellular networks and information from the phone itself. They are separate and apart. They are two different sources of data and two different sources with which the evidence in this case is being drawn from. Counsel is trying to confuse them and using parts of the depot talking about T-Mobile to try and say that it would apply to other sections, which is completely inappropriate and a misrepresentation of what actually happened in the deposition. In addition, the detective, when he first got up and testified, talked about his training and experience in Cellebrite, Cellhawk, and all the different phone and cellular phone specific evidence classes and certifications with which he holds.
One last comment, John.
Go right ahead.
She has introduced 500 and some odd pictures, a whole bunch of text messages over our objections, a jail call. So if anything, this is all cumulative if the court doesn't agree with what this witness, this detective testified under oath, that he's not an expert and you have to get a message in, either receiver, sender, or there is case law to say the engineering company as to how they can extract a message. I will give them a third alternative. They've done none of that in any of this.
All right. We'll be in recess. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Before we go, I'd just like to crystallize my objection that I was trying to articulate sidebar with respect to the refreshing.
Something we're just talking about now? Is something new? Or is it something that just... Answer my question first. About this issue.
I didn't say...
No,
I didn't
you
utter
started
a word. I didn't utter a word. I'm trying to say what it is. It concerns the testimony regarding the Facebook information that was brought in on the notion that he was refreshing recollection from a video that he observed Miss Bradley navigating through her Facebook account into another Facebook account to check the information. And what the court said is that the witness can use anything to refresh his recollection. However, that's not what occurred here. What occurred was hearsay information was being introduced through the ruse of refreshing recollection. Because if something is observed and it's hearsay on the internet and it's being observed by a witness, he can't later come and say it would refresh my recollection as to what that hearsay was as a basis for him to offer testimony that is being offered for the truth of the matter. And that is just a separate issue, which I wanted to, since we were about to go to recess, crystallize, which occurred in the last session. I apologize for upsetting the court, but that is what, it's a separate issue, yes it is, and it's one that I thought was important to crystallize at this time. Thank you, sir.
We're in recess. Need a restroom break, Ms. Dell?
need a walk.
Yeah, Devin, do you need a restroom break? Yes. Take care of it.
Thank you.
With regards to the different searches that you did in this case, did you have an occasion to go up to and use canines to help assist in locating items of evidence?
Twice we used canines in this case.
Okay. What was the first time that canines were used?
The first time was on November 21st on Pembroke Road.
Okay.
That's when we used to find the exact location of the shooting. The canine recovered 8 shell casings. And the second time was early February 2019. It was over by Johnson Street and US 27. That became another location of interest where weapons were thrown after the shooting.
Oh. And were you able to recover any weapons or magazines at other locations such as Johnson Street?
No, ma'am.
Did you go out and make attempts to locate any items of evidence as you became aware of them?
Yes, ma'am.
On that note, was there times in which you asked the dive team to go and conduct various investigations?
Yes, we conducted the 9807 cell phone number was showing in the area on the 10/26/2018 near the C9 canal, which is pretty much in between the Dayton-Broward border, right along I-75. The cell phone 9807 was in that area. Being that it was so consistent in all the other locations, I could easily link that phone number to other cell phone, to other videos. I was confident that location was, accurate. We spent almost a week diving that, and then late in, I think it was 20 or 21, I can kind of refer to my notes.
If you need to refresh your recollection.
There was a dive operation that was conducted at the house behind where Fredo Bang lived, and that was September 21st, 2021. An individual was arrested by a Broward Sheriff's Office. A blood gang member was arrested.
So, based on information,
yes.
There was a dive operation?
Yes.
Without going into what that person said?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of, were any of those dive operations successful?
No, ma'am.
So, continuing on now, once you obtained the cell phone extraction that we're looking at here, did you go through and verify against the information that was in Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas's phones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Specifically with regards to Anthony Williams, did you review all of the messages between Mr. Williams and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you prepare
to the form of the question?
The prosecution continues to try to prove that this was Jamel Demon's phone, that his phone was at the scene where the shooting occurred, and therefore he had to be the shooter by connecting the dots. But we'll continue after this break listening to Detective Moretti's testimony as the prosecution, the state of Florida, continues to try to prove its case and close it out beyond a reasonable doubt. Stay with us on the other side. rapper YNW Melly. Is he guilty of a double homicide? Well, welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. I want to take you back into that courtroom where the state is closing out their case with their lead detective, their star witness, trying to prove that they have proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's go in and listen to Detective Mark Moretti.
Were those generated in a report to make them easier to view and read?
Yes.
Detective, showing you what's been previously marked as states quintuple E shown to defense counsel. Do you recognize those messages?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do those messages, what are they?
It's communication between the 9807 number and the Anthony Williams cell phone number.
Have you been able to review all of those messages?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to compare the printout there and the celebrate extraction of what's been previously known as State 64?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this fairly and accurately print out and show the messages between the 9807 phone number and Anthony Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Your at this time, the state would request to move into state quintuple E and publish.
Yeah. Where you see export, go ahead and just click on export, just for the show. Then you can export it in Excel, HTML, PDF, Word. We predominantly use PDF.
So, for example, if you could just pick a person here to limit it by?
You can limit it by that exactly if you know what phone number or name you're looking for.
Can you then also search this?
Yes, that's
in leading.
Can you overrule?
Can you search this with keywords?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is it important to be able to search it with keywords?
If I'm looking for something very specific, or I know a specific conversation, or if I'm just looking for specific words, in a case, words of interest, we would type them in there and it would come up in the search.
Can you limit it by time frame?
Yes.
Specifically in this extraction that has been put in, what are the two phone numbers that are being communicating in this chat report?
The 9807 number, as well as the number for Mr. Williams, which is 9081.
And speak up just a little bit. You can't tell I'm slightly under the weather.
Okay.
Thank you.
Judge, can we approach? Yes. As I indicated to the court, because I think the state is leading you astray and creating reversible error. When Detective Moretti was deposed on February of 2021, he indicated that he's not an expert. That's why the FBI was called to testify on these records. In addition to that, he went on to say,
Excuse me, listen, hold on. All right, extend counsel the same courtesy you expect, but not to be interrupted, all right? Go ahead, sir.
he went on to testify under oath that when you look at these chats, it's coming from one phone to another phone, correct? His answer, correct. And if I have your phone, for instance, I could chat with, and I use Mr. Haddad as an example because he was in the deposition. He said correct. And by looking at your phone, you would think that you sent Haddad that nasty message, like whatever, correct. He goes on to say, in other words, would you be able to make the statement that one person received a call from Melly? And he goes, no. He goes on and testified. The question is, well, two people are speaking to each other, but one of them would have to verify that he's the person who responded or wrote the message, correct? And he says, legally, yes, sir. They have not authenticated one of these messages. They know it. He's not qualified to do that. They have to call one of the parties to authenticate it. That's why, with all due respect, we have been interrupting, coming sidebar constantly on all of these messages. They are the state is leading you astray on this because they have not authenticated one message. And now they're attributing it to Williams talking to Melly, Melly talking to Williams, and that can't, there's no predicate for it. And even the witness knows that. So we would be objecting to all of this and moving to strike it all.
Just to play that forward logically, the way that counsel is arguing, if a witness is dead, there will never be.
Well, some heated arguments going on in that courtroom with the defense telling the judge that they are leading him astray, meaning the prosecution. We'll see how that works on the other side. Stay with us.
President, defendant, his counsel, assistant state attorney. All ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, bring the jury in, please.
Thank you for the extra time.
Jury entered.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the appointments of the jury. I'm going to send Mr. Devins, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, to witnesses on the stand. Detective Mark Moretti. Counsel, proceed, please.
Okay, so Detective, we were talking about what's been admitted into evidence as states 106. I'm going to start with a August 23rd, 2018 message from the 9807 number. What does that say?
I gotta get this money from track and get a new card.
So the state had previously introduced into evidence what's been published as States 97. I want to switch to that for just a moment. As part of States 97, I'm going to be publishing a transaction from December 13th, 2018. How much money was being sent to the beneficiary listed as Jamal Demons?
$10,000.
Okay. Publishing a November 9th, 2018. How much money is sent to the beneficiary listed as Jamal Demons?
$15,000.
Publishing a date of December 19th, 2018 to the beneficiary of Jamal Demons. How much money was sent then?
$9,000.
Could I?
Is there an objection?
Objection, that's to the many.
Demons, sorry. My apologies. Do you still have that lemon? Moving on to October 17th, 2018. How much was paid in reference to services for what YNW Melly?
$3,500.
Going to October 8th of 2019. How much was paid for the benefit of YNW Melly?
$4,000.
And going to January 14th, 2019. Who is, what was the amount paid for Melly January 26th show?
$10,000.
And what was the name of the originator of that?
Lyrical Lemonade LLC.
I'm going to switch over and publish again from States 7. Back to the messages. On the, you mentioned you can keyword search them on the Celebrate. Does the same thing work on the digital versions?
Yes, just Control F. You can search through it.
In terms of, were you able to look for the term Melly or Jamel in this particular document?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it come up a number of times?
Yes, ma'am. 18 times.
So going through now, I'm going to go to August 24th of 2018. Starting with a message from 954-248-9081, the Anthony Williams phone number. If you could read the top one, I'm going to try to make it as big as possible.
That's fine. Oh, yeah. And I meant to tell you all, I told you before, we went to Cali, that me and Juvie, CEO, Peso, the artist, cause you be moving on this music just cause you pop ain't fitting be looking confused all my life. Y'all really, my artist, you ain't doing that part right. I got these N-words right, y'all ain't fitting, just keep saying that y'all be on some lifestyle shit, just can't say they artists just to look at, just to look good, do the same shit I be doing. I'm just under you cause I let you be the face, but I'm the CEO.
The next message, and what's the date of this one in time?
8/24/2018 at 12 p.m., 12:18 p.m.
Okay, and what does the 9081 twin phone number say?
Blood, sweat, tears in this. I seen a dream shit went too far in the future.
Continuing on to the 8/24/2018, 11:46 a.m. If you could republish that one.
Yes, ma'am. I want to make sure it's want to read it first. You all sabotaging my character. Got people think you all made me in shit while you all get treated like future. I peep when I said I'm gonna put my music out. You said some I forgot, but every time I do some creative, trying to make it spark, you all start doing it as a group and make it look like our shit. And you, the one popping, go do it then. They think it's yours and feel like you don't fuck with us like that. Your vibe be way different when Riri ain't here. But we are artists. I put my powers, a lot of hard work to get everybody the way they is. I let you get my artists, but all of my artists too. I'm a bro that let get them, cause you from Florida and you ain't doing it right. And they give you credit over money. Money ain't none without my drip, so get right or some gonna flop.
And continuing on to 8/24/2018, 11:55, 52 a.m. from the 9081.
1 second. And I told you this shit is just like Young Mal and Quills. It's YNW CEO, me, you, Julie, artist, Bort, Peso, Tay, Kobe, AG, and the rest and shit. You all don't like to talk about YNW goals and work on shit. You like to act like your mom and be on that type of fantasy life when Riri and all them gone. You don't talk to us about this YNW shit. You don't give everyone 5 bands each, none of that, or talk about future. You walk around here like you husband and wife, and then get kind of important people talking about my artist. One more chance, and you going under to me like it's supposed to be. You just blowed. You can say, Joel, first time you rapped, I changed your flow. You rap like Wiz Khalifa. You can say you watched Young and Thug. If you did that, you a jacker. What they call is I isn't no jacker. I got relative tendencies as them got get right. Do everything at one time, not just make us look like kids. Make sure everyone got a bitch in here. You all acting like you all bosses. Then one you try your girl, you gone cry, but then call us. Your artist got me looking dumb out here, and we worried about a bag.
And what does the 9807 reply?
I know you all CEOs, fool, and you know I fuck with is you talking about N-word. I'm happy you could drop all your shit, that's what I want. Don't ever think I don't want to see you shine. I appreciate you letting me get them boys to be my artists. That's real as fuck. What it seems like or what people think, we know what's going. We fit the blow, tell Tay and Bort, go get Peso and Chloe. I'm focused on all artists until it's our time to tour. I already got, I am you out. All I got to do is videos. We can start today.
In terms of, during the course of this conversation, how often is money brought up?
Quite often.
So going to August 29th, 2018, what does the 9807 number say?
I ain't lost, I'm just waiting on my money so I can get everyone right. I got plans, but my plan's crazy, and ain't no one gonna understand until the money in their face.
August 30th, 2018, 9807.
finna go get this money from track.
September 3rd, 2018.
I gotta pick some money up from JF5 at day office,
And that's coming from the, which number?
9807.
Okay. Going to September 6th, 2018.
Hit good. Ain't fucking with them cause you can't help them like me and you. Just stay for the money. I can fuck all you lights up forever. It's in my hands.
September 21st, 2018. From which phone number and what does it say?
It's from the 9807 number. It's finna me track at the office. He said the money should drop around 4 to 7, around 4 to 7 p.m.
Okay. September 21st, 5:44 p.m.
From the 9807 number. The money in the account, but it ain't gonna be available till 12 a.m.
September 27th, 2018.
From the 90081. Ain't mean to put no Addy. LOL and Adrian, bro. Send some money to him on your Cash App.
October 3rd, 2018.
From the 9807 number. Went to pick money up.
October 8th, 2018.
From the 9081. Police came to my house about your money.
October 8th, 2018.
They trying to make it seem like we did something to get that money.
October 12th of 2018.
Why y'all ain't make sure the money was sent to him?
October 16th, 2018.
From the 9807. I really ain't Bowman today. I'm a fit link with track. Pick this money.
October 19th, 2018.
I ain't worried about him. And when we go in Utah, I need to give my mama this money, and we gotta at least get peso.
October 25th, 2018.
You got $10 to pay for my cut till I get this money from track.
And so to go for context on that message, October, can you publish for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury from the October 24th, 2018, 10:03 p.m. message?
Just landed.
What is the response from the 9081?
We on the way down the from Willie.
772-713-9807 says what on October 25th at 12:19 a.m.
We defy it.
And what's the response from Mr. Williams? Or, I'm sorry, the 9081 phone number.
In here somewhere.
Going to August 30th of 2018. Were you able to review and determine if there was an issue between with Anthony Williams and the 9807 number based on an argument with the mother, Jamie?
Objection. Calls for hearsay conclusion.
Send the message around.
It's his.
Excuse me, can I see the message? Brief sidebar.
Sure, let me grab the copy.
I'm back, man. Like cook food. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Alright, so going to August 30th, 2018.
Alright.
Can you publish
Oh shit. Charge this bad boy.
from 11:20:12 a.m.
Just
I'm back.
bro,
Back at it.
shit. We ain't breaking up.
Crapmatics. Back at it.
Devil trying to break us apart.
Okay, next message.
Yeah, he said the devil trying to break us apart.
That shit she gone. Pull up. She say she done with all that shit. Fuck it. She blocked out our life.
Yeah, him reading this shit is funny, bro.
One number, August 30th, 2018, 11:20.
So I've been watching on the TV. I had to do some shit.
So I'ma expose her though. I'ma chill today. First interview, it's over. She's gonna fry.
Next message from 9081.
Ain't gonna lie, I'm tired of y'all getting y'all credit on shit.
So who's twin though? Is that supposed to be Melly?
August 30th, 2018, 11:28 a.m.
Fuck that.
August 30th, 2018, 11:29 a.m.
Fuck that. I don't care about y'all.
I don't care. I love you, but I feel like, with that shit, no cap.
Okay. The response from 9807 at 11:29:31 on August 30th.
All that shit gone. Stop, bro. We fit the blow. You one, keep my head straight when I'm tripping.
August 30th, 2018, 11:30:27 a.m. from the 9807 number.
Hell no, I'm riding with you. You know this shit don't need to go that far. It's pointless. Just block all that shit out.
And now the August 30th, 12:36, 56 p.m. from the 9807 number.
Just 1 second.
Damn, he said fuck my mama.
Hi, bro. I love you to death. You brother for life. But I'm gonna let you have all this shit. Fuck my mama. Fuck that house. Fuck that Draco. Fuck that 380. Fuck that Netflix TV shit. All that shit. You all can have it. I'm gonna pay you back for everything you did for me. For every idea, all that we always gonna be brothers. But I'll never hurt you, bro. You don't trust me. I don't want to be in a house with nobody who think I'm a snake. Am all the time. You can have that shit. I just need to pull it by myself. I don't give a fuck what you do to my mama. I don't give a fuck no mo. I'll never say I'll kill you or harm you. If you need anything, just hit my line. I'm at the hotel around the corner. We both need our space. I don't know if we've been around each other too long or what before. Let's break apart over some dumb, I'll slide foo. You all don't need me. I love you all. N-word. Tell Chloe I said I love her. Tay. I'm a fit to focus on myself till it's time for a tour. Everything I do is out of love. I don't know how else to prove it. I love your ass more than anyone on this earth. Bro, you got that shit. I'll never beef with my day one. That ain't me. If you die, I'ma die. N-word, we the same person, for real. I'ma let you cool off though, my N-love.
Excuse me, what page is that?
That is on page 48.
Thank you.
And the responses from the 9081, August 30th, 1239.
I'm good. It's just somebody telling me y'all up to something. You don't owe me nothing. We is the same person. But how you let this shit keep going this far? What if it was the other way around? My mom wouldn't be doing no shit like this.
Next message at 12:40 p.m. from the 9081.
I'm bullying.
I'm bullying. Ain't say I was beefing with you before. I let something happen to me or play with my family. Everyone will die. Shit like that. Duck with my blood.
And the response from the 9807 phone number on 12:40, 41, 8:30.
So I don't know. So Twin is supposed to be.
Consider her my mama. No mo, fuck that bitch, bro. I know, I feel, yeah, that shit weird, bro.
August 30th, 2018. From the 9081 phone number at 12:41:30.
Then she keep telling people shit about me, and I'm not even worried about her, bro. I'm trying to bull do me. Why? And that's always worried about me, and what the fuck you talking about how you gonna leave, and we can't even get in the gate without you be on some crazy shit.
What page is that?
49, Mr. Howard. And the response on August 30th, 2018, 12:41 p.m. from the 9807.
So that's Sack Chaser?
I don't even be knowing what the fuck to say. No mo. She do shit out of the blue. She the devil. For real. Shit crazy. I don't got shit to do with it. No mo. If you all kill her, fuck it, bro. She ain't my mama. She sold her soul.
So
Is that Sack Chaser talking though? If that is, that's fucked up.
on September 28th, 2018, 1:59:01 p.m. Could you please read that message?
Get you a fire-ass fit.
Is that referring to clothing?
Objection, lady. Call for conclusion and
No, it did not.
I'm sorry, does that say outfit?
No, man.
Okay.
Yes, it is. You got.
Going on to September 29th, 2018.
Oh, that's a
That
song.
Message says what?
That song, fire is fire.
Do you think that's talking about a firearm there?
Objection.
A firearm. It says that song fire as fuck. What you talking about? A
In
firearm?
certain contexts, yes, fire can also mean gun, but it also can mean fire.
Objection
And this-
move to strike. Could mean a lot of things according to that.
Sustain.
Move to strike the answer and
Second,
ask for
jury
curative
disregard.
instruction.
Jury disregard the last question and answer.
On October 23rd, 2018, were you able to determine the locations of
She just trying to put something in there. You know what? Fire. Like he just said that song fire.
I had to go back to the, well.
Sorry.
There you go. In Chicago.
So the publishing on 10/23/2018, starting at 9:38:41. What does the 9081 phone number ask?
Where you at?
And the response from the 10/23 9:38:50 from the 9807 phone number.
Chicago.
What is the next text message from the 9081 message?
Be safe, fool. Read at 5.
Going on to October 23rd, 2018, 10:45, 29 a.m. What does the 9807 message respond?
Hell yeah, always.
Next message, 10:45:48. What does 9807 say?
And it's my closet.
Continuing on, 10/23/2018, 10:46:10. What does the 9807 number say?
It's on my closet in like the 3rd shoebox.
Going to 10/23/2018, 2:46 p.m. What does the 9081 phone number say to the 9807 phone number?
Don't want the gate if they call.
Are you familiar with the Sunset Lakes entrance gate?
Yes, there's 2 of them.
Did you respond or go to the 40th Street gate, or review the footage rather from that gate?
We actually go to the clubhouse to retrieve the video, but because we're familiar with the area, we knew that the video we obtained was from the 40th Street entrance.
And
Notion works for us at Particle because it is a way to track all aspects of a project.
We have our scoping docs in Notion so that people can see exactly what's getting built.
It makes it really important to have a tool that's like the single source.
So Melly's green and Sack is blue.
This message.
Objection to the form of the question.
Same rephrase.
Did you notice any other angry exchanges in this?
Objection to the form of the question.
Yes, ma'am.
And where were those?
The Facebook Messenger had it as well.
Okay.
As well as in their SMS back and forth.
So I want to go now, and so did you also look and communicated the messages?
I think it would be Melly Green because Melly was then he was cool with whatchamacallit in Chicago. Not saying Sat won't go to Chicago, but I think it makes more sense. I think it makes more sense of it being Melly in the green with the Chicago part, but I don't know.
Okay, Detective Marty, I'm showing you it's been marked as state's double F. You have to review that.
You know that shit not all that.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that?
That is the extraction report I generated from the settlement program.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the conversation and messages between 772-713-9807 and 772-713-2341?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move in states and couple at states 107.
Objection on the previously. Thank you.
Fire means a whole bunch of shit. It means I'm trying to look at the chat. I wish you could like hold on, let me see if I can do it. People say anything. Rest in peace, Lil Durk. Alright, so.
Hey, how's it going? Sean Cannell here from Think Media. If you want to get an unfair advantage in a very competitive YouTube
state brought up a jury view in front of the jury with an expert saying it would help, and then it not happening because the jury's not stupid. They're going to know the defense didn't let it happen. So my guess is that if they don't have a jury view, there's going to be some corrective discussion from the judge saying, I am the one saying you can't go view it. It's not the defense blocking it. Some curative instruction, which the state is creating the necessity for, which they should not do. Number one. Or number two, if I'm the defense and I agree to it, I will say, Judge, I might say, Judge, we're only agreeing to it because the state forced our hand and we don't want to make it look like to the jury that we're trying to hide something. So either way, I think this was inappropriate by the state to do this in front of the jury without notifying the parties, like you're supposed to do with a jury view beforehand, not in the middle of trial while there's a witness on the stand in front of the jury.
Siegel denied that jury. There are plenty of photographs of the Jeep. I think the state introduced somewhere in the area of about 40 to 50, possibly more, photographs of the Jeep. There's no need to do that, but if the court is considering it, we obviously need time to do a little research.
Here in the state, what you guys said, asked the council numerous times if they wanted to view the vehicle and be able to make an accurate determination of that. They've declined to do so on any priority.
So she said, we've asked the defense if they want to view it. It's like, that's very different, the defense viewing it rather than the jury viewing it, because the defense maybe didn't need to view it because they have the pictures.
The vehicle is downstairs, Your Honor, and the defense wanted to look at it to understand that it is not gory or gruesome in any way at this point. There's no bright red blood stains or anything like that.
She confirms it's not gory and that it's downstairs. Counsel and the judge can even look at it to make that determination.
Just that would be important for defense counsel and Your Honor to see before making any such determination.
Well, a couple things. Number one is that I wasn't aware that Judge Siegel already ruled on a motion for a jury review.
No.
The judge is like, first, I wasn't aware the other judge already said no to a jury view. I would not be happy if I was this judge, knowing somebody already said no, and then you just brought this up in front of the jury.
That was done with regards to transport the jurors to the scene, to give them an understanding of the time and space from.
And while she's right, there is a difference between the car and the scene. The ruling and the reasoning behind the ruling is really the same, I think.
Fort Lauderdale to the edge of the Everglades. So that was a separate.
So this is old. You feel me?
You're suggesting what Mr. Adelson just represented me had nothing to do with the jury view of the vehicle.
Correct. That is correct. I said the scene. And if the court misunderstood me, I apologize if I didn't
hear that. Regardless, Counsel, I spoke with Mr.
Oh, here's the kicker. Remember when the sergeant said, it's available this morning for the jury to view? Yup. That's evidence in front of the jury. Let's hear what the judge says about that. Is that actually true?
Tom Wolf, who advised me that you mentioned to him this morning about the jury view. He came to me, and then I got a call from Captain Tianga telling me that basically be impossible to do what you reviewed today.
Come again? He spoke to some court personnel who said the prosecutor reached out this morning, not putting anybody on notice, but she reached out this morning, the same morning she asked the sergeant the question on the stand and said they might want to view it today. And he has basically told the court that would basically be impossible for them to view it today. This morning. Again, morning is before noon.
107.
If Melly don't win this trial, it's definitely gonna be a pill because everything is out of order, fucked up. You know what I'm saying? They not getting their shit together. So like it's still be a pill. You feel me?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the phone numbers that are reflected in this particular chat.
DSC 772-713-9807, and then 772-713-2341.
So this is
Publishing on the third page.
all right. So that's Juvie and that's Sack Chaser.
The address on, 12715 on August 27th, 2018. What address is that?
18521 Southwest 44th Street, Miramar. That's where the defendant was living at.
What page was that?
Page 3. Okay. Going on to page 5. The message from the contact titled Juvie. What is asked in that question? What question at September 1st, 2018, 8:14 p.m.
When you're going to do the A?
And in terms of the response?
Tuesday.
When you were speaking with Cortland Henry, did he mention traveling to Atlanta?
I believe so, ma'am.
And was there any conversations from Mr. Henry in the reporting about being in a car crash? And that was this
Objection reading.
going on the
Just saying, rephrase.
without playing the statement of Mr. Henry. Is there anything that would refresh your recollection? I'm sorry. With regards to Mr. Henry's statement, was there any conversation about a car crash?
Yes, there was a car crash, because we saw when we first made contact with them that there was front-end damage, and we asked them, about the damage.
Do you recall where he indicated Mr. Henry, and the statements are going to play for the jury, where that damage occurred?
The location?
Yes.
Offhand, no, I need to see the statement.
Okay.
We want to play the full argument.
We can come back to that. I'll have Ms. Smith pull that statement in the meantime. Going on to page 6. On September 1st, 2018, 8:15:32. Can you publish that particular statement?
I board can take me in the right car, or I still gotta wait.
Okay. And were you able to determine who Bort is?
It's Cortland Henry, the co-defendant in this case.
Okay. Going to October 10th, 2018. Can you please publish that message for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? 10:24 a.m.
Nah, fool, I'm good. I'm gonna wait next time. That N-word who gave you the QP for the free, see if he'll sell you a half a pound for the low. I'm gonna buy it.
What is QP, if you know, based on your training and experience as a Law enforcement officer?
Pardon me?
Objection.
I think I sustain the objection. I think we need more.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. Going on to the bottom of page 11 for defense counsel. You could publish the October 11th, 2018, 3:15 p.m. from the 2341 to the 9807.
You sending some cash today?
On October 15th, 2018, 3:36 p.m. Can you explain what it's, when you see this in the chat report, the cl.loc.dcf, what does that mean?
It's location data. It's going to be a GPS coordinate.
And the last text message from the 9807 phone number, what date and time is that at?
10/23/2018 at 1:27 p.m.
So, Detective Marty, you mentioned Facebook messages and Instagram and things like that. Did you collect or obtain those records?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to start, it's still on the cell phone extraction. Showing defense counsel what's been marked as states in tuple G.
I mean, she do got a little something back there, but it's nothing like, oh my god. You know what I'm saying? Niggas make it seem like gassing.
Can we approach? Sure.
LQP for McDonald's. Oh man.
G for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it fairly and accurately depict a conversation between the 9807 number and an individual named 70?
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions on that?
No, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quintuple G in as states 107, 108.
Any objection not to exceed raised? Over, would be admitted.
States quintuple G in Mark States 108.
Publishing page 1. On October 17, 3:59:38 p.m., what message is sent from the 9807 number?
The name Melly.
Continuing on to 4:01:06 p.m., what message is sent from the 9807 number?
My IG, YNW.net.
Did you author a search warrant for the Instagram account associated with YNW.Melly?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing defense counsel what's been marked states quintuple H.
So the phone says oh shit. So the phone says sack chaser. So that is Melly in the green. She looked like she annoyed on her period.
Showing you what's been marked as states quintuple H. Have a moment to look at that.
Yes,
Do you recognize that item?
it was a report that I generated.
And is that something from the same 9807 cell phone we've been talking about all day today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that fairly and accurately depict the conversation between the individual using the 9807 cell phone and the person who is not saved as a contact?
Correct.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quintuple H in and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
Same objection before.
Can I see it, please?
Yeah, cause in that. So listen, they could prove that the phone is his, but what he just said, man, I love you, y'all my brothers. If that was him talking, they just put a more plot hole into they try to say that he killed his friends. If you go back and read it, bro, it says he said, "Yo, y'all my brothers, I love y'all." If that was Melly, because it says Sack Chaser, so Sack Chaser is the Melly. Whatchamacallit? So that's just gonna say, yo, he didn't really kill his friends. I mean, it's really not going to me. It's not really going in their favor. So, and I don't know, man. So, some people won't have their own opinions, like, you know what I'm saying. He's saying, it's gonna be over for Melly and this, that, and the third, and da da da, whatever the case may be. But they could prove that it's his phone, but reading the threads, oh brother, I love you. We fighting over nothing. I'm gonna get in the hotel, get our mind right. He said, "Fuck my mother. I love you." Like, you know what I'm saying? That's, I don't know, bro.
The exhibit.
I don't know. Hold on, I'll be right back, man.
Publishing now on page 3 of the exhibit. If you could read the address, or I'm sorry, the message and the address that's on September 28, 2018, 1:40 p.m. from the 9807 number.
It is 604 9th Avenue, Vero Beach, Florida.
And then, well, what does the next message say?
Then,
and the last on September 28, 2018, 1:41:13 p.m.
18521 Southwest 44th Street, Florida.
Going down to the message at 1:42:21, September 28, 2018, from 9807. And publishing that large scale now. What is the address on this image of a driver's license?
604 9th Avenue, Vero Beach, Florida.
And what name is on this driver's license?
The defendant's name.
Oh. Defense counsel states consent
Before
allowed.
we get into this, we take a 5-minute break.
Then y'all be short recess and not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case or allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence of no research. Just leave your notepads on your chairs. Thank you.
Between the 9807 phone number and the 772-713-2341 number.
Yes, ma'am.
Previously marked states quintuple F.
Yeah, man. It's a hard say, bro. I'm gonna look at these after. I'm gonna look at these after. See if we can, you know.
Okay, Detective Marty, I'm showing it's been marked as states quintuple F. You have a minute to review that.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that?
That is the extraction report I generated from the cell program.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the conversation messages between 772-713-9807 and 772-713-2341?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move in states quintuple F, states 107.
Objection on the previous statements.
Good.
Okay, it's time for a quick break here at Law and Crime, but when we come back, more of our coverage of the YNW Melly trial in Florida, and also going to chat with my two guests, get their take on what we're seeing in court. Stay tuned.
So we're gonna hear what they gotta say.
3 hours-ish of court time. So if it's impossible to view today, then it's even more impossible to view this morning. And therefore, again, that's inappropriate. It's not true. It's not something you should put in front of the jury if you don't know that for a fact it is true. And I would almost ask for an instruction from the defense to be like, Judge, can you instruct the jury that court personnel actually said it's impossible to view that car today? And so they know that what the state just said was wrong and that we're not doing anything to block it. I would be worried about this. Because at this point, especially with the cell phone stuff, how it's starting to turn bad for the defense, like they're saying it's not his cell phone. It seems like the state can prove it. I don't want them to think we're trying to block evidence or play some funny games or funny business with them. So I think this is a prejudicial look for the defense that's created by the state.
If they're going to do it, it will basically be impossible to do a jury view today. That if they're going to do it, they need time and wherewithal to a secure area because the jury view would, I presume, require the defendant to be there. They'd have to be unshackled. His counsel would have to be there. You'd be there. I'd be there. The jury would be there. And it would be, they'd have to secure the area. And what was explained to me by Captain Young is that's not a secure area downstairs. And he is concerned about it. So he said it couldn't be done today. And if you went so far as to ask for a jury view of the scene from Judge.
So before we get to that last point, couldn't be done today. It's not a secure area. We got to get the defendant there. We got to be there. I got to be there. Judge has, or a defense attorney has to be there. You have to be there. Jury has to be there in an unsecure area. It's not just something that can happen like that this morning when you didn't tell anybody about this. I mean, I feel like a prosecutor should know that. We've seen different kind of jury views, Murdoch, Darrell Brooks, things like that. This would probably be more akin to Darrell Brooks where they just go down and look at the car like they did in that case. But even that, there's still another point coming from the judge.
And if you went so far as to ask for a jury view of the scene from Judge Siegel, I would have thought you would file a motion pre-trial regarding seeing a jury view of this.
He's exactly right. If you were going to file a pretrial motion for a jury view of the scene, why not file one for the car?
As well, you didn't, and I would have thought you would figure that out before you say something to the jury that it can be done or would be done.
He's 100% right. Why would you do this? Why would you put this in front of the jury before you even knew A, it was possible, or B, if I was going to allow it, especially when you're 0 for 1 on jury view requests? In this case, this is not something that just popped up. Now, he doesn't seem as annoyed with the state as I would be, but I'd be really frustrated by the state with this set of circumstances.
That's the way it was. The implication I got. I would just think you clear that with the court before you start telling the jury about it. In any event, so we're going to bring the jury in.
So that's basically it. He's like, I would think you'd want to clear that with the court before putting it in front of a jury. And I completely agree with him. So it's kind of continued, the contentious legal battles, some steps by the state that would make me really frustrated as defense counsel. The judge doing as good of a job as he possibly could. And again, being level-headed, less annoyed than I would be, as I've said multiple times, as a judge. But that would be really frustrating if the state did something like that. Let me know what you think in the comments. Do you think they're going to do a jury view? Do you think the defense is going to object to it? Any other questions you have? While we have this week off, maybe we'll do a Melly Q&A another day this week. Hope everyone's having a happy 4th. Enjoy the time off.
And
time with maybe
they denied it. You feel me? They denied it. So let's go here, right? Damn, it's an hour long. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna like it. We're gonna go back to it.
Welcome back to Law and Crime, where we are covering the trial of YNW Melly, real name Jamel Demons, in Broward County, Florida. And right now we have Terry Austin, Law and Crime's own, reporting boots on the ground at the courthouse there in Broward County. Terry, thanks for joining me.
Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
It's been really interesting this afternoon.
So, Terry, give our viewers what's the latest in court.
Witness did not say that, bro.
Getting, not only from those inside the courtroom participating, meaning the attorneys, the witnesses, but the jurors themselves.
Well, Mark Moretti, he's the lead detective in this case. He has been on the stand the entire day. He is going through Cellbrite records right now. Those are the cell phone data records that he is talking about, and he's associating certain numbers with certain names. So he's going through those records, and right now he's talking about Christopher Thomas, Anthony Williams, and conversations that they had on Facebook or in messages with Melly. And so the number that they're associating or trying to associating with Melly is the 9807 number. So that's allegedly the number that he had. It's interesting, though, because there has been an objection by the defense, a standing objection, that Mark Moretti is not the witness who should be testifying about these phone records because he cannot authenticate them. There has been no predicate established. And what the defense is arguing is that, look, in order for these records to be admitted, they have to either be authenticated by the sender, the receiver, or T-Mobile. And so there is a standing objection that Mark Moretti is not the right person to introduce those records. Nevertheless, the judge let it in over the objection, and we have been all day listening to this type of testimony.
Right, and Terry, of course, that argument was made by the defense at the outset of this trial, and as you note, a standing objection. Do you think that's going to be something that's going to give the defense a strong argument on appeal if, in fact, YNW Melly is convicted?
Well, it could very well be. I mean, these records are important because they're trying to establish where those phones were. They still haven't really established who was holding the phones and exactly pinpointing the precise position of those phones. So I think it's going to be important information, but I think also it's going to be something that the defense can state as a matter of appeal. As a matter of fact, it's funny you should say that because Stuart Adelson, who is one of the defense attorneys, said to the judge at one point, this could be an issue for appeal. The fact that you are allowing these records into the evidence and you haven't really established any predicate, or the prosecution has not established any predicate for these records. So I definitely think they have this standing objection. They will continue to give this standing objection because it will possibly be a grounds for appeal if, in fact, the verdict doesn't go the way they want it to go.
Right, and Terry, let's talk about some of the substance of these text messages. Now, you tweeted that the number that's allegedly associated with YNW Melly and also that with Anthony Williams, the deceased, in this text message exchange, it appears to be a dispute and that this may be the prosecution.
No, I grew up in my family.
Earlier, so thank you.
So
number, allegedly, again, Melly's number, you hear him talking about the love that he has for Williams and the, brotherhood that they have and how nothing would come between them. And at that point, Howard actually said, and that's one of the defense attorneys, said, let me have that page number. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but I think he will go back and refer to that because it was a positive message for that jury to hear as far as the defense is concerned, as far as YNW Melly is concerned.
And Terry, before we go to break, how is the jury receiving this? Do they seem to be listening intently?
Believe it or not, yes, I do think they're listening intently. Some of it is extremely boring, but they're paying close attention to every word because I think they want to understand what were those messages and the context for those messages. So they're trying to figure that out as well.
All right, Terry Austin, thank you. Law and Crime's Own reporting from the courthouse. Thank you, Terry. Again, we're going to take a quick break here at Law and Crime. When we come back, more of our coverage of the YNW Melly trial out of Florida. Stay tuned.
So, we could just announce that we're talking about the timing, the scheduling. The state probably has another hour to 2 hours, we're guessing, of publishing. We all agreed if we could just break for the night and come back tomorrow, and then the state would have the morning, and then we'd start in the afternoon.
I'm at the court's pleasure. I just want my voice holds.
Your voice not holding?
Staff and halls. What?
You're not up to this?
I'm okay. I'm fine. So I don't want to waste the jury's time or the court's time.
So we'll proceed for an hour or so. And pick up
All
tomorrow.
right, I'm back.
We'll find out somewhere around 5 o'clock. We'll see where it goes. How much more do you think you have?
3 hours.
3 hours. So
Damn, 3 hours.
Just don't make me read that.
Read every last one.
So, counsel will be probably then, that's your last witness in Friday?
Is that right now? Yes.
How many eyewitnesses they said they had? I thought this was the last. I thought the dude was the last one.
Scaling the cross.
In terms of her potential rebuttal, in terms of that.
So we might talk about, you have to get done with the cross on how long it's going to take to cross this witness. Some redirect, I take it, maybe tomorrow you come with it?
I would hope so.
Well then, if that's the case and we're done, today's Tuesday, right, so Wednesday, doing this, Thursday, you'd be having this. Does that sound about right?
I guess we'd have a witness for Thursday if we're anticipated to finish.
Right, that's what they're trying to gear up their schedule, Ms. Bradley, so you think, you'll be done with this witness in an hour or two, right? Maybe 3, you said?
Yeah, sorry, I heard some music playing. I figured it was something.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. But 2-3 hours, something like that?
Yeah, sure.
And then, so you do your cross-examination tomorrow, we redirect, and then the next day you put on your witness. That sound about right?
That's assuming the court doesn't grant our JOA. I mean,
What's everybody laughing at?
We are taking that to mean that the court is admonishing that we should be prepared to do so on Thursday, and we will be.
Yes. Because I knew you had a witness problem before.
I know. Well, I tell you what, let me not speak out of turn. The person coordinating it is not me, so we will make every effort.
Who's coordinating?
It's the judge, so
So you think you'd be able to get a witness on Thursday?
I could probably get civilians here. I would.
So why don't we plan on that, see what you can do, all right? And we're planning on that, and we'll go from there, all right?
Okay.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Want to bring the jury in, please?
Jury entry. I don't know.
Hey, Joe, thank you. Please proceed. Let the record once again reflect the presence of our jury. The defendant is condemned to his counsel. The accused state attorney will leave his hands up stand counsel. Ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. Previously showed the defense counsel in state in couple I. Right, you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
It is the report generated from the cell rate. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. This is the report I generated from the cell rate system.
And is that fairly accurately depict the conversations between the 772-713-9807 phone number and the contact saved as Crazy Lady?
Yes.
You're at this time state with the custody of the state in couple I and
Reapproach.
Oh yeah, hold up. I got here when they come back on, but I thought I was a member of this channel. What's up, bro? Oh no, I ain't no member.
Subscribe to the channel, man.
I'll do it. I'll subscribe if you do it. So no, I'm subscribed already.
So y'all know I'm bringing y'all a mini update. We've been covering the Melly case since day 1, and now it's day 13. And a couple things unfolded today that was crazy. That's Melly's phone. Yeah, it's Melly's phone. So Melly, what I'm starting to see is certain things that Melly was doing is making it harder for his defense to defend. Because one thing they cannot defend is him on a jail call, basically admitting that that's his phone. And the same phone that he was admitting to is the same phone that they're saying was at the crime scene, man. And this is just what I don't get. You know these jail calls is being recorded. You didn't think for 1 second, let me not implicate myself on this phone, because this phone was at this murder. And, you know, since I did use the phone, that's what a lot of people seem to forget. Melly used the phone after the murders, and the phone pinged off of towers that was close to the murder scene. It basically went like this.
Is there any mail?
You have a collect call from
You know.
the dollar thing, whoop. Please note that this phone call is being recorded. Thank you for using OnStar. You may begin conversation. The phone mine. That's basically what I got from it, man. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. So I'm just letting y'all know right now. I believe that the prosecution has shown without a shadow of a doubt, with evidence and Melly's own admission to his mom, that is his cell phone. And if that is your cell phone, that means that was on your person.
They still trying to prove it though.
One thing y'all can't forget is that he used the believe Melly is guilty without a shadow of a doubt. They don't care what the fans say. They don't care how we feel. They don't. And one thing we can't do is change how they feel. They believe he did it. So it been things going back and forth between Melly's mom and YNW Juvies. Bigger than and everything. You made a big hoorah, brought it to the court's attention, brought it to Melly lawyer attention. They had to give you security and all that. Like, come on, man. So I found that to be crazy, man. YNW Melly's mom, you know, she had to get escorted by security, man. And they will be protecting her 24 hours of the day. And they took Juvie's sister threat very serious. So we'll see how that go. I don't know. But I got another question. 100K track. Your name just keeps getting brought up. And to me, I'm not going to beat down the dead horse. It just seems so amazing how your name is just tied into all of this. You don't have a charge. You don't have a nothing yet. They could drag these people in here and subpoena these people who really don't want to testify for way less than you. And you're just scot-free. How did you get the phone? Because obviously Melly mom had Melly's phone. And when you check the dates of the phone call, it ain't too far from when you turned in the phone to the police. Now, I know you're going to say they put out a warrant for you that without having nobody. So y'all all in my comment section.
He's saying but they still trying to prove the shit is his phone. They doing the message. They trying to still prove it. I mean, even if they did say if it's his phone, what else? Like, they showing text messages. The text messages don't even seem like it's like, hold on, what this say? They cousin snitching on him in court. You said that's his cousin? If that's his cousin, that's crazy. To be your own family, bro. Hold on. I gotta know, that's his cousin for real?
Man, they finding more and more news every day on these rappers, on these artists, on this family. You know what I mean? Like YNW Melly, YNW Melly been, and he been there for a long time. They trying to give him, I don't know, man. It's like it's so confusing to me because it's like they've been doing this for so long, They trying their hardest. But I guess it's, they trying to make it impossible to get this done. So basically, one of his cousins I guess he went to court, and they was questioning him, asking him questions, and he was just really spinning them, and they kept asking him like personal stuff, like was he drinking, did he have anything in his system, that night. He said it was like 5 years ago, so he don't remember, he don't recall it, and just beating around the bush and over the whole situation. So, me, I'm thinking like, why is they doing this? Why nobody just gonna come up and come confess whoever did it? If they care that much, because they've been trying to get him out for so long, but people still don't know if he did it or not. You know what I mean? But it's like, let him go, man. Like, it been so long, after so long, it's gonna be like, dang, But I guess he don't like what they've been doing in there. He feel like he want to go farther with his career. But the image he was putting on, man, it looked like he'd do something like that. You know what I mean? So lawyers that still.
Wait, I gotta look at that shit. Probably not right now, cause that shit long as hell. Buddy snitching, you feel me? He tried his hardest too, bull. Like, he tried his fucking hardest not to say nothing. That man tried his fucking hardest. Yeah, they still on there. But let me say, Big Folks said Boss Top pulled up to Chief Keef's house with a gun.
Let me ask you this. How did you guys feel about the King Von documentary? And were you aware of his street rap before he got killed?
Yeah, I was. You would hear little shit about him, but it was other little ones that you would hear about way more than Von, though.
Like who?
Like
Melly?
maybe, little 051 Melly.
Because now it's easy to find out about all these famous killers from Chicago.
Yeah, but,
There's such
like I'm saying, as far as the beaties and that rap shit, like who was like, it was a couple more of them little shorties, like the little one that he used to hang out with, his little best friend. That used to be, I forget his little name, T. Roy and all them.
Okay, yeah.
You'll hear about them, like really getting, you know what I'm saying? They was active.
Right.
Vaughn had a name, you know what I'm saying? But not like how they described it, like he was a serial killer though.
Right.
That's bullshit.
Well, that's clickbait that Trap Lord Ross was using to
that's
make people
bullshit.
click on the
You know,
shit.
Fucking serial killer. He couldn't be responsible for 11 bodies. He could know about 100 bodies, like me. You know what I'm saying? We from Chicago. We know motherfuckers that kill shit. We know about shit. You know what I'm saying? So he could know about it, not to even be involved. So he could rap about it, right? So he like, well, how could he rap so clearly about the shit? Like he was there. Maybe the person that did it told him about it.
It could definitely be a lot of that. Yeah, and like he's tweeting like an hour after something happens. It's like, well,
maybe
someone
the
could have
hitters
just
from
told him,
Overlock.
right?
That's what I've been saying too.
Come over there and tell
I've
him,
been saying that.
"Ooh, this ain't-" and he go upstairs and he can make a rap about it.
That's one thing I've learned from watching so many of these Chicago videos is that all of the dudes who are famous for rapping, for the most part, nobody seems to think that they really had bodies like that, besides Vaughn. I'm not gonna say none, but like all the guys who have reputations for being savages, the overall impression is not that they killed a bunch of people. They were the dudes out the crew that rapped, for the most part.
No, that's true. Vaughn probably would be the first one to have that type of reputation.
Right.
No, that's real.
Interesting.
No, Vaughn, definitely. Out of Chicago.
What was these snitching allegations that people were trying to put on you at one point?
Oh, that came from the same person that
that was
came
the
up with the
16 thing too?
the rumors.
Did you peep that shit though? How 1090 Jake bust that down? See, this is why I was kind of getting weird with everybody, because it's like, bro, if you a podcast host, Adam, and you interviewing us and we talking shit about 16, like 16 the feds and that nigga got me locked, and I say he got me locked up and this and that, you almost believe me, like, damn, you just Cody, right?
Right. That's what I like about somebody like 1090 Jake, because he'll actually do the legwork to find out the shit's real.
Why Kevo ain't never really outed these people and this and that? Maybe because it's ongoing investigation. You can't fuck with the feds ongoing investigations if they got somebody out here working. It don't matter if you know about it or not. You can't go publicly tell about it, because now you just made yourself a part of it.
So this is the thing. This is why I say, like, bro, anytime, if you want to make a podcast powerful, this is why we about to make our podcast, because you have to have elite people on your podcast, like real people that know real information,
real info.
Not somebody that's going to go get FBI agents to go against this person to make up lies on this person just
because I want to know how you feel about
How do you feel about that? How do you feel?
The two people that 16 interviewed about this allegation that you asked Kevo about, they were two informants, federal informants. Did you know that?
About that?
And did you also know they're not on the streets anymore?
I watched it and I remember just thinking, like, I would not have done this interview because it just doesn't seem like it's well qualified enough.
Okay, so by you seeing that, as a credible journalist, as a credible podcaster, interviewer, how do you feel about those type of people who do that type of stuff?
And it can like really taunt in our day and age, like, damn, like, he'll right.
Can just lie, like I can just lie on you, Adam, like about.
Like, I'm on this case though, bro. I'm on this case and woo, and he told on me. Like, what's the harder than that?
And it took
16 thought.
I'll put it in perspective. I did an interview with someone a couple of years ago, and they called someone a snitch in the middle of the interview, and it's not somebody who had been like publicly called a snitch. And this is LA shit. Everybody in LA, and I immediately realized as soon as he said it that this is something that would potentially get someone killed. At the very least, completely smear.
Yo, it's real when you call somebody a snitch. Like, that's like,
let someone just call somebody a snitch.
It's high tier shit.
Like
no paperwork, no proof. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, though.
So 16 decided to do that and try to go hard with it, but it bit him in his ass, though.
But
see, he ducks all the smoke, so he don't really want to talk about real shit. Like 16, why did you interview two federal informants and try to push the narrative that Kevo was a rat? And then when the shit popped up and they say, no, those guys are two federal informants that's currently working.
Trying to get swept under the rug.
What happened to the interviews after that? Why you ain't interview him and ask him, 16, why the fuck is you interviewing federal informants and pushing the narrative so hard without any information? Exactly. Or did you really know about it?
If you do a podcast and you interview primarily like famous people's ops or like, famous people's baby mamas, you might be able to go viral in the short term, but it's gonna fuck up the credibility of your platform.
What's gonna happen is this is the thing about it. If you are up and coming, because you're not there yet, you don't have a lot of money, you barely drive that little old gold Lincoln, all that. Like, you have to get money, you have to get to where you need to get to first.
I ain't gonna fucking lie. Without you, 16 would not be shit. Those little pussy ass interviews he did on them boys, don't nobody give a fuck. Cairo ain't no fucking celebrity or nothing like that enough to where it's like, oh, the interview with Cairo. Those are viral moments. You need to explain to him how hard it is to keep
it's
a
hard
show
to
up and running.
replicate that over and over. Because I know he had like a crazy month that month, made a shitload of money, but then it's like, how do you replicate
then
that
he called
over
you
and
needing
over?
$100. I know.
$100?
Yeah, fucked up like that type of shit. You fucked up.
this
Sleeping
all
on
I'm
Billy
saying.
Cox
This all I'm
floor and
basically
shit.
trying to say. It's just like I get it with people trying to help people do whatever they got to do, but at the same time, if you're trying to grow, and this person like
I'm
me,
gonna give you
is
one up
building
though. If you
connections, I'm-
really want the respect from Chicago, you got to start a little bit doing a little bit more, giving us a little bit more respect and research, because you will interview the same couple people and they narrative is almost the word. It's like, well, wow, like FBJ man, like man, I'm older than them. I'm a manager. I want to see all their ass win. Every last one of them that's trying to do something.
All right, so you see it. We just hit 500K. You know what that means? That means you gotta subscribe and get us.
Oh shit. So they back. Is it? Oh, that shit going fast.
12:03:50 UTC and 12:04:22 UTC.
Somebody said, the fuck she talking about?
What happens to that phone call?
Do you ever wonder about the legal ramifications of using your hands or your weapon in self-defense and how to actually be prepared? We're hosting a 100% free workshop on the legal use of force in your city. It's about learning how to be ready for an act of self-defense and knowing when and how you can protect your family and your home. And every attendee will get some training material.
Call it 401 and 402. Do you recognize that 954-376-9158 number?
Yes, ma'am.
Which which bank records was that reflected on?
That was from the Sun Trust and the Chase records associated with Mr. Davis and Francois.
Going on to 403 and 404. And this phone call is 1026 2018 12 12 28 and 1026 2018 12 13. What happens with that incoming phone call?
The same. The call comes in and it's immediately forwarded to voicemail.
405 at 12 15:59 UTC, again October 26, 2018, and line 406 12:16 UTC. What happens with that phone call? 1026.
The call comes in and it's immediately transferred to voicemail.
Can you state whether or not that phone had minutes on it?
No, ma'am.
Those records are not something that was available?
Correct.
In terms of the last outgoing phone call that actually had a duration to it. And again, you said duration was in column C?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what was the last incoming or outgoing phone call that had a duration that
They still trying to see, like.
It would be with, it says on the records here 10/26/2018.
So let me. So like the dude, King AK, he was like, oh well, it's his phone. They just say it was his phone, but she's still trying to prove the fact that it's his phone. It's like it's other things you should try to prove. I don't know, man. I'm so over this phone shit.
Okay, Detective Murray, we talked briefly about the Instagram records on that. How did you go about obtaining the Instagram records?
Pursuant to a search warrant in this case, ma'am.
And with regards to those records, how are they provided to you?
They're provided to us electronically.
Once you wrote the search warrant, did you go through the entirety of the records?
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately how many 100,000 pages came back?
250,000 pages.
Your Honor, this time the state would offer what's been previously marked as state quintuple K pursuant to 9083.6 as a business record. There's the certification for your Honor's review.
You know they going crazy in the chat right now. Look at her.
Objection on grounds previously raised.
Thank you. Re-educate me, what previously raised objection?
Relevancy. Relevancy, authentication.
Relevancy.
403, 401.
Can you come sign off this?
I mean, that's all she said. That's all. That's somebody said in the comment. She said, "I had my phone on my mind." That's all. That's all this is about. They still trying to prove that his phone. Yesterday, he said, "Oh, that's my phone." The mom said, "Your phone." Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But yet still, they trying to prove that it's his phone. You know what I'm saying? They trying to prove this shit for the last. I don't even know. I don't even want to say the first day. It felt like it though. So.
Sure is. Hey, ain't it
Which
free
I think
slushy
it's
day,
free
nigga?
slushy day, which I said this morning too.
Oh, shit.
Everyone go get your free slushies. I got a dope ass cast with me today. I got the almighty suspect in the building.
Free slushies.
We got Remo, what's the word, and the one and only Mr.
Hold on,
YNW
Four-figure court.
That's crazy.
Right. You gotta start somewhere, my boy.
Yeah.
You know?
Got a
Gotta start
thousand.
facts. You gotta start somewhere.
What's going on, guys?
Alright, I'm back, y'all. Hold up. My bad. I'm gonna have to leave. You feel me?
Hate to do this again, but any approach? Yes. Any approach? Yes.
Cutting down all the shit, yeah. But I'll be back, y'all. I gotta, go to the store. False alarm, y'all. Never mind. Never mind. I thought I did. Never mind. I don't gotta go out no more. So we straight. We 10 toes. Here. Sorry about that, y'all. You feel me? The in and out. You feel me? But it is what it is. Where we at? Alright.
Shit, another day, another dollar, man.
Same shit, different toilet.
Same thing I do every day, Pinky. Trying to take over the world.
I'm Pinky.
That's a fact.
I've been waiting like a year for someone to drop that. Pinky in the Brain.
I said every day.
That was Cartoon Network joint, right?
Every single day.
It was on Animaniacs.
It was like Warner Brothers way back in the day.
Yep, the WB, nigga. That's what it was called.
Pinky in the Brain. There was
I remember that.
Animaniacs. There was Tiny Toons.
Facts.
That fucking frog was racist.
That's crazy.
Yeah. They ended up getting rid of the frog for sure.
Pretty
yeah,
damn racist.
the nigga name was Michigan J.
That's crazy.
I don't remember the frog.
You sound like a real nigga.
Michigan J Frog, you don't remember?
You sound like a real nigga.
I probably if I seen it.
Why he racist? He had fat ass lips and was like dressing like a nigga and shit, rapping.
Basically.
Not rapping.
Oh, he was Jimmy the Cricket.
He was
basically Jimmy the Cricket, but a frog.
What does like to say? Chucking and jiving.
Yeah, he used to be like that. Like
he basically Jimmy the Cricket,
yeah,
but
I
he
do
the frog.
remember. No, the WB. Yeah, you
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that nigga.
Nah, I slick forgot about Buddy. I remember that nigga used to be. Was he on the show or he used to just do the shit like at the beginning?
He was just like their spokesperson and like the little theme, little mascot. So
Plus, I feel like he biting off the Kellogg Smacks nigga.
Fake
The
ass
cra-
Smack nigga. Hey, Smack's low key fire, nigga.
Yeah.
Nah, it is. Especially if you high, bitch.
Them
What?
motherfuckers are fire. Ain't even gonna hold you. Yeah, he kind of racist.
Yeah.
He is kind of.
My favorite cereal though.
He's shucking and jiving like a motherfucker.
My favorite cereal is motherfucking Golden Grams. Them shit smack. It smacks sober, high, drunk. It smacks.
I might remember it.
Do you remember the?
But the smack cereal do smack too, bro.
Like at the beach and shit on the.
Yeah. Hell yeah, I remember the Warner Brothers
yeah.
shirts. Hell yeah. I was in elementary school wearing them.
You wore this to elementary school.
Yes. Yeah, you gotta remember who my father is, Josh.
Alright.
Hell yeah, nigga. I was going to school with the gangster SpongeBob shirts.
Yep.
Nigga, all kind of shit like that. Nigga, like getting kicked out. But hell yeah, I was going to school with the If You See the Police Warner Brothers shirts.
Records production was search warrant for the Instagram account of YNW Melly.
Is that all of those records?
No.
In terms of this specific selection, what is common throughout this one?
The sender, or the recipient, or the author, or the receiver YNW Melly.
Do these fairly and accurately represent a selection of the messages from the Instagram YNW Melly?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would request to move into the state's quintuple L.
Objections, please. State's quintuple L will be marked states 111.
Look, they going crazy. Chat going crazy about her ass.
So Detective Moretti, you're
Chat
going
going
to
crazy.
explain how to read these Instagram returns. So I'm going to start by publishing state 111. So
I feel like that too. They be getting injection all the time, bro.
on this first selection, what is that?
It's, the page number is 75,128. That's the actual page number from the entirety of the documents.
Okay. In terms of a lot of text, a lot of numbers.
The fuck is this?
Can you help? And I'm going to try and. Can you explain
Yo.
how you know where the message starts and where the next message ends and what is associated with
The message itself starts where you see ID.
Okay.
Then the end of it will be recipients.
So, starting with this first one, can you explain what the thread ID is?
The thread ID is a number generated.
She
by
dragging
the
this shit.
At the time used to be Facebook, now it's Meta Platforms Inc. And it's a number that they generate for a specific thread ID. So, let's say you and I were having a conversation on social media, and we started a thread. We started a conversation. It would generate that thread. As long as that conversation continues, that thread ID will continue to be the same.
Is the thread ID unique to the participants in this particular Instagram message?
It's unique to the participants in the conversation that they're having.
Okay, so we can explain and make sure it's clear. You made the mention of you and I having an Instagram conversation. If we add Mr. Howard to it, is it going to still be under the same thread ID?
You know, it would then generate a new thread ID because it's a new conversation.
Okay, and how can you tell what the contents of a particular message are?
Where it says text.
And how can you tell who wrote it?
Where the author is the person who wrote it, and the recipient is the person who received it.
In terms of, does the recipient also list the author?
Yes.
So, for the purposes of this first message that we're reading up here, who is the author?
The author is legend_juice28.
And what is the text of that conversation?
Yo.
Moving on to the next message. And what I'm trying to do is keep it so that you're only looking at one at a time on that. So on this next message here, what is the response and who says it?
The author is the defendant, and well, I'm sorry,
The Instagram author?
The author is the account YNW Melly, and the recipient is legend_juice28 along with the account identified as YNW Melly. And the text is, what's up, fool?
When you're going through these records, do they go one after the other in the same conversation all the way through?
No, it goes in the order in which you are communicating. So you could have on one page, you could have multiple different messages. The way that we're able to filter through and isolate specific conversations to make it easier for us to read is the thread ID.
So when you're generating these reports or these summaries here that we're looking at, how are you searching them?
I once identify two participants during the conversation or a specific conversation of interest, I then take that thread ID and I search throughout the whole form. This one is a little unique. I had to pull 20,000 pages out at a time because my computer could not handle 250,000 pages.
Okay. These are sent in what type of format?
PDF format.
So moving on, so are we looking at that same thread ID ending in 1070 again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so if you could read the next message from October 1st, 2018, 2043 UTC.
The account identified as legend_juice28 sent to recipient account YNW Melly. Man, what's your number?
Continuing down the next message from 2044 UTC.
The author was on the account legend_juice28 to recipient account YNW Melly.
And the text?
I want to let my little girl and her friends see you like I need you to hit her up and surprise her. LOL.
Okay. And the last one on this page, again that thread ID ending in 1070. Who is the author of this message, October 1st, 2018, 2058-34 UTC?
The account identified as YNW Melly, and the recipients were legend_juice28 as well as YNW Melly account.
And what phone number was identified as belonging to YNW Melly?
772-713-9807.
Okay. That was page 1 of that exhibit, counsel. Moving on to the next page. So this gray bar here, does that indicate a space between the pages in the business records?
Yes, ma'am, because the actual conversation started on page 72,276 and continued on to 75,277.
On the message of October 9th, 2018, 2217, 27 UTC, what is the author asking of the YNW Melly account?
The author is the author from account Young Bands is asking the account YNW Melly. What's your number, twin? I'm a fitting FTU.
Okay. So I want to start and to explain here on 75283. There's a lot of other names.
Rich the Kid, Famous Dex,
Evidence whatsoever
King
that
James.
these other people responded to any of these messages?
No.
You're smiling a little bit. Can you explain why there's all these other high-profile people that are tagged in these records?
The person who sent the message also tagged all those individuals. I guess.
Objection. Yes.
So in terms,
Nicki Minaj.
Okay.
Nicki
In
Minaj.
terms of the 20,000 pages and things like that, are there messages that are sent in which these other 30 some odd people are tagged?
Yes.
Does any of those accounts we're looking at there ever respond?
Never.
Oh. So moving on to then the response. And again, that was the thread ID from the first message ending in 4772. Continuing to the next message in that thread ID ending in 4772. What is the response and who is it from?
The response is from the account identified as YNW Melly, and it's responding to young bands. And it's the text is the phone number 772-713-9807.
Okay. Moving on to.
I guess she's trying to still connect the phone to him, but. Somebody said everybody called the phone.
The message of October 14th, 2018, 1701 UTC.
The author is at the account YNW Melly. The recipient was AP grade official.
And the thread ID ended in 2755.
Yes, ma'am.
Going to the next message in the 2755. Who sends the message of October 10th, 2018, 2021, 39 UTC?
The author of that was the account YNW Melly.
And what message was sent?
The phone number of 772-713-9807.
Moving on to page 4. Okay. And this is from page 75,584. You could read the message of October 15th, 2018.
It's from the author of the account of YNW Melly to Little Got It account, and the text is, "What's your line?"
And so the thread ID ends in 6555.
6555.
Moving on to the next message in that account. What does the message of October 15, 2018, 2259 UTC say, and who is it from?
The author is the account of YNW Melly. The recipient is Little Got It, and the text is 772-713-9807.
Okay. Moving on to the next page. And this would have been from 75856. What does the message of October 22nd, 2018 say, and who is it from?
It is from the account of YNW Melly. The recipient is Killarissa _, and the text is here.
Okay. Moving on to the next message, 10/22, 2018, 8/31/03 UTC. What is the text that is sent and who sends it?
The author of the message is from the account, YNW Melly, and the text is the phone number 772-713-9807.
Okay. Moving on to page number 75,864, selection from that. What is the text and who is the author?
The text is, I gotta talk to you who called me, and the number of 772-713-9807.
Bossman JB.
And who sent that message?
The author is from the account YNW Melly, and the recipient is Bossman _ that's JD.
And then the response to that message from Bossman JD on 10/22/2018, 2026.
Hold on, man. My dog being. I'm back.
Mr. Eckmer, be kind enough to publish the text of the response.
It was from Bossman, the account of Bossman _ JD, and the recipient is the account of YNW Melly. And the text is, bet go hit you when I get out of this car.
Moving on to page 75,877 into 75,878. October 23rd of 2018, 1456 UTC. Who is the author of that message?
The author of that message is The Future of Chicago.
And what is the text?
What's your number?
The thread ID ends in 7870.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, continuing to the next message.
And then the response from the account of YNW Melly to Future of Chicago is the phone number 772-713-9807.
Going now to October 26th, 5:00:36 UTC. If you could read that and who is writing that message.
Rich send a message to the account of YNW Melly, and it's send me Addie. You'll see those three squares. Those three squares are actually emojis. When we pull it out and put it into a Word document, then we can see what those emojis are.
Is that for every single time that you can translate them into a Word document?
Most of it, yes, most of it.
Okay. So the response to that message was what?
It was from the account of YNW Melly to ropa.rich. And the address in the text section is 18521 Southwest 44th Street, Mirror 1.
And for the purposes of the record, that was October 26, 2018, 5:04:32 UTC. Okay. The next message in that, what is the text on that one?
It coincides with the previous message. It's just the zip code 33029 from the account of YNW Melly to ropa.rich.
Going down now to page 76,875.
That's so
What message
fucking.
was sent from the YNW Melly account to ropa.rich on November
Bro.
12th.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
231 UTC.
The phone number is 772-713-9807.
Going to November 17th of 2018, page 77,081. what message is sent to the YNW Melly account from Project Youngin 11/17/2018 804 UTC?
The text from Project Youngin to the account of YNW Melly is, what's your number? I'm going to call you in the morning.
And the response in that same thread ID?
Is from the account of YNW Melly to Project Youngin, and it's 772-713-9807.
Okay. Moving on to page 77,299 and 77,296. I want to go make sure we're doing this. So we start with the one from 77,296. What is that message? And
it is from That Boy Funny, on the account of That Boy Funny, to the recipient account of YNW Melly. The text is, what's your number, ugly boy?
Oh, that's boy.
YNW Melly account
was the phone number of 772-713-9807.
Going to page 77,302, starting on 77,301. What is the message sent on November 26, 2018?
It was from the account of the real Quan Jones. The recipient was the account of YNW Melly. What's your number, bro? I got a new phone. I'm trying to send you these songs I just made.
And the response from the YNW Melly account was
772-713-9807.
Going to page 77,534. On the message here, the thread ID 8086, which is consistent with all the rest.
Yes, please skip some.
Message at December 1st, 2018. You could at 13:35:09 UTC.
The message from the account of YNW Melly to Miss Lightskin X _, it's what's your it has percentage.
Okay. And the next message. Oops, sorry. My apologies.
What type of bitch?
Next message on
Is that what-
December 1st, 2018, 13:35:15 UTC.
The message came from the account of YNW Melly to Miss Lightskin X _, and it says number with the hashtag sign.
Okay. So then the next message on December 1st, 2018, 13:35:22 UTC.
The message came from the account of YNW Melly to Miss Lightskin X _, and the text was, just call me, 772-713-9807.
Okay. Moving on to page 77,597. Going to the second message on that page. December 2nd, 2018, 22:42:26 UTC. Who is the author and what does it say?
The author is the account of YNW Melly. The recipient is Alyssa Chanel.
Okay.
And it's text me 772-713-9807.
Going on to page 77,633. This is December 4th of 2018.
Bro.
On the real share, I'm sorry, under
Big
the
boot gang.
next message here, which the UTC time is December 4th, 2018. 14513 UTC.
The author was a big 600 Booker.
Buka. Book gang.
The text was Wicio Number Gang.
And what was the response?
The response from the account of YNW Melly to big 600 Booker was the phone number 772-713-987.
Okay. And final one.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. I wonder if I subscribe to this shit, can I talk? Hold on, let me refresh it.
NBA fans, it's that time of the year. 11 straight days of non-stop NBA Summer League basketball.
I gotta give it 5 minutes and shit.
Same N-word, same number. The author was YNW.
Same nigga, same number.
The recipient was 510 J. Green.
And I think this would be a logical time to break for the evening, seeing that.
Thank you. As you saw, we'll take care of that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just put your notepads down. We'll see you back tomorrow. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case with the presence of no research. All right, just leave your notepads there. We'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Council remain along with the defendant. How much more do you think you have, Council?
Maybe 2 hours, maybe a little less.
2 hours?
Judge, there is one request I would ask from the defendant. I'm led to believe that I didn't hear you. There's a request that I would ask the court to ask the defendant. There's testimony that there were phones in the Jeep. They're in the care, custody, and control of the Miramar Police Department. I think that you checked outside and detected. And I would ask that you bring all the phones that were retrieved from the Jeep for processing.
How many phones we got?
I believe there's
Three phones. The phones of Williams and Thomas. They were kept at height at this time in the situation, and the lithium batteries had exploded with the phones are inoperable. We can still bring them in for you to see.
All 3 phones are
No,
inoperable?
just the 2 phones, the phones of the victims, and there was a third phone with the back headrest, back seat rest.
Total of 3 phones.
Sure. State have any position on this?
Mayor, I want to make sure we verify the one that was in the back seat pocket of the front passenger seat. My understanding was that was still at height, but that one was not.
No,
They got
we brought that back as well.
Okay.
So, Miramar Police Department has 3 phones?
Yes, sir.
You're saying 2 of them are inoperable, but 1 is operable?
We tried to download it, and there's nothing we could do with it. Even the SIM card was unreadable.
But you have those?
Yes, sir.
Miramar Police Department?
Yes, sir.
All right, and it's not a problem, not an issue for you to bring?
I can get them tonight.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything else to discuss, Council?
There might be, there is one other thing on the FBI, whether or not they contacted the Not today, sir. One second.
So, hold your thought for 1 second. Mr. Adelstein, I'm sorry. Asking me about, Brendan Collins, that FBI agent?
He is back in the country, but they would still need to comply with the TUI regulations, but he did text me that he was back in the country with us and he was fine.
I believe the law is that we would not be required to, the court directs the state to make it available. We would have to go through 2 weeks.
I don't know, you can check that out if you would, just let me know what the law is on, but if you can get it back, then let's get it back.
Yeah, that's, again, like you said before, the higher authority, the federal courts are the ones that.
Understood, but I don't know what you can do, if anything. Can you put a feeler out to see if you can get it back here, what it requires?
So I think the next one to start working on the letter, the 1-page letter that they have to say to exactly what they're calling him for.
The transcripts are courtesy because we need a reply, and that leads in, because I sent an email, I did get the transcripts that I did not have my cross-examination for some odd reason, it's not typed up. Now that we know that we contacted them, I did send you the transcripts this evening, so before I knew that she got a hold of the witness, because I thought I was gonna have to file a motion, and I just wanted to make your life as easy as possible.
Transcript of the FBI agent?
Yeah, my cross was missing, and yesterday I wanted to raise the objection when there was testimony being given specifically about the environment, the latitude and the longitude, because Collins says we can't use that.
In any event, I haven't seen it yet, but you said you sent it to me.
It's Ingrid, yes, sir.
Do you have a copy of it?
I did not that I've seen. but
She
I
was
haven't read
CC'd on the email, so I did it about 30 minutes ago, so everybody has it.
it. I'm a little busy.
Sorry?
I've been a little busy, I'm checking my email.
So I guess the bottom line to it all is that they're trying to find out how they can get Brendan Collins, the FBI agent, back here. His name is Collins, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Back here, and to do, you're saying it needs to be a letter, so you can get this letter out, whatever it is?
We can get it out, but the problem is to be forthcoming. The last time we even to try to get him to deposition, it was almost a 60-day process because the letter and they
I
came out.
understand, but council's requesting the letter, so you can get the letter out today, right? And then, once the letter's out, you see what you can do, Ms. Bradley, to get him back down here?
Yes, sir, he's local, he's assigned to the South Florida area. I shouldn't say I know where he lives, I just know where his office is.
So you can have a conversation amongst the attorneys, see what you can do to get the witness back down here for the defense case of chief, all right?
Just one thing, Your Honor, just so the court's aware, a TUI letter is sent to the FBI and then it goes to the DOJ and it'll be lost in that abyss. So it's not gonna answer any questions for us in the time of question. Just, you know, we will get it out for so on.
My understanding from counsel is, you can correct me if I'm wrong, she's telling me that the first step is a letter. So I asked her, you'll get the letter out. So 1-page letter is what I'm told, I don't know anything about it. Our state said, once that letter is done, she'll contact him, correct?
Yes.
And see what we can do to expedite it. Maybe send a copy of the letter to Ms.
Yeah.
Bradley so she can forward it on to
When you get done,
Brendan
you can
Collins
go
as
over there
well,
and
but
get it
anyway,
Great.
she's gonna make a phone call.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I don't know what the law is on that, you can educate me. I thought I asked whether the witness was excused, and I thought you could check the file, there's a transcript on that too, I mean, if you have a transcript, I thought they asked, is he excused, and
We
I was
did.
told yes.
We did say that.
And then he was excused, so we gotta get him back here, so council's gonna see what she can do to accommodate that.
we
All right,
appreciate
I don't know if she can or not.
Thank you,
She
sir.
said she'd try.
Thank you.
Are we done?
I don't think so, are we? Anything else? All right, have a good night, see you all. We're adjourned.
All right. I don't even know, bro. We're gonna get into that. We're gonna look at it. It's an hour. Thank y'all for subscribing to me. Appreciate y'all. I'll be back. Y'all can watch the next little trial. We ain't gonna watch that. I'm gonna turn it off when I get home. So, you know what I'm saying? But I'll be back.
Are you tired of not getting any YouTube views, having no content ideas, and just feeling like a phony? Well, do I have a thing for you? See, YouTube can be difficult to navigate, and many creators feel like they have to do it alone. Other SEO and growth platforms are difficult to understand, but vidIQ is not the same. vidIQ is easy to use, has many features, and for a limited time, it's free.
I've learned so much using vidIQ. Wait, that's why it's called vidIQ.
Ever since I've been using vidIQ, I've been ranking a lot higher in YouTube search.
Since using vidIQ, I can now finally sound original, and my mum actually thinks I sound creative.
You can get vidIQ Boost, their top plan, free for 30 days using my link. vidIQ, it's super cool. vidIQ, it's easy to use. vidIQ gives you all the tools. vidIQ, it's perfect for you.
Get vidIQ. Link in the description below.
Before Notion, what you found at PartnerStack was it was all disjointed. And now we use Notion to house any pertinent piece of information that any employee in the company would need to know. So now it feels like everybody's moving in the same direction. The outcome of Notion is simply speed and impact across the entire business. Our ability to ship increased by about 30%. We've consolidated probably about 5 or 6 individual tools all into Notion. We've been able to save around $20,000 a year. It's great.
With you, you guys started having other discussions, correct?
I do not recall at this time.
Do you remember him telling you about a runaway note?
Yes, he did tell me that there was a note.
And then when that conversation, when was the next time that you spoke with him?
Within a week, I would say. Maybe a few days.
And that's when he reached out to you to ask you if you wanted to help search?
No, I do believe that he offered to organize a search party when I spoke to him that day.
That very first conversation, you think that's when
I
that
believe so.
Now, you also, do you ever remember seeing any flyers around?
I remember seeing 2 flyers in the area.
There was one at Jack in the Box?
Yes.
And one at Walmart?
Yes.
And when did you see those?
I cannot be certain.
And you actually took one of the flyers, correct, off the Walmart wall?
I did.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any redirect, Mr. Bailey? Why did you take that flyer off the Walmart sign?
I'm not sure. I was just angry about the whole situation, I suppose.
What do you mean you're angry about the whole situation?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
That she would run away without me.
Okay. And Did you know that she ran away?
I did not know.
Okay. And this runaway note, did you ever see it?
I saw it when the police interviewed me in 2007.
Did you ever see it when the defendant had it?
No.
Okay. I guess the question that I'm asking you is the information that you believed or knew about as far as what happened to Alyssa after you saw her at class, where did you get that from? Did someone else tell you that? Sure. Did the information, the things that you testified to about a note and things like that, was that information that was provided to you by the defendant?
Yes.
And this call that you have that you missed, that you said you saw on the caller ID, did you ever hear a voice message for that?
I did not.
Do you know who made that call?
I do not.
It was just a number that you saw on your voicemail?
It was the caller ID.
I apologize.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Ladies and gentlemen, any members of the jury have any questions for this witness? It appears that there are none. May the witness be excused. Any objection? Mr. Jackson, any objection? Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Get my next witness.
You may. Sir, if you'll please come forward. If you'll please come forward and approach the woman who's standing to my left, she'll get your name from you and swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Sir, if you could please take a walk up that ramp and then have a seat on the witness stand here to my right. And you'll see there's a microphone right there. If you can just make sure you're speaking into it. Thank you. Mr. Bailey, whenever you're ready, you may proceed with your direct examination of the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please introduce yourself?
Michael Allen Stanley.
And where do you live? Do you live locally?
Yeah, I live here in Phoenix, North Phoenix.
All right. And how long have you lived in Phoenix?
Since 1990, so 21 years.
Where did you live before that?
Northern California.
All right. Do you know, where did you go to high school?
Greenway High School.
And do you recall doing a police interview for this case back in approximately 2009?
Yes.
All right. How did you know Alyssa?
Through our work.
Okay. And when you say work, where did you work at?
Jack in the Box at 40th Street in Bell.
Okay. What was your job title for that position?
Shift manager.
Right. And how long did you work with Alyssa?
A few months, I believe.
Okay. And did you manage her?
Yes.
All right. Why don't you tell us a little bit about how that interaction occurred with you and her at Jack in the Box?
Well, I mean, initially it started off as, of course, not knowing her at all, and but training her at various jobs around the store, but mainly for customer service, working with working at the front counter or in the drive-through, and then from there, she became more independent, and I didn't have to, interact with her as much.
What was Alyssa like at work?
I mean, like anybody at the beginning, they don't know their way around, and I have to teach them some things, but eventually she became very productive and smart, funny at times.
Was she a reliable employee?
Absolutely.
And did you know any of did you meet any of Alyssa's family?
Not that I'm aware of. At work.
All right. And at some point, did you go to Alyssa's house?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I'm not sure what the scenario was. If more than likely we got off at the same time from work and I gave her a ride home.
Okay. And then what did you do when you went to her house?
We came through the door and met whoever was there, and then proceeded towards her bedroom and interacted. And then at a certain time, we were ushered to the couch to hang out there. And then we were there for a little while, and then again ushered out of the house. I was told to leave.
All right. Were you aware of video surveillance in the house?
In the house, no.
Okay. So you said you were ushered into the house, or
into her room. Like we walked in, and there may have been some pleasantries greeting who may have ever been there, like her sister or father, but she wanted to be alone. So we went, that's what I meant, ushered towards her room by her. And then we were ushered out of her room by, I'm not sure if it was probably her dad that said, we were in there and the door was closed. So he said, more or less go out on the couch where you're not isolated.
Okay.
And that's what we did.
So when you went to her house with her that night, there was other family members were present.
Yes.
Okay. And we didn't talk about approximately when was this?
A date or time?
Well, the best you can as far as a date.
The date, I'm assuming it was late to mid-spring of 2001.
All right. And, well, how long did you work at Jack in the Box?
From September of 1999 to late spring, early summer of 2001.
All right. So you're brought into the house. You're asked at some point to go into the front room.
Yeah, I mean, they're right there, as you walk in the door initially.
Okay, and then what do you do?
Say hi, and then am ushered by her towards her room.
Okay. I guess the confusion I'm having is, so you went inside, you and Alyssa went to her bedroom?
Yes.
And at some point you were asked by an individual you believed was her father to leave the bedroom?
Right. It was because the door was closed in her bedroom, and I believe there was a knock, but no opening the door. It just, it said, you guys need to come out to the living room, more or less.
Okay. And then while you were in the living room, what did you do?
Made out.
Okay. And was it anything significant, I guess?
In my heart or in my mind? I'm not sure what you mean.
I guess physically. That's a good ask for a clarification there.
I'm not really sure.
The nature of it.
It didn't last too long before I was told to leave. So.
All right. So you have what you called as a makeout on the couch, and then you were asked to leave. Who was that by?
Michael Turney, her father.
Okay. So at that point, do you leave?
Yes.
All right. And did you, after that, did you ever see Alyssa again?
I did not, no.
Okay. And did you go back to work
Yes.
after that? And so it's fair to say Alyssa was never at work again.
It is fair to say that, yes.
You quit or left Jack in the Box. Did you leave Jack in the Box shortly after?
Yeah, I would assume so.
You said your tenure at Jack in the Box was from, I believe it was 1999 to about the summer of 2001.
Correct.
Summer, spring 2001.
Correct.
Why did you end up leaving Jack in the Box?
Shortly before that, in 2001, I was diagnosed with spina bifida, and I had been having some unresolved medical complications, and I could not work anymore due to the intensity of those medical complications.
So the proximity with you also quitting Jack in the Box had nothing to do with anything that went on with Alyssa?
Absolutely not.
When were you informed that Alyssa, or found out that Alyssa was gone?
When I was first interviewed?
And would that have been in 2009?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Cross-examination, Mr. Jackson.
Just briefly, you had said that you likely went over there because you guys had got off at the same time. Do you remember what Alyssa's typical schedule was back then?
Well, considering she was a high school student and underage, she was always working after her day at high school ended, so roughly 3 p.m. Unless it was the weekend, then I'm assuming she could come in anytime she wanted. But because she was a minor, she could not work past midnight.
It was midnight? We've heard possibly that it was 10 a.m. Is midnight as late as you can work as a minor, under your impression?
Absolutely, yeah.
Mr. Jackson, could you adjust that microphone so it's near you? Thank you.
I then want to ask you, do you know about what time you went over to her house?
In the evening time.
Do you know about how long you were there?
No more than 2 hours.
Do you remember being asked to leave because it was 1 o'clock in the morning?
No, I don't.
And how old were you at the time this was going on?
Either 19 or 20.
Okay. And she was 17?
Correct.
And I believe in your interview, you said that you guys were making out and heavy petting. Does that sound familiar to you?
Sure.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any redirect, Mr. Bailey? Ladies and gentlemen, any members of the jury have any questions for this witness? It appears that there are none. May the witness be excused. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may be excused.
Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the good news is that we are running ahead of schedule. And as a result, we're out of witnesses for the day. That means you get to go home early. I'll ask you to be back at 10:30 tomorrow. And please take everything with you as you leave the courtroom. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30. The jury's now excused. seated. Let the record show the presence of counsel and the defendant. Jury's not present. Anything for the record from the state?
Just a couple of things, Judge. First, since we're done early today, the Detective Anderson and I need to open a couple of exhibits to help me get individual items marked for the testimony of Detective Summershoe tomorrow. Your clerk asked that I ask you to order that happen. Normally, if I just open it in front of the clerk, it's okay, but I'm following her wishes.
Sure, it's fine, and if defense wants to be present while that happens, they're welcome to be present.
The second question I have, which you're probably going to say, well, let's wait and see what happens, but
apparently you know me.
I have, the next 2 or 3 witnesses, and so that I don't belabor my objections, and I'm doing this as in a polite manner as I can. So defense asked a witness, did you tell the police X? I've tried a couple of different objections to that, foundation, hearsay. And your response has been, you can address it on redirect. What I'm having difficulty with is what a witness said to the police is hearsay unless you're using it to impeach them or refresh their recollection. And when the witness says that's what I was told, it's obvious, to me at least, that somebody told them that, which means they don't have personal knowledge. So I'm going to continue objecting, and I'm assuming you're going to continue to overrule my objections, but I just wanted you to understand where I'm coming from. Because it's apparent to me that defense is asking these questions because they want the jury to believe that what the witness says that they were told is the truth. So it's obviously being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, not to impeach the witness. And so consequently, I will draft a limiting instruction to that effect. But I'm likely to make some objections tomorrow. I wanted you to understand why I was doing it.
Thank you. Anything else that the state wanted the court to address before we break for the day?
No, sir.
Anything else from the defense?
Just briefly on that matter, Your Honor, I believe, at least for my witnesses, and I can say some for Ms. Hicks also, the witness is now saying, I was told that. That's not what they were telling police back then. So it's different that in the interview, if they said, I was told X, Y, and Z, that's not the case. They're saying X, Y, and Z, and now on the stand saying, well, that's what I was told. That's the impeachment element of that. And so I think I'll make sure clear when I ask the question that this is what you told the detective and it's not what you were told, so we can clear that to make sure that that's more clear, I guess, for the record.
Duly noted. Anything else from the defense?
No, I guess we discussed we don't need to bring that other issue up. So, no, nothing else. Thank you.
Okay. Then, counsel, I'll ask you to be... Oh, go ahead.
And I neglected to bring it over. You have a copy of my PowerPoint. You were going to... Because Detective Summershoe, I anticipate, will be introducing some of the clips from primetime because he observed it, one of which they objected to that I showed in my opening statement, and you said you would look at it. I have a separate clip. I forgot to bring it with me. The PowerPoint has been marked as an exhibit.
I thought that you were sort of holding a marked exhibit yesterday that I think you were suggesting was the clip.
Sparkling or tap?
Thanks, but we brought our own filtered water.
Dad.
At Culligan, we think about your water, so you don't have to.
That's an audio.
Oh no, that was the call from Lynette and Sarah that they didn't get into.
Right, and you were going to listen to that. But I also thought you were going to watch the clip of when John Kiona says to the defendant, "Did you molest Alyssa?"
I think it is a good idea for me to watch that before I hear you argue it, and I'm happy to do that if you can provide it to me.
Yeah, yeah, I will bring it. It's in the PowerPoint, which is marked. I'll bring the separate clip in the morning.
Okay, if you can just bring it as early as possible so I can watch it before you all get here.
Sure.
And I think there was something else that we tabled until we were going to get into that was, and I don't know if you were doing it with Summershoe or Anderson about his refusal to do an interview, but then saying in the Kionis, is that tomorrow or are you doing that with him?
Probably with Detective Anderson.
We can take that up for him. There was a clip that they're trying to play and a letter that they're saying comes in that he said that he would do an interview with police if there was a polygraph for the detectives and different things. Our objection was that was eliminated out, and it also comments on his right to remain silent. So I don't know.
Okay, well, if there's anything you think I need to see before you argue that, please provide a copy to me.
There's a ruling by Judge Ryan Toohill on the defendant's lack of cooperation with police.
I would be happy if you provided that ruling to me. She made a lot of rulings in this case.
I'll do it.
And just scanning the Raji's, I thought there was a standard regarding the victim's right to refuse an interview. Now I don't see it. So if you draft a proposal, that would probably be the best way to get that to me.
Sure, thanks.
Anything else, counsel?
No. Nothing further.
Just as let's go off the record. We're off the record. Just as I'm putting.
And when I say manifest, I'm saying within the first week, 2 weeks, month. Right when you begin to take it is when it can happen.
Not necessarily. I've seen it happen later, and normally it's not recommended to be treated for more than 3 to 6 months. So you don't see much of that.
I understand, and that's not my question. I need you to answer specifically my questions. And you're free to answer. This is your opinion.
Sure.
I respect your opinion. All I'm wanting to ask you is that isn't it true that
the symptoms of psychosis when taking fentanyl begin typically at the onset of ingesting the medicine?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Now we've established that you're not Mr. Burgos' physician, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never done any blood work on Mr. Burgos?
I have not.
Now, would it surprise you, doctor? And of course, I'm we're going back in time here, right? That if somebody's suffering from psychosis, for example, and I don't know if Mr. Boggs called it something a continuum, or the progression, or whatever it is. If you're suffering from psychosis, would it be your opinion that somebody at work, a supervisor, coworker, family member, friend, would detect something in your behavior?
Like I said earlier, normally these people graph goes like this. So, one day they could have it, one day they could not. It's not a continuous sustained effect. So it's possible it may not be detected, but because it's not a continuous phenomena. They have a lot of mood swings, so to say.
So you're saying that the psychosis can manifest itself for about 15 minutes while you're committing a double homicide?
I'm not suggesting that, and I never mentioned that.
Because you weren't there that day, correct?
I wasn't.
Now, these medications, you say they're controlled substances, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You're familiar with the safeguards, right, that the medical industry, the pharmaceutical industry, that they have in place in the distribution of these medicines?
Yes, they do.
Right? So, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what safeguards are in place at the pharmacy if you want to go and double up on your meds?
Well, the doctor, when they're prescribing, they always go over the side effects, what things to watch, and then the pharmacy also gives them a handout. And if it's a controlled substance, then it gets automatically reported.
Correct.
The pharmacy board keeps a record of that.
But the point I'm trying to make to you is when I drive up to the pharmacy and I'm trying to get my controlled substance medicine, and if I'm 10 days early, are they going to give it to me?
No, they will not.
Why not?
Because it's too early, and
Correct.
it's monitored. It's very closely monitored.
Exactly, right? So that's how the safeguards are in place, that when I go 5 days before I get my meds and they tell me, I'm sorry, Mr. Anise, it's too early, you got to wait.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. And both of these substances in this case were controlled substances.
That's correct. 2 out of 3 were controlled.
So they would only be available through the pharmacy.
Oh, absolutely.
Correct? And if drug tested at work for amphetamines, he would have a medical reason at work to show his boss.
That's correct.
And I know that I know you started to make some reference to the notes over here on these and before I get into doctor's records and notes, I want to ask you, as part of this case, did you have the opportunity to review, study, analyze, or look at the interview of Ronald Anthony Burgos at the police station?
You're. We don't gotta look at this one. You know what I'm saying? We damn sure don't gotta look at that. Fuck that.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I got in trouble for this one.
I didn't even know they sold those. I would have bought one.
Oh yeah, I had this one.
Yeah, I seen this one too.
I ain't
Yeah.
never seen that one out there. Hey, that nigga Mikey never came back on my water. That's crazy.
Damn, how you gonna do you like that?
Man, Mikey, if you're hearing this, I'm thirsty. Pause. Hey, no, that
Let me deal with my dog.
Alive, bro. Like them 2004, 5, 6 days when they was doing all them crazy ass shirts, or like the hats with the stupid ass shit where you could touch the textures and all that kind of shit. You know what I'm talking about? Where they have a big ass diamond on the hat and then like 3 of them, just a bunch of stupid ass shit. Like nigga, 2004
We
was a
had
good time to be
those.
alive, bro. Out here, nigga, man, y'all was wearing the motherfucking NBA patch jean shorts. Let's stop the cap.
Oh, I had those.
Let's stop the cap, nigga.
They
That-
sold them at the NBA store.
yeah, nigga, the ones with all the different
With
team
every
logos
team on there?
like, looking ridiculous.
Even the whack teams.
Yes, niggas had the Charlotte Bobcats on their shit, nigga.
Nah,
looking
I ain't
crazy
had
as
the
fuck.
Bobcats.
Yeah, you did. Stop
Nah.
that.
Y'all remember when the chicks were wearing like the jersey dresses and shit?
I definitely
Them
Remember
shits
that
is
and
shit?
then
not
like
teams.
the
Yeah.
the Nike
Not
boots
teams.
And the Nike boots?
and the Nike boots.
Yeah,
Huh?
that was a thing.
Oh, you're right. My bad. Damn. I did Mikey crazy.
That's
That's
some
my
Flacco
fault.
shit.
Hey, no cap though. Nah, hey, early 2000 was the time to be alive, nigga, when everybody was lean with it and rock with it and shit.
Bro, I've been watching this YouTube channel. I forgot what it's called, but they got like a timeline and they break down like each year, like the major. This shit kind of rough.
Oh yeah, I watched that.
I be watching
shit.
shit
I don't
like
know
that,
the
yeah.
name either.
I watch like
You
that
probably
all the
watching the same shit I'm watching though.
Yeah.
They need to do the 2000s though. Hurry up. They got like from anywhere. They got like the 90s and up.
They need to let me
think I
do
know
the
what you're talking about.
2000s.
No, you ain't.
They did 2020. 2020 was a crazy year, so they did that one, and I had watched that one the other day. I forgot all the shit that happened in 2020.
So I remember
was a
when
lot.
Prison Break first came out. Oh man.
Nigga, you know they made one of the worst video games of all time over that game? I mean, over that
Oh,
movie?
I didn't know they had a game.
Yeah, they had a game
That's
for
the
it.
show with the nigga that was
Shit.
breaking inside the prison.
Now he broke out, right? Yeah.
Nah, he broke in.
That nigga
He
broke in,
to
broke
break
out. Yeah.
What the fuck?
And then they got sent to another prison, and then they break out of there.
I started watching that shit after like the first season. That shit, like when the nigga broke back into jail, I was like, yeah, ain't no
yeah,
nigga
like,
breaking
all right,
back
bro.
into jail, nigga.
Yeah, nah, we're
This
done
shit-
here. Niggas breaking back into
Back
jail.
into jail, like, what are we doing?
Nigga not watching this. What are we doing right now? Fuck no.
I seen the first season.
But
though.
they made a video game for that shit. Nigga, the playtime was like 4 hours, nigga. It was trash.
What's
It's
the
Prison Break.
Trash.
They making a movie to like the Black Panther shit. I seen that shit, not a movie, but a game.
For real?
They
Yeah,
trying
it's
to.
open world game.
Basically
like
Spider-Man,
GTA,
but
or some
like-
shit.
but like Black Panther.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spider-Man, they should have put that shit on Xbox. I ain't even get to play that shit yet.
I mean,
That
that's
shit
why.
decent?
It's
Yo,
cool.
I got a
fire.
PlayStation for The Office just to play that game.
Was it decent though?
So
It's
good.
fire.
It's
Now
so
they got,
fucking
hey,
good.
y'all know they got PS5s in Best Buy and shit now. Like I didn't know
Yeah,
that
yeah,
they
I
was
mean-
regularly accessible.
Well,
now.
not
Yeah,
no
and
more
stuff.
since you said it on camera.
You right. On God, they in Best Buy right now. I just was in Best Buy like yesterday getting some little cables and shit, and I had seen a little PS5 in there, and I asked him like, y'all got PS5s right now?
I still
It's
need
like,
to get
yeah.
with you about the simulator shit. I got a PC, bro. I'm
I'll
trying to
get
play
you
the
right.
Def Jam and all
I'll
that.
get you right, nigga. You feel
For
me?
sure.
I got the PS2 simulator, the PS3 simulator, the Xbox 360 simulator. Take like a fast ass, high quality computer, so
Bruh,
PS3 will
You
work.
know they
better
got
for
like
you.
a Def Jam Icon like tournament.
Def Jam Icon is trash.
Not Icon, but like just a Def
New
Jam.
York?
It might be
I seen
Def
that.
Jam. Yeah.
'Cause if it's New
Niggas
York,
playing
I
money
seen
and shit,
that.
they got like a
Yeah.
whole tournament. I was watching that shit the
I
other day.
seen
I'm
that
like,
shit the
damn.
other day, like last week or so. I seen that shit, but the Def Jam Icon tournament is trash. Nigga, not going
Yeah.
to that shit. Icon was shit.
That's
It was-
the third one.
Yeah, that shit
that
was,
was the
that
weakest
shit
one.
was
Is
butt.
any Jamaican niggas on that one?
That shit was butt. You said what?
Was there?
Any Jamaican niggas?
Nah, that's nigga Def Jam. Fight from
Fight
New
from
York,
New York
had
definitely
like
had
5
them. They had
Jamaican
like
niggas.
Yeah,
They had
Elephant
Beanie Man.
Sean Paul.
They had
Sean
a Sean
Paul.
Paul. They had a bunch of imaginary Jamaican niggas on there. Like they had a real whole Jamaican.
Nigga used to
presence.
literally go to like a club where it was
Yeah,
like
where
a
you
Jamaican
fight
scene.
4
Yeah,
Jamaicans.
back to back.
You fight 4
Oh,
Jamaicans, nigga.
shit.
That's a fact, nigga. When you go to Def Jam, nigga, when you,
gotta
beat the
run
first
4
arena,
fades.
4 fades with Jamaicans, and then the Jamaican boss is Sean Paul.
Oh, was he? I forget. Yeah, it was.
You gotta
Sean Paul.
fight Beanie Man, 2 other niggas with dreads,
Shonda Paul.
and then the nigga, the big boss Jamaican is Sean Paul.
That nigga don't strike me as a
Hey, that's
boss.
funny as fuck when you're thinking of it, nigga. The boss level Jamaican is Sean
That nigga
Paul,
white.
nigga. Exactly. Nigga, that's hilarious, bro.
They even had Fat Joe, the most turned up nigga in the game, too. Back
Bro,
in the day.
Fat Joe was difficult as fuck to beat, nigga.
I could never
If
beat
you was
him.
playing
I
that
never
shit
beat
on
him.
for real?
Yeah.
Oh, I whooped his
You
ass.
never even beat the game then.
That's
I
crazy.
never beat the game.
What? So you never threw my nigga Snoop Dogg out the top story window?
I ain't even know about that.
That's crazy.
You had to kill
bugging.
Crow.
You gotta kill Crow, my nigga. That's, bro, you don't know how bad as a kid that I was waiting for the sequel for that. At the end, when your character run shit now,
And
nigga.
running away
He
and all
throw
that
the
shit.
nigga Snoop Dogg out the top, nigga, the city now his. They dropped the fucking ball, going to Icon and making the shit where you do this little weird ass little DJ move and then like the venue blow up and shit like that shit ass.
If they did one right now, who would be the final boss?
I don't know.
Yo Gotti.
That's crazy. Nah. Final boss is Birdman.
Final boss?
Right now, 2023?
Birdman.
Melly.
Final boss is Birdman, bro.
Melly. Nigga
Final
killed his
boss-
friends.
Nah, you
Oh,
gotta
no, I
stop.
got
That's some
sit and
final
think on that one.
bullshit.
Nah, it ain't. Nah. I don't even know what, but you gotta realize, nigga, you can't look at it like that because Snoop Dogg was the final boss in 2005.
It probably still be Fat
That's
Joe.
the thing, though. And he wasn't even signed to Def Jam, so I wonder what made him even do that shit.
Exactly. He wasn't even signed to Def Jam. You feel me? So, like, you feel me? Hey,
I
I
don't
just know if they did it right now, everybody and their granny would be picking Lil Durk and Youngboy and just recreating it all day.
Oh, shit.
All day. That's all kids would be doing. It's having Lil Durk and Youngboy fight each other all
That's
day.
what I would do.
And then, nigga, I ain't gonna lie, I would just be having Bronx drill artists fight all day. I'll be having facts.
It's crazy because niggas want the bag too much. They ain't even gonna put
that's what it
themselves
is.
in the game, man.
That's what it
Everybody
is.
gonna
In
want max
2005,
contracts.
gaming was looked at differently, and it wasn't looked at as like a huge money grab. So you feel me? Niggas was just happy to be a part of a game, nigga. Niggas didn't know how big that shit was
Niggas
gonna
was
be.
gaming for free.
Facts. Niggas didn't know. You feel
They're
me?
probably also signing away their licensing because not so many people are hip to it at that point either.
Exactly. And they all did their own voice acting too. So like the rappers really did their part to
I
help
wonder
that
how much
game.
niggas got paid for that.
Not a lot.
Not that much though. I'm
Not a
saying,
lot.
but
It's
like
probably like
I
all
seen
inclusive in the deals.
Somebody
they were
said
signing at the
something.
time.
I forgot the specific number, but they said it and it wasn't a lot. It was regular. Niggas didn't get no royalties either. For
Was
sure.
LL Cool J in it?
Almost.
Nah.
Almost, but they scrapped him and made a nigga named Dan G.
Oh, that nigga was too horny.
But damn, pause.
I ain't like that nigga. I never
was
liked
that, in the
LL.
game?
Nah, in
He
real
wasn't
life.
in the game. He said that nigga was too horny.
Son, they used to lick
Bro,
his lips and shit.
LL
you
Cool
talking about
J
LL used to.
is just Drake before LL Cool J
Nah.
walked so Drake could run. You don't think LL Cool J walked so Drake could run?
Damn, did he?
He definitely
He
Nelly.
did.
Him and Nelly definitely.
He made
did.
the blueprint for just making music for the bitches.
Damn.
And then kind of switch into a little street a little bit, but going back for the bitches. Come on. LL Cool J walked so Drake could run.
Somebody recently said that I forgot who tweeted it, but this shit went viral like 2 days ago. Somebody said that Ja
That's crazy.
Rule was Drake before Drake.
Nah, Ja Rule just did 2
It was
duets.
the game who said that shit.
Ja Rule just did 3 duets. We ain't giving him that.
You ain't giving him that?
It's LL Cool J for sure, nigga. For sure.
Yeah,
Who
Ja-
was doing it like
the
that?
The game said that shit.
Who was doing it? We're getting on songs, doing melodies and shit. I need love. Come on, nigga. Niggas wasn't doing that in the fucking 80s.
Ja Rule was on ecstasy.
Man, Ja Rule only got them songs because what's her name? Husband. Nigga, Jennifer Lopez's husband. Nigga, that's the only reason Ja Rule got them duets. Is because Jennifer Lopez's husband was Mariah Carey's ex-husband. Mariah Carey was doing some duets with Ja Rule. Mariah Carey's ex-husband found out. He was the owner of the whole little record label. He found out. He like, fuck that bitch. He called Irv Gotti and said, look, nigga, whatever I gotta give you, nigga, Ja Rule need to do some duets with Jennifer Lopez right now, nigga. And that's how that
shit worked out.
That's
and
how
Ashanti was writing that shit.
Yeah.
Singing.
That's how that happened.
What's her husband name?
I forgot. Look it up.
I think he had beef with like Michael Jackson or some
I
shit.
think he did too.
Ain't
I
she-
know it's not
Ain't
yet.
she dating the actor shit dude now though? Who's she dating
Ben
again?
Affleck.
Ben
She's
Affleck,
married.
yeah.
I think they're married now.
Yeah, they might be. And they just got
Maybe
married, right? Because they used to date back in
Yeah.
the day, broke up, and they got back together.
Nah,
Yeah.
that's a baseball play.
And she was
Maybe
dating
I'm
that nigga
mistaken for
A-Rod.
Ashanti.
Drake,
J-Lo has been
No, it's
going-
J-Lo.
Anthony,
getting
Ben
around.
Affleck, Chris Judd, Diddy.
That's when she was
Oh,
in
honey.
blackface.
Y'all gotta go to Mariah Carey then. Yeah, do Mariah Carey. Because that's for sure who it was. Mariah Carey ex-husband. Tony Mottola?
Oh, Tommy Mottola. Yeah, he
That's
had
who it
beef
was.
with Mike.
Tommy Mottola.
Mike better diss record about that nigga and all that.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Who
sure
did?
it's Tommy Mottola.
Mike
I
who?
think.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I
That's who it
remember
was?
hearing that name.
Okay.
There's only two people she's been married to.
Okay, well maybe it was her ex-boyfriend or something, but I know it was real ugly. I think it's Tommy Mottola.
He was
I think
at
that might be
Sony
too
or
early,
some
bro.
shit.
I think it might be too early.
It was 93. It was way too early for
Yeah,
you.
I think that's too early. I think it's somebody else then. Probably her boyfriend. Maybe it wasn't a husband.
No, they were married till 2000 or 98.
Yeah.
Yeah, the duet shit happened like 2004.
Nah.
2003. Yeah, it did.
2002 maybe?
Yeah, to 2002.
Which means that shit probably got written a couple years before. It could have happened. If you were saying that was the ex.
I don't think so. I don't think it's Tommy Mottola. Does Tommy Mottola own any record companies?
Nah, he
Then
was
it's not him.
I don't know, but I think
Yeah.
I think
Sony
is an American record
All right, there we
executive.
go.
You were right.
All right, then. All right, it is him
Exactly.
then. Okay.
at
All right.
Sony, right? Or Columbia?
Columbia.
Yeah, I just know somebody
Sony
called.
Music Entertainment, parent of the Columbia label.
Oh yeah.
I just know somebody called Irv Gotti and was like, "Look, nigga, this what we doing," and that's how niggas even got them Ja Rule duets. But nah, LL Cool J
Wait,
walked
J
to that
Lo
nigga
is
around.
74?
No, nigga,
Nah,
Tommy
that's
Mottola.
That's a Mariah Carey boyfriend.
This nigga's
Ex-dude.
stupid.
Oh
so
shit, I
dumb.
can't see.
How old is Mariah Carey though? She at least gotta be like 60 something, right?
I think 50 something.
Maybe 50, late
I don't think
50s,
Yeah, 54.
54.
early 50s.
She about to
A lot of
die.
people don't know that Mariah Carey is ain't Mariah Carey black? A lot of niggas don't know Mariah Carey black.
Who don't know?
Who doesn't know that?
A lot of people don't know Mariah Carey black. I swear to God. Maybe people your age know that. You gotta remember, nigga, you niggas old as dirt.
She
Niggas
passes
my
like half
age.
white type shit.
Yeah, she is. But niggas my age don't be knowing that for real.
Yeah, I can see that.
You feel me?
But y'all been tuning YNW Melly trial?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, clearly.
Yeah, nigga, we talking about this shit every day.
Oh yeah. Shit, so you still think he guilty? How you feeling?
That nigga mad guilty.
Yeah, it's not
I ain't gonna
looking-
lie, I think it's crazy as fuck to have a nigga go in there and say, yeah, that nigga came and changed his clothes. Weird ass nigga.
I'm gonna keep it 100. I watched the shit. Bro wasn't even trying to line him up like that. Like he was answering correctly. You know how they do. But like she staged it and asked him so many ways where he had an answer like that. But like from like just watching his body language and shit, you could tell he still fuck with Melly. Like he wasn't even trying to answer unless he fuck with Melly or he just don't want to be labeled a snitch on a stand. Like so he was definitely being careful with like how he was wording shit.
Can we see it?
The first time you saw Melly after you guys left the studio?
I still know what he looks like.
Was Melly wearing the same clothes or different clothes than when you saw him at the studio?
It was a little bit. Nah, he wasn't.
Nah, he wasn't. You guys
He wasn't wearing the same clothes.
Okay. Do you recall what he was wearing?
Just had on some shorts.
And, okay, was that the first time you saw Melly after you guys left the studio?
Yeah.
Was Melly wearing the same clothes?
All right, so basically he said he seen Melly the next day and he had on a change of clothes. So like, does this really change anything? Because there's one thing if like he seen him the same night and he had a change of clothes, but it was the next day, so a nigga could easily say I took a shower and changed my clothes.
I
Right.
ain't gonna act like nigga if I ain't gonna lie, some days when like niggas is out doing shit, music videos, studios, I'll change my clothes.
Yeah.
I don't think that's out the ordinary for a nigga who rapping, he's doing shit. You feel me? That might be out of the ordinary for a regular person at home. But I've changed my clothes multiple times in a
After
day.
you killed your friends?
Hey, I don't know about all of that. I don't know about all of that.
He did that shit.
I don't think he did that shit, but we're not going. I don't like that niggas is using the clothes change as like, yeah, he murdered him. He changed his fit.
And with it
Fuck
being
outta
the
here.
next day too, like I could see if he changed
Yeah.
his clothes within an hour. Like nigga, if you seen him the next day, then it's like nigga, wouldn't you expect him to have a change of clothes on the next day?
Yeah, I don't get it.
The next day don't count.
It definitely doesn't count.
And this come from a nigga that's wearing a shirt that say he did it.
Yeah, you really bugging up here. It's
Nah.
nuts.
Yeah, no,
Absolutely.
fucking so
The only
I-
reason the clothes make sense is if the timelines don't match up to the story. If he's saying, all this shit went down, and then, because where was he after all of this? Because we know where Bortland ended up at the hospital. Where he,
this guy as in the friend.
not the friend, Melly.
Oh, Melly, yeah, all right.
He called. This Fredo got mentioned a whole lot yesterday in the trial. I know that. Can you give some more backstory on that shit? Just them meeting up right after.
All right, so as far as like, so this guy right here, I forget what his name was exactly, but all right, so his side of the story
My
is
nigga Trayvon.
he went to the studio. He you know, in the surveillance video, we seen two different cars and stuff. He was in the opposite car, so he wasn't in the car with them. So he said initially they thought that they all was following to YNW Melly's house, but then the other car then ended up going to Melly's house. They beat Melly and them there. Then he said he went upstairs to Juvie's room and he went to sleep. Then he said while he was in the sleep, he got a phone call. They woke him up and shit. He found out the news. Then they end up later the next day at Fredo Bang's house. So that's how the whole Fredo Bang shit get back in the story. Because then the next day, they're all at Fredo Bang house mourning or whatever. Like they hearing about the loss and shit. He's over there at Fredo's house. He said Melly's over there, and he said he seen Melly wearing new clothes or a change of clothes at Fredo's house. So it goes to show you that they had a long ass night. He obviously saying like he didn't see much. He just got a phone call saying like bro and them died. So he might not even know what really happened. Even if Melly did have something to do with it, he probably wouldn't even fucking know.
Right.
But he was at Melly's house sleeping.
No, yeah, he went
fell asleep at Melly's
house and got a phone call in the middle of the night. I don't know who gave him the call, but he found out what was going on. Then the next day, they went to Fredo Bang's house. And
Melly's house just unlocked around this motherfucker. Niggas just got keys to niggas' houses.
And if he had a change of clothes, that means he had to have come home at some point, right?
Or he had the clothes with him. I keep a change of clothes in my car.
If you got a trunk, you know what I'm saying, you probably got stacked up
keep
with
a change of
clothes in the car.
Or I got jeans in my back.
What if he's wearing some shit from Fredo? That make it even crazier. We ain't heard shit from Fredo. I want to hear what Fredo got to say about all this.
Say shit. I got jeans in my back seat right now, so you feel me? I don't look at it out of the ordinary for a nigga to change clothes.
This nigga look guilty.
He do look like he did it, huh?
He did something.
Where's Fredo saying he was at this whole time?
That's what you saying? He did it?
Yeah.
He looked like the murderer.
Yeah.
All right, you need a new shirt. Trayvon Glass did it. Travion Glass, nigga. Did
nah,
it.
that
You
nigga
need a
face
new
do
shirt.
look a little guilty. Not
Yeah,
gonna lie.
he look evil as hell.
Yeah, he really do.
Oh, shit. Can we hear the rest of his testimony?
You smoke a lot of marijuana, right?
What does that have to do with anything?
Right.
Well, you smoke it anytime you get a chance, I think is how you phrase it.
It's your answer, yeah.
That was your answer.
I smoke when I smoke.
You smoke when you smoke?
Yeah.
And when was that?
When I smoke, nigga.
When was that?
When I smoke.
How many times a day? Objection. So you smoke a lot of
Yeah, I don't know what that have to do with anything.
with respect to your daily marijuana regimen, did you smoke before you came in here today?
I did not.
Okay. I have nothing. Thank you.
I should have.
Now niggas in here making jokes and shit.
Yeah, they laughing and shit.
That is hilarious.
Do we know where YNW Melly is claiming to have been during all this shit?
He was in a car.
Oh,
They was getting shot at this time.
Yeah, so that's the weird part of this timeline that I'm think where the clothes might start to make sense here, because Bortland went to the hospital with the two dudes. Where's Melly?
Where's Melly at? Yeah, where's Melly saying he was at during that time?
Because this dude was at his house. Never saw him.
But he also said he went to sleep.
True.
Right, he could have been in there making waffles. He don't know. He was asleep
Yeah,
upstairs. And I'm sure it was a
upstairs, yeah.
big ass house. A nigga could easily be in this house and you not know.
Even though I kind of do
But to
think
get a
Melly
call
did it.
but to get a call about it and that's how you're hearing about it, don't you
Yeah.
think
Maybe he came home, changed clothes, went back.
You think
and
Melly
then-
came, didn't wake anybody else up in the house up? Nobody
Fuck no. I think
heard the
honest-
story. Nobody like got an update, and then they happen to hear about it later in the day.
Melly shot him.
This is a crazy
that's crazy.
timeline.
Yeah, I don't even think Melly's. Yeah, I don't think Melly went to the crib. I think he definitely had to change his clothes, swapped out, and they all linked up at Fredo Bang's crib or something. You know what I'm saying? But
He probably had to, you feel me? Probably had to.
But my thing is, I just want to hear Melly, like, where the fuck he claiming where he was at? Like, what's his sides to the shit?
He hasn't, he wasn't saying nothing this day yet? He didn't speak?
Do you think he'll end up taking the stand?
Nah.
Nah, I don't think
if
so.
he's smart, no.
Yeah. That would be a bad idea.
Sometimes you need to. They were saying Tory Lanez should have did it.
Yeah, they said that
no.
was the difference maker, right?
But that's different, though. This is kind
One of the
you
big
feel
ones.
me? That shit had a lot of reasonable
Bro,
doubt.
all right, put like this. I don't give a fuck what a lawyer tell me. If I know I ain't killed two of my homies and we in the car, I'm gonna just go up there and I'm gonna speak. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm like,
I
so
mean,
that's
not
how.
always though, because they tell you don't say nothing to the police, not even the truth, because they can spin anything, you know.
But if you know deep down in your heart that you
Still,
ain't do that shit,
they
and the
can spin it.
testimony, if you want these people in here, the jury to fucking kind of believe you and shit, it's like give them what they, you know what I'm saying?
I'm always
not with an
gonna
elite
take my
defense.
lawyer's advice.
Yeah, not with an elite defense. You could not do nothing. You know how many people it is in jail right now who didn't do crimes against elite defenses and elite DAs. All it takes is for you can say all that truth, and all it takes is for this motherfucker to start picking apart shit and making you stumble on your words. There's a lot of pressure being on this stand. Your life is on the line, nigga. It's cameras here. You ain't never even been in this situation, nigga. You could easily slip up and fully tell all the truth and still look crazy. It all depends. So fuck no. That's what the attorney for.
Nah, I wonder when it's all said and done. Well, it's kind of looking like you're guilty. Like, all right, so remember when we first did the poll? Like, remember the trial started about a month ago. So when we first did the poll, it was about like 75% of people saying that he was gonna be found not guilty. But like recently, I think they did another poll on law and crime. I think it flipped to like 65% saying that he's guilty. So a lot of people actually changed their opinion and thinking that he's looking guilty.
I ain't see that.
Yeah, I ain't see that.
Every time I see it, it's like 65% guilty.
It's kind of flipping now. So the last couple of days, the people are saying that he's been losing like his defense. You know what I'm saying? Like,
cause hey, the nigga was doing damn good.
Yeah, when the trial first started, it was looking in his favor, but right now it's kind of looking like, I don't know, Melly, you might have to sit down, bro.
Well, I think the prosecution was doing bad, as opposed to like this nigga doing good.
They was fucking up.
They was fucking up horribly. Now they doing better.
They was fucking up. It was crazy how bad they was fucking up. It was kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Like they was fucking up.
I thought he was gonna get out and kill some more people.
This nigga's
This nigga's stupid.
You gotta fucking chill.
Except for the nigga's gonna get out and kill some
This
more.
nigga, dog.
I don't know, but if bro did it,
You like
keep
killing
his ass,
people.
though.
Nah, bro. But I don't know, man. It's just like, hey, I just need like some bombs to be dropped before I could even have anything really to say. Like we talk about pretty much the same shit every day. And like this don't really change too much, you know?
Melly gonna drop bombs?
There you go. The case.
I thought he just shot people.
The case.
Oh, okay.
The case.
Okay.
Fucking
You know he did it, right?
I don't know shit. Free the guys, nigga.
Speaking of free the guys, G Herbo has a new heaping of legal trouble after
He ain't do
Chicago
it.
cops arrested him Sunday evening in connection with the gun bust. According to the cops, Herbo was arrested and booked for a misdemeanor unlawful use of a weapon in a public place. Herbo has since bonded out and will appear in court at a later date.
Nigga, that mean he bust that motherfucker, nigga. That's what, see, it's different. This says illegal firearm possession, and then that one says unlawful use of a weapon in a public place. Those are two different crimes.
If I'm in Chicago, I'm gonna have a illegal weapon. He not wrong.
Facts.
He
Who
not
that?
wrong. He
Who
got
pregnant?
something to protect.
Who these pregnant bitches? Oh, that's Courtney.
That sound like you dissing me, but I seen that. So
You was one of them pregnant bitches too.
oh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
See, you made me say it. Like I wasn't even thinking about that.
Nah, who's
like
this
drag-
nigga stripping? Hey, yo, that's Jay.
Oh, this dude was just walking around a casino. This
I
is
thought
wild.
that was Jamie Foxx
That's no,
saving the day.
So you thought Jamie Foxx tackled the nigga who was ass naked or something?
or something?
That's crazy.
It said Jamie Foxx on top.
Yeah, I mean, busting your gun in public dwelling, that's basically what that means. Unlawful use of a weapon in a public place. Yeah, he shot some shit, allegedly. What's the, we don't got like, no, it's just that, like, they ain't got no video.
Nah, he
footage,
went to
nothing
jail.
like
He
that.
bonded out, though, so he out right now.
I mean,
But,
in
yeah.
Chicago, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
But
Chicago,
that's crazy,
they be
though.
saying Chicago got one of the craziest jails. I know niggas say
Cook
LA
County?
County. Yeah, Cook County.
Cook County is definitely wild from what I hear, but I
Do
ain't
they
gonna
have
lie.
strict gun laws in Chicago?
Hell no.
Yeah,
And if they do,
he ain't gotta worry.
Nah,
it
they
don't matter.
Niggas be getting out.
Cause
They
niggas be
called
getting
pipes
out.
and
I don't be
getting out.
how. I don't know how, bro. But niggas, but I ain't gonna lie. We got some of the strictest gun laws that niggas get out. Maybe because we be keeping it like our cars and shit.
Nah, New York got strict ass gun
That's
laws.
a fact.
Jersey.
But we
Jersey.
places with strict gun laws where niggas get out. That's what I'm saying.
Jersey.
You feel me? Like Y'all got strict gun laws, but y'all be cooked. Niggas go right up to the island.
Yeah, 2 year
It's a
minimum.
mandatory, right?
Niggas go right to the island. You be like, damn.
Bro, niggas in Rikers Island going crazy right now. It's a nigga shot a music video up in that motherfucker that's going viral.
A lot of niggas
What?
with, guns never shot them in New York.
Exactly, because from what my New York nigga told me is like, nigga, all you need is just to have the gun, and niggas look at you like you Debo.
Yeah,
you don't
if
even
you
gotta
shoot that
use
shit,
it.
you a legend.
That part, you don't even gotta. If nigga, you just got it on you, you Debo. That part, nigga, you shoot that shit, and you like Jesus.
Yeah,
That's nuts.
niggas know your name
That's
and
nuts.
fear it.
Yeah, cause niggas know you out here risking it.
Yep.
You out here risking it, nigga.
Nah, facts.
You out here playing with your fucking life, nigga. Out here shooting these guns in these public ass areas.
All
nigga.
these cameras and shit.
Facts, nigga. Nuts. That is kind of crazy though. What we got next?
That's a ghetto ass name.
Le'Veon. It's Le'Veon. I guarantee you how he said it's like gonna be ghetto as fuck. Le'Veon. You feel me? The ghetto is possible. It ain't gonna be simple.
Bro, it ain't a ghetto name. Look, so I heard some ghetto ass names, and the one ghetto name I heard, bro, Ladasha. Ladasha. That's the most and I'm gonna tell you how they spell it. La dash no bullshit.
Le'Veon, nigga. Le'Veon Bell was having painful having painful pause, nigga. That nigga Bell was having painful flashbacks.
That nigga Bell.
Fuck that nigga Bell having painful flashbacks about being swindled by Moneybagg Yo and the Baby's artist Thunderful Vegas. I don't think he's the Baby artist anymore. After he claims he paid them cold hard cash for some bullshit forms.
Who's Le'Veon?
The nigga with the chain in the middle.
Le'Veon's a former NFL.
So I don't.
For real?
I'm not gonna look at all this. Well, look, man. Again, bro, I had a lot to do. I'm sorry that I couldn't be in the stream like that. I had to do some shit and running around and all this. But look, man, we're gonna be here tomorrow. We're gonna see how this shit turns out. I don't know how longer this fucking case is gonna be, but hey, man. But look, man, I'll see you on the next video, man. I'll see y'all.